He has not been able to leave this cursed place for half a month. He feels sick with hunger. The young man is upset because this elder deliberately set him up. He secretly organized an operation and revealed his whereabouts, and sicked demons on him, which severely wounded him. A man must find a way to heal his wounds as soon as possible. Otherwise, he will not be able to take revenge, much less return to his world. On top of that, this young man has also lost all his cultivation, so he can't get out of this mountain, much less protect himself from animals and demons. The young man tries to calm himself down. He takes a deep breath, and hopes this monster doesn't come to him. The young man heard a growl behind him. His mood turned sour. The young man looked around and saw a large beast of prey who turned to the young man. He said he was good at running away. He was not good at hiding at all. That's why he had to run further away. The young man is terrified. It turns out this demonic tiger, all this time, kept chasing him. The tiger said that the young man's spiritual root was damaged, and his strength has been dissipated, and he is now no different from an ordinary person. The boy cried out in fear. If today was the last day of his life, he was still a virgin, and he hadn't even held hands with anyone. It's not fair. The young man didn't know what to do. He was looking for help from anyone. The boy tried to contact the system, so that it could give him some kind of hint or help. Tears came to the boy's eyes. It's been 3 whole years. The young man thought 3 whole years. Does anyone know what he had endured in those 3 years? It had been a torment. If he had such an amazing system, why hadn't it shown itself before? The beast told the young man not to ignore him. That's not how things are done. The guy was just ignoring the beast. He had contact with his system. The tiger didn't like that, for he must instill fear and terror, so he shouted loudly for the young man to stop ignoring. The beast lunged at the young man. The young man managed to activate the protective barrier. The kid's good at it. It's not just the system. The tiger fell to the ground before he could reach the young man. The man said that the animal could now attack him, and he will see how strong the area of the invincible ball is. The dreadful and terrible beast said it was impossible. After all, a young man now should be no different from an ordinary mortal. The animal opened its huge mouth, showed its big, sharp teeth, and screamed for the young man to go to hell. It was very frightening. It was scary for everyone, just not for our hero. He had his magic sword activated, with the help of which he was going to kill this beast. The young man used his sword to strengthen the protective barrier and threw the beast far back with a huge energy pulse. The system did not fail him. The young man's sword cut through the heavens, the realm of the immortals. The Lord wonders how this simple immortal dared to shred the heavens. He turned out to be very bold. The Overlord decided to suppress his activity. The great emperor saw the divine cauldron fall to the ground. This cauldron, charged with tremendous momentum, flew straight from heaven to earth. From the ground it could already be observed. It appeared to be another sun. It was so bright. Soul Revival Cave. The demon noticed that it was the divine cauldron of the 9 heavens. The divine emperor himself took up the task. The demon couldn't understand what was really going on, what this was all about. The 10,000 immortal ball sect, heavenly sword pavilion. The elder is gazing into the distance. The elder noticed just that moment when the immortal sword split the sky. This was the legendary peak of the Tao of the sword. Mortal realm. A young man noticed a celestial artifact and decided that it was a huge opportunity for him. He said that he should immediately send all the disciples to search for it, and they should do everything in their power. The divine emperor decided to issue an order. He said that there was a madman in the mortal realm who had chopped the heavens, so he lowered the divine cauldron of the 9 heavens. The emperor ordered the 4 great generals to immediately descend to the mortal realm. The divine cauldron of the 9 heavens must be found at all costs, and do not spare those who dare to interfere. The 4 great generals said that they would fulfill the emperor's order and set out on the road. The young man is in shock. It was powerful. He can't understand how he did it. He wonders what his sword chi hit and caused such powerful destruction. The young man realized that the system had awarded him points for activating his sword. Also, after killing the 3rd stage demon tiger, the invincible ball's area expanded to 14 meters. The young man got a rookie gift set. The system did its best too. The system offered him the option of anything as a sword. This means that every leaf and twig can be his sword. The young man decided he had to try it. The guy thought it was incredible. That's an option. He swung the leaf through the air like a sword. The young man decided he had more opportunities now. The young man realized that now, inside the invincible sword realm, anything is a sword to him. Yuto was cool. The young man decided to conduct another experiment. For this, he needed a log. A young man made a wooden man out of a log with just his fingers. It was incredible. He was surprised not only by the power, but also by the precision of the workmanship. A young man contacted the system. He asked why the area of the invincible ball was fixed. It should not be fixed. The system explained everything to the young man, and he was upset. It turned out that if he took one step outside the estate, he would be weak again. The 1,000-point ball only increased the area by 10 meters. The young man was very upset. It was evident from his face. How many monsters should he destroy to expand the area much more? The young man was still hungry. He decided to walk nearby and pick some mushrooms to remove his hunger. The guy noticed a company of young boys running after the dog, the puppy rushing away from them as fast as it could. The dog thinks these kids and Sects have been chasing him for 10 miles. Don't they get tired? The dog ran away from the young man and thought he was the Dark Demon King. If the cauldron that fell from the sky hadn't hurt him, he would have swallowed all the children in one fell swoop. His eyes burned with hatred. The dog saw an abandoned manor ahead. Maybe it was a place where he could hide, he thought. The young man had gathered very few mushrooms in half a day. He regretted that he didn't have at least a piece of meat. He had to make soup from what he had. It was better than nothing. The dog saw a young man from behind the bushes. He sensed that this guy had no spiritual aura, so he's just an ordinary man. The dog was hungry too. He thought if he ate this brew, he would regain some strength. A formidable dog pounced on the young man. He told him to give him his soup and his life. Already on the jump, the dog noticed something was wrong. Something happened to the young man's eyes. The young man saw a dog and thought it was meat. The guy forgot about the soup and decided to take the dog down. The dog was dumbfounded. He didn't think he would be attacked by this young man. The dog was stretched out on a rock and couldn't understand what the young man had hit it with. It looked as if he had a mountain in his hands. Could it be that this boy had some treasure? The dog had a lump on his forehead and was very angry. It turned out that he had been hit with a simple soup spoon. The young man decided to scare the dog. He said he was the great Dark Demon King, and his eyes lit up like a demon's. The dog was truly knocked out. The dog was also very embarrassed to have been knocked out with a soup spoon, as long as no one found out about it. A group of young men ran up and chased this dog. They were yelling that he was a demon, and that they had been chasing him for a very long time. The dog lay unconscious, knocked out by a young man. The young man asked what was going on here, and what these young people want here. The girl pulled out her sword and pointed it towards the young man, and asked who he was, and how dare he steal their prey, meaning this dog. The young man moved closer to the dog. He remembered the range of his sword. The young men decided to attack him. A group of guys, seeing how invincible this young man was, decided to retreat. They didn't know that he was only invincible within range of his sword, that he was dangerous even with a spoon. One of the attackers was in shock. How can you use anything as a ball? He didn't have that option. The young man thought that this was indeed that legendary state. The young men shouted how this was possible, and who he was. They had to come across a strong master who lives here in seclusion. The girl asked her older brother Duan what was going on here. Our hero was upset that he was left without soup. Thought what this young man showed was one of the divine arts of the world, namely the use of any object as a ball. The young man crawled over to his bowl of soup and rejoiced. Luckily, not all of it had spilled. Our hero could not understand what these young men were so surprised about. The young man asked, "These guys are here for the dog. They want to set it free." That's what the young men said. They were chasing this dog. They explained that it was a very strong demonic beast. Otherwise, it couldn't have gotten away from them, and he'd have to be more careful. The guy thought that an indistinct flow of sword ki could be felt in the bodies of these young men. Apparently they are cultivators. I wonder where they came from. The young man asked who they were. The young men introduced themselves. They said they were from the Sacred Ball Sect, and greeted the young master. The young man introduced the sisters from the same sect. The girls also welcomed the young master. The girl called her name, and told the young master not to take offense at her, if she offended him with a word, though she had not yet had time to say anything. The young man said there was an emergency and they shouldn't have rushed out here so brazenly. They needed that demon dog, and apologized again. Our hero didn't understand a thing. These young men apologized to them immediately. Maybe they had him confused with someone else. The guy decided that it had become very easy to communicate with these sword cultivators. Along the man looked at this dog and thought he was no ordinary dog. The young people said they had no claim to the dog and apologized for disturbing him. They asked if they could come to visit him next time. The guy thought the power of this wizard was really intimidating. The young men decided to get out of here quickly. And the young man decided to report this non-acquaintance to his master. Shouted to stop the company. Asked them to wait. They were scared, but they stopped, cold sweat running down their faces. The young man said that this dog wouldn't have gotten to him if they hadn't chased it, and he doesn't want someone else's. The young man offered them a wooden toy he had made himself. The children thanked the master for such a generous gift. The young man told the company to be careful as they made their way back. He himself went in anticipation of dog meat. The divine bird had gotten his hands on the cauldron. He, Heavenly Rook Emperor, finally got his hands on divine artifacts. After he refines his divine body, the entire world will tremble under his feet. The feminine bird went for a landing. She needed a break. Something caught this bird's attention. Could it be the Dark Demon King? Eagle thought. The Dark Demon King turned out to be a dog who was nursing back to health after being wounded by a spoon. The bird was interested in what the young man was doing. The young man was making a fire. The bird was furious. How dare this mere mortal dare to deal with a demon king? The bird decided to attack the man and kill him, because he deserved it. There's no reason to attack the demon king. The bird with the cauldron made a soft landing not far from the estate, close beside the young man. The young man noticed that something was flying in the sky, and he took a closer look. It was a powerful landing. Huge-sized birds, a huge, heavy cauldron, and all in close proximity. The young man walked closer and wondered what was even going on here. Why this bird had fallen in with the cauldron. The system helped the young man, and he realized that this big bird was actually a demon emperor of the 7th rank. Apparently it didn't want to let go of a cauldron that was too heavy for it. The young man began to analyze. It seems that the bird flew into the sword area and activated some kind of defense mechanism. Even the demon emperor died from it. How strong is it? The young man decided, well, let it be what it is. What happened is what happened. The boy decided for himself that it was about time. Now he didn't need to look for a cauldron. The boy decided that he'd save the roast dog for later. Tonight, he'll have stewed poultry with mushrooms. The dog came to his senses and immediately fell asleep. He needed to regain his strength. When the dog woke up, he noticed he had a headache. That's because she was knocked out with a spoon. The memory came to the dog and he remembered that this was the work of a bloodthirsty cook. This cook must be taken care of, the dog thought. The dog saw the bird, approached it and called it Your Highness. The bird did not respond. The dog was horrified. He was talking to His Highness's head. And the young man was working on something at the cauldron, apparently making soup. When the young man turned around and looked at the dog, he was indescribably horrified. The demon emperor had been eaten. How is that possible? The dog was so shocked that he fell from the pedestal to the ground. The world was turned upside down for him. Because he was lying upside down. The dog was shaking with fear. Because His Highness had become soup. It was scary and horrible. The young man continued to eat. The dog recognized the cauldron. It was the very same cauldron that fell from the sky and injured the dog. It was the divine cauldron, and this scoundrel is making soup in it. The dog thought this young man was definitely crazy, and an incredibly powerful one at that. Who's secretly cultivating here? It hit the dog. A terrible thought came to his mind. The animal was covered in cold sweat. This young man could eat it too, after the demon emperor. A young man approached the dog. The dog had a brainstorm in his head. What to do? The dog wanted very badly to get away from here. The guy analyzed the situation. This dog is a demonic beast. Then why does he look so puzzled? That's strange. The young man put that thought to rest and decided, the important thing is that this dog is tasty. So he reached for his knife. The young man thought that there were a lot of demonic beasts walking around the manor, so he couldn't go out. And he didn't know if he would soon be able to find another big piece of dog meat. The dog yelled for the young man to stay away from him. He was terribly unpalatable and said that a wolf should not be cornered. The young man activated his gift, and his eyes lit up like a demon's. The dog was trembling with fear. Cold sweat soaked his fur. He said that you young man had not approached him. There was terror in his eyes. The dog felt hopeless. She screamed that the young man didn't eat her. She doesn't want to die. She has not yet experienced all the colors of the world. In fact, she's giving up. The young man realized from the dog's behavior that it was showering him for mercy and begging him not to eat, and says he doesn't want to die. The young man said, "All right, suit yourself. His new place just doesn't have a guard dog. If the dog agrees, he can stay to guard his estate." The dog realized he had to live. But he, the Demon King, would have to become a human's pet. How is that possible? The young man thought. Since the dog is staying here, we should feed him. A bone flew under the dog's feet. The dog thought it was the Demon Emperor's bone. There was even some meat left on it. It was very humiliating. The dog thought, does the young man want him to eat His Majesty? He's clearly overdoing it. The young man was looking forward to it. The dog thought, so be it. After all, He's just a watchdog, and it's better than being a fried dog. The dog apologized to His Majesty and began to chew on the bone. The bone was delicious. All is calm in the heavenly realm. Everything is running smoothly and on schedule. The young men returned to their sect. They had something to tell the elder. The young man decided to approach his mentor. I should have told him about the stranger. The elder asked why the young men had returned. The young man said that by order of the elder, they went to Mount Shiwan to find the divine artifact. They didn't find the artifact, but they met a strong expert who had reached the state of using anything as a ball, and this expert could help them deal with the blood demon. The elder wondered how it was possible to use anything as a ball. And anyway, this mountain is full of demonic beasts. How can a human being live on it? The elder wondered, if there was someone living on this mountain, he would definitely know about it. After all, he is a cultivator at the discernment stage. The young man began to make excuses. He would never dare to deceive an elder. But he had witnesses. The elder sighed. Then he had missed something. The elder said that their sect was over 10,000 years old. During that time, only 3 people had been able to comprehend the will of the ball. And to use anything as a ball, even the ancestor couldn't achieve that. A girl interceded for the young man and said that they had definitely sensed his divine sword will. The elder said that all 3 young men are in the hardening stage of the body. That's why everything seems strong to them. The will of the sword, it's not an easy stage. It's not an easy stage to reach. The elder said that the young men had most likely been deceived by some trick. After all, they had never seen the will of the ball before. If there was such a ball expert on the mountain, everyone would have known about him long ago. The elder told the young man to take the students and go as far away as possible, and never come back. He added that the blood demon's seal was weakening by the minute. They could no longer maintain it. Young people are still very young, and I should die with the old. The disciples asked what about their mentor. The elder said, when the blood demon breaks the seal, he and the elders will fight the demon to the death, to keep the demon from getting out. The old man added that they were almost out of time. The demon claimed people thought they could stop it. They are sorely mistaken. The elder told the other elders that they must act together. Only then could they expect to win. The elder suggested that everyone else engage the holy sword formation. The old men amicably said began and the holy sword descended from heaven to earth. The sword couldn't handle the demon and fulfill its purpose. The elder became ill. The demon attacked him. Blood came out of his mouth. In response to the sword attack, the demon only laughed. Do these elders really think they can hurt him? The wounded elder noticed that the young men had returned to help him. The old man shouted for them to run away from here urgently and tell everyone that the blood demon had escaped. The blood demon rose up and said that no one could escape him. He called them the scum of the Holy Sword Sect. He decided to destroy the humans and brought his huge fire sword down upon them. People managed to escape. As they ran away, the girl fell and dropped the wooden figurine given to her by the stranger. I noticed that the figure's eyes lit up. It must have been a reaction to the demon's presence. The demon shouted loudly, and the figure rushed in his direction. The demon shouted that this was impossible. He couldn't die just by breaking out of his imprisonment. The figure struck the demon and fell to the ground. The young men were frightened, but curiosity got the better of them. They paid attention to this wooden figure. The figure modestly announced that the blood demon had died. The elder took the wooden figurine in his arms and announced that from this day forward, this figurine would become the treasure of their sect, and all disciples must worship it, and try to comprehend the will of the ball contained in it. The elder gathered on the dais and told everyone to memorize his words. Everyone began to say that they hadn't given up on their holy sword sect. It was all because of this treasure. Old Man Tell told the young men that they had returned with the treasure that helped defeat the blood demon. It will not be forgotten, and posterity will appreciate it. The master asked the young men to tell him more about the master they had met on Mount Shivan. The young man told the whole truth without concealment and straightforwardly about how they had met the great master on the mountain. After this story, the elder was indignant. Is this figurine made of ordinary wood? But the sword will inside it killed the blood demon. The old man kept repeating that it was all unbelievable and terrifying. How powerful this young man is. He possesses the stage of liberation or even divinity. The teacher was told that the spiritual energy in the world is no longer as saturated as it used to be. Not everyone can reach the stage of liberation, and it is impossible to reach the stage of divinity at all. The elder decided that he himself should go and check it out. He decided to take the Cinnabar divine sword and the sacred earth with him and asked to be led to the young man. The young man said that the vermilion divine sword was their sect's treasure. Does the elder really want to give away the sect's treasure to someone he doesn't know? And the sacred ground? It was brought by the ancestors directly from the immortal realm. The elder was outraged. He said it was a wooden figurine, and he's being asked to come to the master's house empty-handed. The treasure of their sect is not worth a speck of dust in this young man's eyes. The old man thought that honest labor would never compare to professional heel-kissing, and flattery is the only sure way to success. On the way, the elder thought that he would be able to placate the master, and he would teach them a couple tricks or the secret of ball cultivation. Master finished that all of this would also allow the Holy Sword sect to become the strongest sect for centuries to come. The students thought that their teacher, as always, was open and honest. He had thought of everything in advance. A young man is vacationing at his estate, having fun with his dog. The young man kicks his dog and says he's a watchdog, so he shouldn't sleep all day. After all, he didn't spare him for nothing. Dog thought to himself, he's the Demon King, and everyone used to be afraid of him. And he was the strongest on this mountain. And now he's being treated like a yard dog. The dog thought he was feeling very depressed. The dog barked and thought the young man was unfair to him and oppressed him very much. A young man looking at his dog, he wondered what kind of dog he was. He can even dig a hole. The young man decided since the dog could dig, he could help plow the soil. And they'd plant something in the yard. The dog was begging for help, screaming that the Demon King needed saving. A young special named Sang Yulan flew by. The girl thought that she had expended too much spiritual energy. If she didn't replenish it, she would definitely be caught. The girl marveled that in this wilderness in the south, there really is an estate. The girl decided to go for a landing, but something was down there and seemed strange. Whatever it was, she thought, it would be better than being caught by those people. The young lady saw a man. Great, she thought. The girl thought, since this person lives in seclusion within the endless, lifeless mountains, he is definitely not an ordinary person. Girl asked a young man for help. She flew right up to him. The young person decided it was the legendary will of the sword. The girl felt that if she took even one step forward, she might die. The young man noticed that again someone had gone for a landing. How could there be so many people in this abandoned place, he thought. The guard dog rushed toward the stranger. The young man yelled for the dog to stop. The girl thought it had just flashed past her. She looked cautiously at the young man. The stranger looked at the young man and decided that he looked very young. The girl was surprised that she couldn't feel the young man's aura. Could he really be an ordinary person? The girl decided, even if it wasn't his will of the sword, he definitely wasn't that simple. The stranger had heard that some of the old monsters like to pretend to be innocent sheep eating wolves. The girl apologized to the young man and said he had no choice but to invade his territory. The young man thought, aliens again. The young man didn't understand why everyone who came here called him elder. He doesn't look like an old man. The young man asked what the girl wanted here, and noticed that she wasn't going to get angry. The most incredible thing happened. Young people came from all directions, and a terrible monster appeared. The girl was frightened and knelt before the young man and said that the Guangling sect had conspired with demons to capture and give her as a concubine to the Demon King. Her father refused, but he didn't expect them to attack. Everyone in her family is now dead. She's the only one who managed to escape, and she's asking for help. The young man was very surprised. After all, this is a very righteous sect. Why would they do something like this? The young man thought that the Cultivator world was full of strife, and he shouldn't make a decision by listening to only one side. The young man thought that although he was invincible in this mansion, he didn't want others to use him. The young man looked at the girl and hesitated. Her eyes were pleading for help. The girl said if the elder didn't save her, they would definitely kill her or something worse. The young man reassured her. Unless he wanted to, no one could take her away. The young man decided to figure out what kind of people were after the girl. The young man threateningly asked why they were here. The dog growled. The girl hid behind his back. The young man told his elder brother that this girl's spiritual power was very much depleted. I shouldn't catch her right now. The older brother told him to shut up. Did he really think that anyone could come to this place? There are many hidden masters in this world, and this young man might be one of them. They are not that strong, and if I am a few years a master, they might die before they realize what happened. The young man noticed that the border between the demon world and the cultivator world passed through here. Could someone be hiding in this place? This young man definitely doesn't look like a master. Truly, this dog doesn't look like an ordinary dog. The older brother thought that one should be careful anyway. The older of the pursuers introduced himself and said that they were pursuing a traitor, and that the young man should not believe a word this liar said. The young man stated that this girl started cultivating demonic techniques and sacrificed her entire family. She killed many of their students, and now she's trying to deceive the young man. The young man said he knows her true identity, and they all just want to grab her. The girl lashed out at her stalker and said he was shamelessly deceiving, because these people are collaborating with demons, and they wanted to send her to the Demon King. The girl with tears in her eyes said that her father wanted to stop these people, but they killed him, and they killed her whole family. The dog thought that somewhere there was a Demon King who loved human women. The young man listened to both sides and could not come to a decision as to which one was telling the truth, and what he should do now. And then an evil and terrible demon and his entourage appeared. The demon asked why they were all taking so long. How long could they wait? The demon approached the young men who were chasing the girl and said menacingly that she was right in front of them. Why can't they capture her and take her prisoner and deliver her to him? The young man began to huddle, stammering and pointing his finger at the young man. The demon got angry, pushed the young men aside, and said that the king's wedding was delayed because of some mortal. Human cultivators are just trash. The young men pressed themselves against the wall in fear. They were very afraid of these demons. The pursuer thought that finally these demon generals have finally taken up the cause. The warriors of the bull tribe had strong bodies that no blades could pierce through, and the guy was not to be envied right now. The demon thought that if he took this girl now, he might be rewarded with demon pills. He looked down at our hero with glaring eyes. The young man smilingly looked at the big man and said when he stopped pretending. The girl was worried and held her fists for her savior. These bulls are demon generals in the body-hardening stage. The young man is confident that he can handle them. The young man said he didn't think their righteous sect would start working with demons. The doggy thought the show was starting. The young man picked up a small twig from the ground. He was in his own territory. The young man said, "Well, if that's the way it is, let them all attack, and let's not waste any time." The demon swung his menacing weapon at the young man and shouted that he was about to get it. The young man cut the demon into various pieces like a meat-packing plant in the same second. The young man thought it was imperative that good meat be properly sliced. The other demons were shocked. The young men chasing the girl were also in shock. Even the dog, and there was shocked. The girl thought about the young man. To him, even a small branch is enough to instantly kill a demon general. What a terrifying sword power. The young person thought of the young man. He must be at least at the soul-budding stage, or even at the stage of transforming into a god. Dog looked at the butchered demon and remembered how he felt the day he came to this farm. The system announced to the young man that he had received 800 points for this mission, for taking out the demon general. The young man said it was better than nothing. Our hero took his twig and asked who was next, and headed for the young men. They decided that this guy was a wolf in sheep's clothing. The young men cried uncontrollably. They were scared. They thought that this guy was not a wolf, but a real tiger. The young man tearfully said they were misunderstood. That's not who they are. The remaining demons scattered. They decided to flee and tell their king about the incident. The young man asked why they were already leaving. Wouldn't they stay for dessert? The young man began to part the air with the twig, creating a distinctive sound as he moved his sword. The opponents shrank back and stopped. The young man asked what exactly he had misunderstood, because he didn't really understand. The young man with tears in his eyes, crawling on his knees, mumbled and mumbled something. And he didn't say anything at all. Our hero waved a twig and said, "Then we'll call it a day." But at the last moment, the young man thought, if he killed this guy, then how would the Guangling sect and the Demon King be able to know about what happened here? And if they don't know anything, how will they come here to take revenge? And then the young man won't be able to get much experience. The dog thought it was time to finish this liar off. The young man thought that he should have tricked him into bringing more people, so that he could somehow raise the limits of the sword. The young man said he would keep him alive today, and let him give the head of his sect and the Demon King a message that Sun Yulian is under his protection. The girl blossomed with happiness. The young man continued, and as long as he is alive, no one will be able to harm her. The dog didn't expect such mercy. What about tearing him to death and cutting him into pieces? The boy could not believe that he was still alive. The tears and snot kept flowing. The young man said that now all free people can leave here, and the sooner the better. Our hero fell to the ground, started coughing up blood. No one expected this. The girl rushed to the elder in fright and asked what had happened to him. The young man said he was fine. He just had a small injury and asked the girl to take him to the manor. The dog thought the young man was faking it, and why would he do that? The young man who had just almost died was looking at our hero from the side. He thought that this guy was at the end of his rope. The guy was alarmed by the terrifying intentions of our hero's sword. But why doesn't anyone know about this guy? There's definitely something wrong here. The young man decided to return to his sect and tell his mentor about the incident, and then to take double revenge on this young man for the humiliation he had suffered. And this girl will get hers, too. Sun Yulian helped our hero get to the manor. It was hard for him to move alone. The young man smiled and said that he was feeling much better. The girl couldn't believe that the boy was feeling better. The dog thought it was a revenge provocation. What a shameless guy, that owner, Song Yulian asked, wondering if the master felt better. The young man said he was feeling much better. The girl can take it easy. The girl said that the elder shouldn't have let that scum go because his sect wouldn't leave them alone. The young man thought, this is what he needs. There were rumors that several elders of the Gualan sect were at the soul nascent stage, or even at the stage of leaving their bodies. Song Yulian knew all of these rumors. The Demon King wanted this girl for himself. The girl was telling the young man that he had saved her life. If he found himself in danger because of her, she would help him. The young man said that the girl could take it easy as long as she stayed in this estate. And as long as she is here, no one in the world can harm her. He will protect her. The girl looked at the young man as if he were her elder. Yulian got down on her knee and said that she wanted to express her gratitude for his great kindness, and she would like to become a disciple of this great master, and she would like to serve him in the future. The young man was very surprised at what he heard. It struck him. The young man thought that although he was invincible inside the sword territory, he was essentially without cultivation. He has nothing to teach this girl. The guy cryptically said he wasn't taking students. At this moment, the system stated that Dao Sword's body had been detected. There's a new mission, to take this body under your protection, and receive a special reward. The girl was sympathetic to the young man's rejection. She thinks he should look down on someone with mediocre qualifications like her. Besides, they are neither relatives nor friends. The young man came closer to the girl, took her by the shoulder, and said that he was ready to make an exception for her. And from today, she would be his student. The young lady could not believe her good fortune. The young elder took her into his care. The young man motioned for the girl to no longer call him elder. It's time to change the address. The girl looked at the young man and cheered very much. The girl realized that she would become the disciple of such a great master. Yulan is ashamed. The elder is willing to risk his life for her, and she can't repay the favor. But she will have the opportunity to avenge her family. Sun Yulian kneeled down and said the disciple greeting his mentor. The system scanned the girl and gave out that the body of the Dao Sword, this divine innate body, contains the chi of the golden heavenly stem. The system repeated that the young man would receive a special reward after accepting this body as his disciple. The guy thought it was an easy assignment. The system announced that the task was complete. The reward for this is an instruction to the intent of the sword. The young man thought that inside his territory, his ball energy was not infinite. He decided to see how it really worked. The young man tried to use his fingers like a sword against the tree. The young man ran his fingers through the wood like butter. Yulian was delighted. How is this possible? The dry tree instantly blossomed and was covered with leaves. The dog barked with joy. He was proud of his master. The dog felt a strong life essence. Her injuries are recovering at a rapid pace. The young man thought it was unheard of in the whole world. Yulian decided that her master was definitely an immortal. The guy looking around the tree thought that a light infusion of sword chi could only do so much. The soil here wasn't nourishing enough for anything to grow properly. The young man decided in that case to revitalize all the vegetation in this estate. Half a day has passed. A girl follows a young man. A dog runs ahead. The young man asks Yulun if she knows why he took her on as an apprentice. Yulian says that she is too stupid to understand her mentor's deep thoughts. However, if the mentor wanted to, the girl wouldn't mind. Only it's all happening too fast, the girl said. The young man thought he had a hard time accepting her as a student. After all, she was not ill. The young man sighed sadly. The master said the continent is too huge. And from time to time, the chosen ones of heaven, like calamities, appear. Some have a special physique or bloodline, and some are empowered through chance encounters. In order to make the stars of the immortal cultivation world shine, the strongest of the world are increasingly chosen to go out. What type of girl does she think she is? The girl with the mentor, so she's type 2. The young man said this is the wrong answer because it applies to both types. The dog thought, does this girl have a special physique? It shouldn't be like this. After all, she really has a special physique, and why can't the dog recognize it with the powers of a demon king? The girl asked if her mentor thought she had some special physique. The young man said that's the way it is. She has a special physique. Maybe that's why the demon king has his eye on her. Somewhere in the neighborhood, an apprentice kneels before his master. Everyone is ready to hear what the young man has to say about it. Why he came back alone. Yulian asks the master what kind of physique she has. Strong. The young man says that of course the strong one, her body, is a Dao sword body, which is great for sword cultivators. The dog thinks it's impossible. The physiques are divided into unfit, mortal, spiritual, specific, other divine bodies, and Dao. Even the dog has a specific physique. Could it be that this young girl has the physique of a top-level Dao body? The girl realized why the Sect and the Demon King wanted to kidnap her. Because she has the body of a Dao sword. The young man said that the Sect and the Demon King didn't realize it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent just a few demon generals to capture her. The girl said that since childhood she has not shown any talent. Therefore, she cannot be the chosen one. The young man said that the Dao sword body was different from other physiques. Only after awakening can a person show an incomparable speed of development. And after that, all the 8 great sects would try to take the girl for themselves. The young lady said if he had the power. The young lady remembered what had become of her family. It was no one's fault. The girl thought that if she had the power, this wouldn't have happened. Hate was in his eyes. Yulian asked her mentor to help her awaken her Dao sword body. Her gaze was determined. The young lady was thinking of revenge. The young man said that the girl should feel his sword intent first. Southern wild ancient terrain. The girls show their mentor the spot where they saw the young man with the dog. This place seems ordinary to the old man. He had no idea that an expert would live secluded in such a place. The elder and his disciples decided to make a landing in this estate. Looking at this estate, the teacher thought, what a dense life essence. The girl added that there was no such thing during their last visit. The young man was delighted with the steak. He had never seen such an abundance of spiritual energy. It was as if there was no end to the supply. The disciple compared being here to being in an ocean of spiritual energy. Every inch of her skin feels it. This spiritual energy can be felt in every strand of her hair, and even her breath is enveloped by an endless supply of life essence. The dog started barking. She saw that they had visitors again. This estate is gaining popularity, and it's all because of its owner. The apprentice reported to her master that it was the same dog they were chasing. It seems that the young man had decided to take him in. The elder looked at this dog and thought he was some kind of unintelligent. The old man was frightened, his face changed, and pointing at this dog, he shouted that it was a demon dog. The dog looked at the aliens. The aliens recognized the dog as a demon king. The old man was frightened. He didn't understand why the demon king was here, what he was doing here, and what had happened to the young man. The old man was very frightened. He realized that the demon king had discovered them, and he had a feeling that he was about to pounce on them. The dog decided that the old man had a bit of consciousness. He realized how powerful he was. The old man decided in this case to show what he could do and make himself look good. The dog started barking loudly, letting me know that he was waiting for these people. The young man was angry with his dog. He told him to stop barking. He explained that Yulian was trying to comprehend the intent of the sword, and he was interfering. The dog did not relent and continued barking vigorously. The guy saw why his dog was being so fussy. He had visitors again. They were the same young guys. They brought the old man with them. The young man wondered who this old man really was, and what he wanted here. The elder was terribly surprised. This young man treats the demon king like a watchdog. How is that possible? How strong he must be. This young man. He should be at least at the tribulation crossing stage. The old man didn't think that there were such powerful and clueless people in the world. The girl introduced her elder to the young man. She said that he was the mentor and current head of the Holy Sword Sect. And they came to thank the young man for the wooden figurine the young man had given them. The young man was surprised to be visited by the head of the sect himself. The elder greeted the young man. He apologized for the uninvited visit. The boy thought it was funny. Even the sect elder calls the young man an elder, although it's obvious that he doesn't reach that age. But the young man decided not to worry about it. The young man invited the guests to come to him. They thanked him, and apologized again for disturbing them. The old man realized that he was not mistaken. This young man, an influential person who is at the grief-crossing stage, he must try to please him. The old man continued to assess the young man, and thought that with his level of cultivation, he couldn't detect any fluctuations in this young man's spiritual power. He decided that this guy's cultivation level was high enough that he couldn't see it. The old man told the young man about this. He asked that maybe the young man had already reached the stage of returning to the basics. The boy, smiling, said that maybe it was. The elder thought it was unfathomable. The young man thought to himself that he didn't have any cultivation at all. Therefore, he can't be at this stage. Passing by the girl, the young man said that his student was comprehending the intention of the ball. He asked her not to interfere. The guests thought that this guy's manner could be compared to the promised places. Only in the mountain abodes of the Celestials can one catch such a view. The young man noticed that the soil in this place was not fertile. The elder assumed that the statuette that the young man gave to his disciple last time had solved their sect's dilemma. So the old man is here to offer his thanks and make a small gift. The young man was very surprised to hear the purpose of the visit. The young man considered the gifts. It was some kind of soil and a sword. The elder explained that it was a divine fertile land. It was brought by an ancestor from the land of immortals. Rumor has it that divine medicines can be grown on it. As for the sword, the elder complimented, it is a red gold divine sword that is a treasure of the Saint Sword Sect. The boy was surprised. This old man suddenly gave him such valuable gifts. Does he really want him to patronize them? But he can't leave the manor right now. The old man asked if the young man didn't like these gifts. It was the best thing they had in the sect. The old man again called the young man an elder and asked him to accept these gifts. As a sign of respect, the young man looking at this soil thought that it was a complex fertilizer. Then, it is indeed a fertile soil. The old man said he wanted to present this soil to the young man personally. Maybe he would grow something on it. The young man decided that this soil could be good for him to grow vegetables, so he would cultivate a vegetable garden. The sect master was surprised how this expert was going to use divine soil. However, it was not bad either. He had accepted the gift after all. Then he could be pleased. The young man decided to invite the elder to dinner as a token of his appreciation. After all, he had recently killed several demonic bulls and boiled the meat from them. The elder gladly accepted the offer. He thought he had a hope of getting closer to this fine young man. The guy said the beef was just about to boil. Moving closer to the cauldron, the sect elder noted that the aroma from the soup was delicious. The old man tried to move the cauldron. He failed. The old man saw that this was no ordinary cauldron, but a tripod, an unusual one. The man was astonished. Could this really be the divine artifact that fell from the sky? All the sects of the world are looking for this tripod, and this divine weapon that came from heaven is used by the expert as a stew pot. The young man thought that the old man was already weak, and it was difficult for him to carry such a pot. The young man said he would carry the cauldron and motioned the old man aside. The elder explained to his disciple what the cauldron really was. He said it was a divine artifact that had recently fallen to the ground. The old man added that the recent sky-bursting incident was also related to this young expert. The disciple suggested that this young man's cultivation level was very high. The elder supported, and said that the cultivation level was at least at the level of an earth immortal. The young one was amazed to see an earth immortal standing in front of her. She thought it was good that they hadn't hurt the young elder when they chased the dog. The girl decided not to offend the young man, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. The young elder said that dinner was ready and invited everyone to the table. The old man said that he would not dare refuse such an offer. Everyone marveled at the young elder's culinary skills. The old man was satisfied with the abundance of spiritual energy he received. The girl loved the texture perfectly matched with the flavor of the beef. Another student, after tasting the soup, thought she was floating in a meadow among grazing cows. Everyone was just thrilled with this lunch. After dinner, the old man thanked his host for his hospitality and said he dared not disturb him anymore. The young man invited them to visit next time. The elder promised to visit again. The old man thought that he had broken through to the divine transformation stage without noticing it himself. One of the students noticed and said that her mentor had broken through. The man said that there was nothing to be surprised about because this estate was overflowing with spiritual energy and sword chi energy. And the stew cooked in the divine artifact led to the refinement of his spiritual energy. After lunch, the young man decided to put the donated soil to good use. He thought that with this fertilizer, he would be able to grow many different fruits. After a while, the guy saw a glowing fruit on the tree. It was incredible. The young man thought it was a ginseng fruit. The young man saw something unexpected. He wondered where the man had come from. The dog thought it was a ghost and started barking loudly to scare it away. Yulian also saw this ghost and was surprised. It took on a human form. The guy concluded it was because of the added fertilizer. The tree is turning into a spirit. The girl assumed that it wasn't turning into a spirit. It was absorbing immortal energy. The girl put forward her theory. If a ghost absorbs chi and takes on the guise of a person under an old tree, it becomes a spirit. But if he absorbs immortal energy, he becomes an immortal spirit. The dog continued to bark relentlessly. The young man thought, when trees absorb chi energy and turn into spirits, you can see the life force cognizing the world. Everyone saw that it was an incredibly strong kui. People couldn't understand what was happening. It was an abundant life force. Could it be that the tree had turned into a spirit? How strong that spirit must be if its appeal is so vivid. All who saw this invocation decided that this life force was as immense as the ocean itself. The old man who saw this decided it was for a reason. The elder thought that the expert who caused this event was definitely not a simple mortal. Everyone decided they should look at it. So they headed in that direction. The young elder, his apprentice, and the loyal dog all rushed towards the green man. The young man who appeared near the tree said that he had been blessed by the immortals. His body and soul are one, and thus he has entered the path of an immortal. From now on, he will take on the duty of guarding this estate. The young man said he didn't have a name yet. He asked his host to give him a name. Our hero decided to come up with some kind of name for this new character. The young man said that he was born from the ginseng fruit and became an immortal spirit. It was his good fortune that allowed him to become the favorite of the great Tao of the manor. Based on the above factors, the guy decided to call him Zhen Yuan. Zhen Yuan thanked the master for giving him the name, and he would do his best to protect this estate. Our hero said he was glad the young man liked his new name. The guy said he was assigning him to guard this estate from now on. The young man decided that the fertilizer turned out to be pretty good. Yulian was amazed at her master's incredible strength, since he was able to turn an ancient tree into a celestial mortal. She considered it a huge feat. The demon clan and the human clan have decided to stand uniting to achieve a common goal. Both clans move towards our hero's manor to avenge the damage done and honor violated, to avenge the entire estate where the above crimes occurred and the injustice done to him. The human clan master suspected something wrong. He felt the overpowering energy of the immortal spirit. It frightened him. The head demon laughed in response. He wasn't intimidated by anything here. The beast said the mountain belongs to the demons, and as long as he's here, no one will dare touch them. People said that's exactly what it is, and His Majesty has incredible power and might, and there's no way they couldn't take possession of this small estate. All was quiet and peaceful in the manor. The girl was meditating. The dog was digging another hole. The young man was resting and regaining his strength. There was no sign of trouble. The young man turned his attention to the aliens. He hadn't expected them to come so quickly. The effort he had put in had been worth it. The company of assailants had positioned themselves at the fence of the estate. A dog came running towards them. The man thought that this demonic dog looked quite strong and even intimidating. The dog lay there with his keen eyes assessing all who had come, demons and humans alike. He had a demonic look in his eyes. The demon sniffed and realized that the young man's technique was really high. He could absorb spiritual energy without even practicing. He should definitely get his cultivation method. The man stated that he didn't expect to meet such an amazing dog in this wilderness. The young man added that it was definitely an incredibly powerful demon, and if they could make this dog their spirit pet, it would be useful in the future. They asked if the dog would agree to become the spiritual beast of the guardian of their sect. The demon turned to the dog and said, "He is a demon after all. And how could he begin to serve a human?" The demon asked if the dog was ready to accept him as his master and become the right hand of the Demon King. Does he really want to make him his assistant? The Demon King said that if the dog agreed, he would give him possession in the future. The Demon King stroked the dog's head and added that the dog would become the ruler of these domains. The dog started barking at the demon and told him who he thought he was, why he thinks he's so great. He doesn't know where he is right now and how he even dared to come here. Demon said dogs don't change their behavior, and he's just some man's guardian. Maybe his offer wasn't attractive enough for the dog. The demon said he was a demon and made an offer. Go to his side and bow down to him. The Demon King said a disgrace like this dog must die, and he swung his weapon at him. The dog didn't tolerate such humiliation and immediately lunged at the Demon King, using all his demonic powers. Everyone who saw it was amazed. What's wrong with that dog? Demon said he didn't think a dog like that could do anything. The dog said he's not at full strength yet, because he hasn't recovered from the effects of his injury yet. The dog added that the demon was mistaken if it thought it could look down on the dog. The demon looked at the dog's aura and assumed that he was also a Demon King. How is that possible? The demon dog attacked the demon bull. It was something extraordinary. A life and death battle broke out. Two demons smashing everything in the neighborhood, fighting each other. The people couldn't understand what was happening. They'd never seen a battle like this before. Demons fighting each other. The man wondered where the Demon King had come from. No one had ever reported him. The young man thought it was just an ordinary, stupid mongrel, and he didn't understand anything. The head of the human sect concluded, if this guy's manor was guarded by the Demon King himself, then something was amiss here. A young elder appeared, accompanied by his apprentice, and he said, "At last, the guests have arrived." The girl recognized everyone, the Guanlin sect elder and the Demon Bull King. The sect head looked at the young man and decided that this was the same person his disciple had reported to him. But he looked like he had no cultivation. But how could he control a Demon King? There's something wrong here. The elder turned to the young man. He liked the disciples of their sect. The young man replied what was wrong with killing a bunch of ungrateful scum. The disciples tried to contradict him. The master interrupted them. He said that the young man was certainly trying to provoke them. The man decided that this young elder was more powerful than he had previously thought. At this moment, the demonic Bull King was cornered by the dog. The sect leader thought that today their sect might fall. The sect master never thought that this girl would find such a powerful patron for herself, and she brought such trouble on his head. The man told the young elder that he saw great potential in this girl since he decided to take her under his wing. Strength is revered in the cultivation world, so the Guanlin sect decided to retreat. The man added that in gratitude for his mercy, they would return tomorrow with gifts. The young man was astonished. Something had gone wrong. Wasn't this man supposed to pounce on him? The sect master said that he was thankful for the mercy shown, and they all leave. Our hero told everyone to stop. The young man thought that if they left, what would happen to his ball territory points that the system promised. The young man said Sun Yulian was his disciple, and the sect conspired with demons to destroy her family. They did a very nasty thing to his disciple. The young man added how they have the nerve to try to leave like nothing happened. He can't let that happen. The elder stopped and realized he was screwed. One of the students shouted that the young man was bluffing and we should just kill the guy. Suddenly the young man screamed. Behind his back an elder stood with a naked sword. The young man fell dead. An elder with a fierce face and a bloody sword stood over his corpse. Our hero didn't understand a thing. What was going on here? The sect master said it was true. They were planning to send the girl to the Demon King. But destroying her family wasn't what they wanted. It was the young man who did it. And killing him would satisfy the young elder. The young man thought that the sect master was crazy. The young elder and his young apprentice were amazed at what appeared before them. The young man thought that this sect leader had not yet realized the power the young man possessed, but had already killed one of his subordinates, putting the blame on him. This man is really inhuman. The disciples of this sect cannot be considered righteous. The guy understood that this world is ruthless, but in this case, he is the hunter, and the sect master is his prey, and he can't let it go unreacted. The young man declared to the sect master that it was all empty words, and one life cannot atone for all the sins he has committed. To his favorite student, the man began to make excuses. Isn't the death of this man enough? If this situation isn't let go, there's no choice but to fight. An ordinary student isn't worth it. The man said that the man was right. This girl had recently become his student, and that girl must decide for herself whether or not to expect a man's mercy. The young man told his student that her enemy was now standing before her. He told her to destroy him. The girl was frightened. Their cultivation level was much higher than hers. The young man said she had learned something already, and she should trust him. She'll be fine. The young elder said for the girl to go on the attack, and revenge is best done with her own hands. The young man said that anyone who could defeat his apprentice, he would guarantee a life. The sect master thought even if this girl has a supreme sword in her hands, she's not even at the golden core stage. The man said that if the young man is sure about it, he is fine with it. The young man said for Yulian to attack. The girl didn't know how she should go about it, because she didn't know anything at all. The young lady took courage, drew her sword forward, and told the Guanling sect that she would not let them escape from the Sun family's blood feud. The sect master said that the girl is very shameless. After all, she's just a simple girl. She is lucky to have a patron. The master verbally threatened the girl and turned to his assistant. He offered to fight that girl, just in case. The cult master decided to back himself up. The girl didn't care who she started with. She was waiting for her opponent. The young man adopted a fighting stance and said that she might not expect to win, because he was serious. The young man noticed that the girl was holding a divine sword. The girl swung her sword a few times to show how fast it was. Yulian swung her sword a few times and said that the young man was talking nonsense. The young man fell down, struck down by the young lady. Young elder turned to the system and saw that he had been awarded 400 points of ball territory. The opponents were shocked by what they saw and at how quickly the fight had turned out. The guy was glad that the people his apprentice was destroying were counted by the system too. That's not a bad thing. The girl was also surprised by her result. The sect master said that her ball skills were really good. The man added that she still hadn't even reached the gold core stage. The sect master sent another warrior to deal with this girl, but he told her to keep her alive. The young man thought, although he had sworn not to interfere in the duel, he would be able to avenge his student's murder later. The sect master cursed the young man. He thought his sect had never been subjected to such humiliation, so he decided that they would get even. But first, there had to be a way out of this situation. Our student's opponent screamed that she would cut off both her hands, and then everyone would know if her mentor would want to fight further with them over a cripple. The girls engaged in a fierce battle. The sparks from the swords flew in all directions. No one was going to give in. Women's combat is something special, especially with swords. Yulian was displaying excellent martial arts. Her opponent didn't expect such a thing. The Sect disciple pointed out that Yulian was indeed good at something, but it's not enough to defeat her. Fear flashed in the girl's eyes. She saw the monstrous intent of her rival's sword. Where did she get it from? The girl felt the pressure of the ball's intention, and noticed that her body couldn't move. Yulian quickly swept her sword near her opponent's neck. The girl didn't realize how it happened. The sword fell from her hands. She sank to her knees, blood streaming down her body. It was the end. Everyone who watched this fight was amazed. How could it be possible? Everyone thought. There was mute silence on everyone's faces. The girl thought that she had actually managed to defeat someone at the soul nucleation stage. But why did she have a look like she was frozen with fear? Yulian thought perhaps the mentor was helping her. The young man was happy with everything. The system awarded another 3,000 points to the ball territory. Life began to get better. The girl was very touched by the attention of her master. Yulian was elated with her victory. She drew her sword towards her opponents and said, "Who's next?" The opponents couldn't understand what had just happened. No one else wanted to deal with this girl. They had a sneaking suspicion that the young man might have been secretly helping her. But the sect master objected. He hadn't seen any movement from her mentor. So he sent another of his disciples to fight the girl, and said that she could not be spared now. Another opponent, Yulian, entered the duel with shouts. The young man, looking at the previous victim, thought he was weaker than her, and his chances are slimmer. The cult master shouted that the young man would succeed. Just don't give up. Yulian remembered how she had defeated her rival just now, and decided that she would do the same to this young man. There was an explosion somewhere in the woods, and it was very loud. The demon bull fought the dog. He couldn't understand why the dog was protecting the man. He's the demon king. The dog said he didn't understand anything. He's just adjusting to the situation. The demon bull announced that he, on behalf of the entire demon race, would destroy the vile dog today. The dog was much faster than the bull, and the latter had no chance of catching up with this nasty, fast animal. The demon bull was beyond furious. He had already prepared his fist to strike. The dog decided that this bull thought too much of himself. His eyes flashed with demonic fire. The beasts entered the domain of the Dark Knight. A demonic wolf howled. The demon bull didn't understand anything. Why the Dark Knight area had appeared. How it was possible. The dog was horrible. He told the bull demon to look at him. There was a clash between the animals, and many lacerations appeared on the bull demon's body. The dog stepped aside, licking his bloody paws, and said that the weakling wanted to kill her. The demon bull was terrified. Turns out this dog is the king of the demonic Dark Knight. The dog replied. Finally, the man understood it all. The bull couldn't calm down. He said, "Who would have thought that the demon king of the Dark Knight himself would serve a human?" The bull shouted that the dog was acting like a pathetic mongrel, and he attacked him. The dog called the bull that had been farming for a little over 100 years. The demon dog opened his huge mouth, showed his horrible fangs, and said that the bull didn't know much at all. The bull was furiously closing in on the dog. The collision could not be avoided. The dog had no intention of avoiding. He used all his demonic powers and inflicted a terrible wound on the bull. The bull's arm was injured. Dog got hurt too. He said if he hadn't been injured, he wouldn't have had any trouble dealing with that bull. The bull was screaming in pain. His arm was hurt very badly. The dog added that unfortunately the demon emperor Tianping, who could bull punish, had died. The dog said that they would all die if they continued to cause trouble for his master and his apprentice. Bull said, "Is that really a reason to be a human's tame dog? The dog attaches demons by doing this." Bull added that the dog has a chance to change, if she helps to defeat this guy and take the tripod and the girl away from him. Bull added, "Otherwise the whole southern area will know of this dog's criminal treachery, and after that, all the demonic beasts would exclude the dog from the demonic race." The dog flashed his eyes. He'd thought of letting that bull go at first, but Dog said he had other plans now. Bull must answer for the insult, because no good demons like that bull don't deserve to live. Yulian continued to destroy the enemies one by one. The demons had already been consumed. The girl was getting really excited. Another enemy was defeated after a swift sword movement. The girl looked into the eyes of the sect master, and said that it was his turn. There were only a few competitors left. The girl asked who was next. The sect elder nominated another candidate to fight the girl, and told him not to be afraid, because they've already studied how she operates. There was an assumption that this girl had realized the extremely terrifying sword intent, and despite her low cultivation level, she could knock a person's mind and body out of balance by spreading the sword intent. The sect master said that her sword technique was imperfect. He advised his colleague to burn his soul and fight the girl with all his might. The man was sure that the young man would not leave his student to die, and he would stop the boy from saving Julian. And then the two of them would attack him together. He wouldn't be able to stop a double attack at the divine formation level. The man said the girl called the young man her mentor, so he's even stronger than she is. And it would be even more dangerous to go into battle with him. The cult master shouted, "What if he has a different plan? Because this is their only chance, and they must survive." The man stopped resisting and said he understood. The warrior entered the arena and offered the girl to fight him. The girl said she was ready. Julian noticed that this opponent is much stronger than his predecessors, and he has new techniques. The girl assumed that this was the stage of divine transformation, and this man is much stronger than the soul-budding stage. The man screamed and called out to the elder. The warrior was surprised that the elder had retreated from the battlefield so quickly. He must have had some business to attend to in the sect. The elder commanded, "Explode." He must have had some kind of plan. The warrior didn't notice at first that the elder had placed a soul-burning talisman on his back. This warrior was like a time bomb. He realized what was going to happen to him, but there was no way to avoid it already. He began to swell up. Julian and the young man didn't understand why this happened. The sect master shouted for there to be only ashes left of them. The young elder remembered that he had Zhen Yuan. So he called out to him. Zhen Yuan dealt with the fatty and dragged him to safety, where the man calmly exploded. The young man said that the problem was solved. The young man thanked him for his excellent work. The sect master couldn't believe that the young man had escaped defeat. How could it be possible? This was the explosion of a cultivator's soul at the divine transformation stage. And this guy prevented it so easily. Yin waited for his master's new orders. The cult master thought he had to save his life, so he decided to get out of here fast. The young man wasn't going to just let him go. He took the leaf of the tree in his hands and threw it after the fleeing sect master. The sect master crashed and fell down. Julian rushed over to meet him. No one wanted to let the old man go. The sect master couldn't believe his eyes. He was stopped by an ordinary tree leaf. And in the fall, the sect master lost his arm. The young man said that he was a ruthless man. He even killed a friend of his own sect, and the Guanlin sect is said to preach righteousness. The sect master shouted, "Who was this young man? It was impossible that possessing such strength, the cultivation world didn't know about him." The young elder said he had nothing to talk to the rascal about and told the disciple to deal with him. Everyone heard some noise and turned around to look at him. The sect master shouted that it was the demonic bull king and thought that he had a hope of salvation. The man with his remaining hand waved and shouted that he was here and asking for help. The young man wondered where the bull had come from. He was supposed to be handled by a dog. Everyone saw a bull demon appear from the dust club. He too had one arm, and he too was asking for help. Here's a picture of two allies standing together. Each is missing an arm, and each is asking the other for help. Following the demon bull, a demon dog emerged from the dust clouds, carrying the demon bull's missing arm in its mouth. The dog looked very demonic. He had very sharp teeth and red glowing eyes. He had to be terrifying to everyone, at least the bull. The dog feared the guy would start berating him for not doing his job, and didn't destroy that bull. Both the Demon King and the Sect Master started to turn the tables on each other and said that they had nothing to do with it. Demon Bull said that the Sect Master was a very shameless person. He himself offered to cooperate. The dog pounced on the bull demon with a bark. The Demon Bull cried out in terror to be spared and not to take his life. The dog did not let go and held the beast tightly. The Sect Master shouted that he had not ordered the extermination of the Sun family. The Demon Bull cried out that this man was cheating again. He was the one who had destroyed that family, and the bull demon knew nothing about it. The girl bared her sword and said that probably at that time her family was also begging for mercy, but no one gave them a chance, and they were all destroyed. The girl swung her sword and the sect master fell down. Julian was leaving the battlefield and said that she had avenged her family. The young lady stopped aside and cried. She was very bitter. The girl was sobbing and screaming that she had avenged everyone. Julian threw herself on her master's chest and continued to cry. The young man tried to calm her down and told her not to cry. She got her revenge and now she has her whole life ahead of her. The young man remembered that there was still the demon bull to resolve. The demon bull once again asked to be spared and said he was willing to serve as an ox. The young man told the girl to do what she had to do. The demon king's meat would be quite nutritious. The dog thought that even the hand of a demonic bull king was much tastier than the meat of an ordinary demonic bull, and the dog wondered how good his steak would taste. The girl dealt with the bull demon in an instant. The sword didn't fail her. The young man noted that his student had gotten things done quickly, and rightly so. The girl thought that if the master hadn't secretly helped her, the revenge wouldn't have been so easy. Julian said that her revenge has been accomplished. From now on, she would definitely follow her mentor's instructions and do whatever he said. The young man said it wasn't necessary. Now we'd better cook the beef. The young elder told his student to prepare a pot and build a fire. The guy was grilling meat and saying how good it smelled. Everyone turned out to be satisfied with the steak and kebabs that the young men had prepared. Yulian noticed to her mentor that the ginseng fruit had grown a bit taller. The young man, without distracting himself from the meat, thought that ginseng was a divine fruit. Smelling it, one could live 360 years, and eating it, one could live 47,000 years. The young man decided that the numbers were most likely exaggerated, but it was indeed a divine fruit. So it really should increase cultivation. The guy tasted one fruit and decided that it really tasted very juicy, but he didn't feel like he was increasing his cultivation. The young man speculated that maybe it wasn't a real ginseng tree, figured it was just a tree with tasty fruit, that's all. He heard someone in the distance coughing. He could not see anything because of the smoke. The young man said he would go to the side and see who was hiding there. The young man saw an old man sitting near the fence, coughing. The old man saw the young man, said hello and asked him where he was. Could the stranger explain to him? Because he seemed to be lost. The guy thought the old man had bad acting. Who can get lost in the southern wasteland? It's like monsters are suddenly vegetarians. The young man asked what his grandfather's name was, and where he lives. The old man said his name was Sun Yun, and he was an ordinary farmer. The young man smirked. And when will these old experts stop pretending to be simple farmers and deceiving people? The guy said they had just started dinner, and since the old man happened to be in the neighborhood, they were inviting him to the table. The old man said he would abstain, but thanked him for the invitation. The young man thought that usually all cultivators were very arrogant. This old man really looked like an ordinary farmer. Yun Song asked if the young people were afraid of being attacked by monsters if they lived here all the time. The young man said he would be only too glad if the monsters attacked them. A dog looked out of the bushes and thought that the monsters in this manner were either roasted or stewed. The only monster that was lucky in this manner was this dog, and he was left to serve a dog's life. The old man looked at this young man and thought, since he really dares to live in this wasteland among demons, he's probably really a reclusive expert. The young man thought, this person doesn't have any fluctuations in spiritual power, but he still needs to be checked. Song Yun said, since the young man was so kind to him, could he pour him something to drink? The boy asked what exactly the elder wanted to drink. The old man said that he had traveled the world a lot in his life, tasted a lot of different wines, so he'd be happy to have anything. The guy was annoyed. This old man is clearly bragging. The young man decided to brag too. The guy said no tea in that case. He had something more interesting. The guy had a spirit wine that he had brewed from various fruits and elixirs of the highest quality. That's what he's going to surprise the old man with. The old man said that he would not dare refuse such an offer. The old man thought the shameless young man was boasting of treasures. The young man poured the old man a whole glass of wine. The old man tasted the wine and was stunned. What kind of wine is this, he thought. Just the smell of it would make you drunk. The young man thought he could brag too. He was pleased that he could surprise the old man. The elder concluded that this guy had excellent wine, comparable to the wine of immortals. The old man knew the legend that 4 great immortal drinks had appeared in the cultivation world. They were the 9-spice spiritual wine, the red mulberry wine, the red silk wine, and the crimson dust wine. Each of the drinks could improve the perfection of the drinker and help make a breakthrough to the next level. The old man thought, if this wine is like one of those drinks, even one cup like this could be exchanged for a major Sect treasure. The old man was trying to calm down and keep his composure. You can't show surprise in front of a young man. The old man drank all the wine, sighed, and thought that he had been stuck at the peak of the divine transformation stage for years, but broke through right after taking a sip of this wine. This is an amazing wine. It is definitely a magical drink comparable to the 4 great wines of the immortals. The old man wondered about the young man, who he was. He looks like an ordinary man, but what he pulls out is amazing. Sung Yun decided that he shouldn't lose to the young man so easily. The old man said he too wanted to show the young man his charms. The old man asked, flashing his eyes, what the young man thought of the fruit, and he showed him the fruit. The young man asked again what kind of fruit it was. Before that, he had tensed when the old man reached into his pants. The young man wondered if it wasn't just stale plum. And why is he even showing it? The old man said that it was a magic fruit. It was a sacred fruit that the old man had gotten after breaking through to the land of the immortals and miraculously escaping death. The old man invited the young master to taste the fruit and tell him what he thought of it. The boy said the fruit was certainly not bad. He used to eat a lot of plums like that. The old man resented. This is the divine fruit of Chalcedony. It can't grow everywhere like Chinese cabbage. The old man told the young man that it was very unseemly to brag so much. The young man agreed. He said that although this was a cultivation world, it was still ancient times. In ancient times, Yang Guifei had to travel thousands of miles to get fresh plums. The old man replied, since the young man looks down on his divine chalcedony fruit, he would see what else the young man had that could compare to it. The young man said that this chalcedony fruit is no good, and there's no need to pay attention to it. Our hero decided to show the old man what the real world looked like. The old man thought that he had traveled all over the cultivation world, what he hadn't seen. Grandpa was curious to see what the young man was going to surprise him with. The young man showed the old man a wondrous new world. His vegetation, which he had grown on the soil given to him by the Sect elder. The old man was very surprised. Song Yun said that every bush here is a rare treasure. He had never seen such a thing before. The old man saw the huge fruit on the tree and marveled at it. The elder said it can't be. There's even a legendary magic ginseng tree growing here. The old man reached for a ginseng fruit. He was saying that he'd had a fabulous day. He couldn't stop. Someone asked the old man who was trespassing. Sun Yun said that the spirit that turned into an immortal spirit was the spirit of the ginseng tree. The old man immediately found himself hanging upside down. He asked the immortal lord to forgive him for his rudeness, because he lost his temper, and he hopes for leniency. The young man's assistant reported to his master that it was the old man who had tried to steal the fruit without asking permission. What should be done with him now? The elder was once again surprised. An immortal spirit whose strength was at the stage of crossing the tribulation bowed to this boy and honored him as his master. The old man didn't know how to act further. This guy can harass wine immortals without any reason, and even an immortal addresses him as a master. Could it be that he is a heavenly immortal, or even an immortal lord? Yulian came over and asked what was wrong. He thought a stranger had come again. The young man asked the old man if he was so hungry that he couldn't stand on his feet. The young man thought that this cultivation expert was still pretending to be a farmer. The young man decided to take pity on the old man since he liked fruit so much. So the guy independently decided to get him one of the fruits that was hanging high on a tree. Grandpa got a really big fruit. He was surprised once again. The old man spoke to the young man in the first person. He could not believe his eyes. Does this young man want to give him this divine fruit? The young man said it was just an ordinary fruit. Why the old man was so excited? Sun Jun pronounced that it was a ginseng fruit that could increase longevity. The young man answered him that it was not uncommon, and he had no lack of these fruits. The guy regretfully thought that due to his lack of cultivation, he could only eat these fruits for the sake of flavor. Grandpa didn't even understand how to act. The young man said that such fruits were not uncommon for him. Who is he anyway? The old man lifted the fruit high up and shouted that it was divine. By eating one such fruit, legend says, one can increase life expectancy by 40,000 years. The old man continued to cheer and shout. The young man thought that he couldn't go outside the domain of the invincible ball. And Yulian isn't strong enough, and he doesn't dare to let the dog go free. The young man decides that this old man in front of him is the best labor force. Only for that he needs him pretending to be a farmer to agree to work for him. The young man decided to propose to the old man. He said, if the old man is uncomfortable just taking this fruit, then he can do the guy's errand. The elder, hiding the fruit in his sack, said that he was ready to listen to the young man. The old man thought that an errand from such an incomparable expert would be incredibly difficult. The guy agreed that it was a divine fruit, and it had to be paid for somehow. The young man told the old man that the task was not difficult. He just needed to bring 100 kilograms of pork. The dog liked the offer. The guy, pointing to his dog, said he has a very hard time keeping this animal. He eats a lot. The dog was not happy because he had been woken up. The old man was surprised to learn that this young man had another dog living on the estate. The old man recognized the dog. It's actually a demon king. Sung Yun realized that the young man was treating a demon king comparable to a divine stage cultivator like a dog. The old man decided that the young man was immortal. He was indeed immortal, having descended into the mortal world. This immortal has instructed him to purchase 100 kilos of pork. Perhaps there's more to the assignment than that. The elder concluded that this errand was being given in exchange for ginseng fruit, so she couldn't be very simple. Grandfather concluded that this errand was a test given to him by the immortal. If he successfully passes this test, the young man will give him a great opportunity. The guy asked if his request was difficult. The old man nodded his head in fright. He was ready to do any errand. The old man was afraid that the immortal was displeased with his hesitation. If he continued to behave like this, he would miss a unique opportunity. So he decided to show his determination to serve this immortal. The old man said he would never forget the kindness of this gentleman and swore allegiance to him. The old man added if the young man had any further instructions, he would continue to serve him faithfully. and was even willing to take mortal risks to fulfill his duty. The boy, listening to the old man, decided he was imagining things for himself. The young man said that for now only this instruction: if the old man has no questions, he is free to go. Sung-yun bowed to the young man and left to carry out his orders. The young man looked at the departing elder and thought that there should be no problem. The old man, once again looking at the divine fruit, decided to fulfill this command perfectly. Because this was his test. The old man thought that this pork the immortal wanted couldn't be ordinary pork. Everything in the manor remained calm. The divine garden was blooming, the dog was resting, and Yulian was meditating. The young man continued to think continuously. The young man decided that he couldn't go on like this. Something must be done. The young man thought that it had already been 3 days since Old Man's son had left, and no one who could increase the radius of the ball territory had looked in on him. The guy communicating with the system remembered that outside the domain, the invincible ball was completely useless, so he could only move within a radius of 550 meters. And with those abilities, getting supplies is very inconvenient. People think the young man is an expert, a recluse. In fact, he's just a man who needs to eat 3 meals a day. And where does he get these supplies on a regular basis? Looking at the dog, the young man thought that this dog was quite strong, and so far he was behaving quite loyally. But he is a demon king after all. The young man doubted that he could be let loose in a human city. As for Yulian, our hero continued to ponder. She had gained the motivation to cultivate and was making rapid progress. But her strength is still too weak. Guy concluded that was why he had to attract people to come here to help him and die. Even cultivators at the divine transformation stage, or even for soul birth, would suit him. A new day had come. The young man thought it would not be another quiet day. A dog barked. It signaled that there were people there. The young man became interested. Why people had come here. The young men who flew by on their swords noticed that there was a lot of spiritual energy here. And they noticed the immortal tree below. Our hero recognized one of the guys who had arrived. It was Wen Yi. Wen Yi. This is the grandson of the great elder of the first ball sect. The guy said that they didn't come here for the immortal tree. He needs to deal with the owner of this estate. The concentration of spiritual energy is so high that it turns into a liquid. Wen Yi suggested that we go down and look around. The youths rushed swiftly down towards the manor. Wen Yi recognized our hero. He realized it was Zhang Fang. Wen Yi said that he did not expect to see this young man here. Wen and wondered, has Zhang Fan become immortal? Why did this happen? Yuan was very indignant at having to communicate with her master like this. No one dares speak to him so rudely. The guy decided that this girl didn't look bad. He asked if she wanted to call him her mentor. Wen Yi promised, teaching the girl something more interesting. The young lady called the incoming guy a scoundrel. She said he'd better not try to mess with her. Our hero told the girl not to worry, and he'll deal with those bandits himself. The young man added that he has a shared history with these young men, and said he really didn't expect to meet an old acquaintance here. The kid who arrived said that he thought Zhang Fan had died in the southern wasteland after leaving the sect, but it turns out he stumbled upon such a beautiful place with tons of elixirs and medicinal plants. And he even found a nice girl, and said that he should thank his youngest disciple. He had left him a great opportunity by leaving the sect. And even after escaping to the southern wasteland, Zhang Fan had prepared so many good things for him. Wen Yi gave a command to his comrades that they could act. Our hero said the famous worthless young master of the first ball sect. He is a disgrace to the sect like his grandfather is an elder of this sect. Had Wen Yi forgotten how the young man had taught him a lesson last time? Wen Yi didn't like what Zhang Fan said and started shouting. Our hero showed what he was capable of. The young man fell, began screaming in pain, and stated that he had a problem with his arm. The guy shouted for them all to attack this Zhang Fan together. They must get rid of him. The young men shouted that this rascal had harmed their young master. Wen Yi changed his mind and told them to capture the opponent alive. Wen Yi decided to personally torture him and execute him. Our hero took a leaf from the tree in his hand and told his apprentice that she could attack. The girl did not think long and started to destroy all the opponents. She moved like lightning and struck her opponent without sparing him. The opponents realized that the girl was holding a first-class divine sword. They started making excuses and saying that it was a misunderstanding. The young men said that it was an internal matter of their sect, and what could it have to do with a young person? The girl had performed her task well. The opponents were amazed. Yulian said that they dared to insult her mentor and even tried to harm him. How dare they say it was a misunderstanding? According to the law of honor, they should pay for it. And there is no forgiveness for them. The opponent was surprised when he heard the girl refer to Zhang Fan as a mentor. He said the girl was thinking of defeating him through the mere power of her sword, and said that she was about to experience the sword technique of 1,000 diffusions that he had cultivated for 50 years. The girl was incredulous at his words. But that didn't matter. She was going to attack her opponent anyway. After the young lady's attack, there was nothing left for him but space from his opponent. Wan Yi lay on the ground with his arm torn off and shouted, "How was this possible?" The young man regretted that he had come here. It was a day he would remember forever. It was the day he lost his arm. Our hero stopped the girl from further carnage and asked Wen Yi what he wanted to say. Zhang Fan asked where his arrogance had gone. Wan Yi cried, crawled on the ground, and screamed that he was wrong. Our hero said that he is merciful today and is willing to let his rival go if he bows 100 times. Then he will tell the girl not to touch him. The guy wondered, why do it 100 times? Yulian threateningly flashed her sword and looked at the enemy. Wan Yi began to make bows and ask for forgiveness every time. The young man smirked. The dog wanted to see the expression on the comber's face. The dog growled menacingly from time to time. Wan Yi bowed diligently and pressed a dent in the ground with his forehead. Blood dripped into that hole. Zhang Fan stopped the injured young man, said, "Enough is enough, and for him to get out of here." The guy thanked him for being spared. Yulian approached him with her sword and told him to get out of here fast. But no one told him to get up. The boy looked at the girl with bewilderment. Yulian grabbed his arm and pulled him away. Already outside the manor grounds, Wan Yi was able to rise. Van was very angry with these young men. He decided to get revenge someday. But he'd have to get his grandfather. That when he gets to Grandpa, he'll tell him everything, and Grandpa will send someone down here. And they'll be on their knees begging for forgiveness. The dog could not believe that his master was preparing to let him go so easily. After all, he had threatened to bring help and make everyone kneel. The young man was surprised that the dog could talk. The dog explained, "For he is a demon king. It's just that up until now he's been badly injured and speechless. But now, thanks to his master, he has regained all his strength." The dog asked if we should bring the creep back. He's acting very badly, and he speaks ill of the young man. The young man said there was no need to do that. He would wait for his grandfather to come here, and it will be a wave of new experiences and treasures. The dog thought that human cultivators could be greedy and mean. The young man lay under the tree again, thinking that the manor still lacked manpower, and he himself cannot go beyond the sword territory, for there he is common. Yulian has a special physique, but she has cultivated too little yet. The dog can't be left behind. He must guard the manor. The young man thought, though he couldn't go outside the territory, he could hire someone to run errands for him. The young man knew that to the cultivator sect of this world, his estate was a slice of the immortal lands. The so-called promised lands couldn't even compare to it. He had to decide who he should hire. The sacred sword sect that gave him the fertilizer seemed really good. The first ball sect, in his mentor's bloodline, also had good people. The young man regretted that he didn't have time to make enough acquaintances. The young man noticed something going on outside the manor. The apprentice decided to check what happened there, and alerted the master. Zhang Fan sent the dog to scout too, for him to check what happened there and back up Yulian. The dog realized he wasn't going to be able to slack off and would have to deal with it. Outside the estate, in a ravine, sat two old men. The elder scolded the old man whom our hero had sent for the pork. The old man rejoiced and said that the elder himself wanted to go with him and meet the immortal. Yulian walked over and saw two old men arguing. She asked what Grandpa's son was doing here. The elder saw Yulian and was amazed at her physique. This was something he had never seen before. The old man immediately jumped out of the ravine, rushed towards the girl and shouted that it was the Dao sword physique. The old man didn't think that he would ever be able to see this legendary type of physique. Especially since this body had already been awakened, it was in a hidden state. The elder asked Yulian if the girl would like to cultivate with him and become his disciple. The girl decided that this elder was definitely a strong expert. Yulian suggested that he take care of his wounds first. The elder replied that the severity of his injuries didn't matter. What mattered most now was her incredible talent. Grandpa's son jumped on the elder. He pushed him away and told him to get lost. And don't try to steal students from others. The elder became indignant, his old man's son fed up with life. The elder, eyes flashing with indignation, tried to punch old man's son. The elder stopped the punch. The elder shouted for him not to think of taking his disciple away from him. Old man's son told the girl that his friend, a small landowner in the countryside, he had never seen the world, and asked him not to be angry with him. Son shouted at the elder in turn, and stated that it was the one who was sick of living. Because this girl's mentor was the same immortal he was talking about. Old man's son added, "Does the elder really want to compete with an immortal for a disciple? It might cost him his life." The elder came to his senses. He realized that he had made a mistake. He didn't know that this girl was the disciple of an immortal. The elder thought that this girl had reached such a level of cultivation at such a young age. One could not expect anything else from an immortal's apprentice. The girl, looking at these old men, decided that they both needed to heal. Old man's son laughed when he heard that, and said that the girl was right. Grandpa decided to apologize to the young master. The young man who had come up a little earlier was surprised to see these elders figuring things out amongst themselves. The young man saw that the elder was porkless. He did not understand why he had brought another person here. Zhang Fan asked why the old man had returned without pork. The old man began his story. The young man gave him the divine fruit. He wanted to return the favor with demonic pork. He thought it would be easier if he joined forces with his old friend. But so far, it hadn't worked out. The young man wondered, demon meat. This is good. The old man noticed that the young man was not angry. That was also a good thing. Old man's son decided to go see the demon again, with old man Huang, when he recovered from his wounds. The young man said he shouldn't put much strain on himself at such an advanced age. The old man sadly said that he disappointed his master. We'll try not to let him down in the future. Grandpa's son said for the young man not to worry. The two of them would go to the demon when they recovered, and then they would definitely bring the pork. The old man punched his fist into his chest. It came out too hard. He coughed and coughed up blood. The young man decided to help the old man with his wounds. The young man had a lot to offer. The young man had trophies left over from cultivators in the Guanlin Sect. They were ordinary medicinal pills. The guy thought if we harnessed the power of the invincible ball region, we could transform these pills. The young man offered the old man some medicine. The old man thanked the young immortal. They behaved very delicately. The old men happily swallowed the healing pills. That should help them recover. Old man Huang felt that this was indeed an immortal pill. Old man's son felt even better. He figured that not only had he recovered from his recent wounds, but all the old injuries he had sustained during cultivation had also healed. Old man Huan felt that some of the impurities in his body had been cleansed, and his talent was much improved. The elders thanked our hero. Thanks to these immortal pills, they recovered in the blink of an eye. Once again, they thanked the young man for the opportunities. The young man liked how the elders called these pills immortal. The young man said he was glad the grandfathers were cured, and that they liked everything. The boy heard the loud noise outside the manor grounds again. Something had happened there again. The elders thought it was a demonic pig that chased them all the way to the immortal's estate.
The dog sensed that there was a powerful demonic aura. It might even be the demon emperor. I wonder who it's coming from.
Suddenly, a powerful demonic boar emerged from the forest. It was rushing toward the manor at full speed. The boar stopped at the entrance to the manor and shouted for the two old men to come out for a showdown. He would show them. The dog was surprised to see a demon that size. That must be a lot of pork. He had heard that cultivators of the western edges had an evil technique that could use demons to gather yin and in performing yang to improve refinement. The dog looked at these elders and wondered if they cared for each other. The young man, seeing the newcomer, asked the grandfathers what they had done to him. The elders wondered how to answer them properly. They asked who the master thought they were. The two of them. Great cultivators at the divine transformation stage. And there's no point in using a demonic pig in this way. The dog thought, who knows these old men? Maybe they are good friends, but suddenly decided to try out the lizard in pair cultivation. The guy decided that anything could be possible. The young man asked the old men, the pig that the old men told about earlier, isn't the one standing outside. Old man's son said that yes, this boar. Originally, he was just an ordinary demon boar, but somehow supernatural powers awakened in him, and he became very strong. Old man Huang added, perhaps this was due to the recent sky-bursting incident. Because of the rift in the heavenly space, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth became denser, causing strange things to happen in many places. The young man decided not to admit that he was the culprit of the pot falling from the sky. The dog recognized this boar demon. His name was Shenkan. It was rumored that the Shenkan tribe was descended from a deity at the divine stage. But they are almost no different from ordinary demonic pigs and have no special powers. They are slightly tastier than ordinary demonic pigs. Shenkan said, why they only think about food when they look at him. They don't want to think about anything else. The boar was outraged. People do nothing but fill their bellies all day long. Maybe they should be called gluttons now. The young man said that the demon boar just called them gluttons. Old man's son stated that this demon boar is quite special. He has a knack for insulting people. The young man wondered why the boar had such talent. The boar also wondered, why did these old men who were called great cultivators hide in a mere mortal's manor? Then there's that young kid. Why is he even here? The boar suggested that everyone try his cultivation right here on themselves. He would see if they could take it. The old people resented it terribly. No such thing. The two old men decided to deal with the boar demon. They called him an unintelligent animal. They said he would answer for his arrogance. The boar decided to face his opponents with dignity and adopted a fighting stance. The old men attacked him in pairs, using all their skills. A column of dust rose up. It was hard to tell who was winning. The boar cried out that the two elders were attacking him by stealth, and recently they broke into his house when he and his wife were alone together. They're definitely perverts. The boar was indignant. Didn't these old men have enough to eat in their lives? The wild demonic beast continued to defend and insult these elders. The old men were not satisfied and still expected to get pork. They had a hunting passion. The boar was strong and shouted that these elders didn't know how to attack, and they were not capable of anything at all. The dog stated that this Shankan had awakened some natural ability. The young man wondered if his natural ability was this impenetrable pigskin, or his chatty mouth. Kaban went on to say that these grandfather's punches are very weak, and they are not capable of doing anything. The old men saw that there was nothing they could do and were very angry about it. The dog remembered that someone had told him that the Shankan were the best at verbal altercations. They were better at it even than engaging in combat. The young man wondered if this Shankan's defense was too high. It was strange to the guy how it was that two strong experts at the divine transformation stage couldn't handle this Shankan. Even if this boar is gifted with supernatural powers, this pigskin is ridiculously thick. It was probably the awakened bloodline the old man was talking about. He remembered hearing other demons say that Shankans had the bloodline of a demon god in their body before. The guy thought that these two old men won't be able to last much longer. The boar began to take the initiative, and the old men tried to hide from him. The young man decided he needed to take action and intervene. The guy didn't forget that the area of the invincible sword only covered the manor and a small part of the mountain, and the boar demon's position just a bit beyond them. Yulian took the initiative. She asked her mentor if she could help the two old men. The young man said he had another idea. The young man decided to enlist the help of a dog, and he told him to get this Shankan off his back, take him over, and lead him to a place. The dog grumbled that he didn't like the young man's orders. The old men realized that this demon boar was letting them down. The immortal must be watching them, and they can't embarrass themselves. They can't hold back any longer. Sometimes attack as hard as they can. The boar stated that these elders had no right to be called cultivators. They don't even have a normal punch. The old men said that the demon boar had gotten quite brazen. Now, they would show him a united attack. The old men said that they still had powder in their powders and berries in their buttocks. They activated their internal energy and recalled all their martial techniques. The elders used the 8 dragon veins technique. It had no effect on the boar. He said it didn't hurt anything. The chicken was happy. The demon boar, he's decided to show what he can do now. He has his own secrets too, and secret demonic powers. The boar sent a blob of energy gathered from his inner potential towards his opponents. The old men were amazed. How could such a thing be possible? The boar stated that he was not yet capable of such things, and old people are very fragile. At that time, a dog crept up to the boar from behind. He did not speak for a long time. The dog bit into the boar's hind leg with his teeth. The dog didn't let go of the boar, but thought to himself that his skin was too thick. The boar was outraged at the brazen man who attacked him from behind and bit him on the back of the neck. The dog couldn't stand it and let the boar go. It seemed to him that this boar had not been washed for a long time, and very stinky. Now the dog's breath stinks of pig. The boar didn't expect the dog, being the demon king, to attack stealthily, and serves man as a dog. The boar stated to this dog that he had nowhere lower to fall. The boar ran after the dog. Our hero stood in front of the boar. He decided to stop this buffoonery. The young man said, "The boar's finally biting." And he ran after the dog to the right place. The young man had a twig in his hand. The demon boar couldn't understand what had happened. That demon dog hiding behind a mere mortal. There's something wrong here. It flashed through the boar's mind. Could this young man be the patron to whom those two old hooligans ran? Maybe he should have been a little more careful. The dog slowed down. It was necessary for the boar to go forward a little more. The boar looked at the dog and thought he'd let him have soup today. The young man decided to act now. The boar was in an advantageous position in order to attack it. The demon boar decided that even a cultivator at the divine transformation stage couldn't break his defense. This is his strongest defense talent, left to him by his ancestor. The young man waved his hand, which had a twig in it. The boar understood nothing. What had happened to him? The wild beast lay on the ground and didn't understand how this was possible. It was his talent that allowed him to dominate all the way through the mountains of the vast southern wasteland. Even the demon kings couldn't do anything to him. And here, he had been defeated with a simple blow. The young man, grinning his teeth, was sharpening his sharp knife. The dog smiled happily. The boar with frightened eyes squealed with fear. The young man swung his cleaver and shouted that it was time to serve. The boar took one last fright and shouted that he was mistaken, ready to recognize the young man as his master. The boar begged, tears were in his eyes. He said that the great master would spare him, and he would be his faithful pet. The young man, seeing the tears in the wild beast's eyes, took pity on him and decided not to kill him. The boar decided he had a knack for adapting to circumstances, or else he'd be a roast pig today. The old men had no doubt that the young man would easily penetrate the defenses against which they were completely powerless. The elders thought it was good that they had joined this influential person. The dog said, and after all the boar himself said about him for serving as a dog to man. And he is a demon king, even awakened the supernatural powers of the bloodline. Why does he behave so shamelessly? The boar began to excuse himself with tears in his eyes, and said that he didn't know before that he was the owner here. The boar apologized to the young man for being away from his master. He missed his master very much. Everyone listened, the demon boar, and decided that he was flattering his master very much. It is outrageous, he is the leader in flattery. The dog said it was very disgusting. Even the young man thought that this demonic boar was being very shameless, and suddenly said that the world has changed a lot. Even pigs have become more perceptive than some humans. The young man warned the boar not to give him an excuse, to kill him for meat. The dog said he could keep an eye on the house. What good is a boar? He can only go for lunch. The boar began to make excuses and told me that he could do anything his master wished. In the whole neighborhood, he was the most skillful demon boar. He knew how to dig holes, plow the ground, loosen the soil, and carry loads, and all with a guarantee of quality. The young man thought it would be a good idea to keep the demon as a labor force. The best qualities of this boar is that he possesses an incredibly poisonous tongue, and his defense is hard to penetrate. Perhaps he will be the one to attract hate to him, within the realm of the invincible sword. The young man decided that the boar would stay on the farm, and would look for a place for him to settle down. The boar thanked the owner for that. The demon boar decided that this estate was like the land of immortals. The boar saw spiritual herbs and elixirs and even divine fruits everywhere. The dog thought the boar was turning out to be very fussy. He also asked how a demon king could start serving humans as a dog. The boar thought that if he could eat spiritual herbal elixirs every day, he too would be willing to become a dog. The demon boar introduced himself and said his name was Lao Zhu. He asked if he would defile this place if he lived here. The boar asked permission to dig a hole near the garden as a place to live. The dog decided that this boar was awfully shameless. Everyone watched as the boar tended the backyard and loosened the earth. Old man's son decided that this boar would be a very hard worker, and he would be useful. The dog pointed out that if the boar hadn't been so docile, they'd be eating pork stew by now. The old men apologized to the young man because their incompetence prevented the young man from enjoying the meal. The young man said it was no big deal, but he thought to himself that he was very voracious, so he'd settle for plain pork. He didn't know that this old man would go deep into the wasteland to provoke the boar demon. Son said he'd do it right now, and he won't come back without pork. The old men went hunting, and decided that this time they could not produce a lord, or else their chance to become immortal would be gone. The young man decided that these two old men were very impatient. The young man decided to go take a nap. He told the girl to keep practicing, and the dog should keep an eye on the boar. Old man's son told old man Juan to go back and bring his grandchildren. It would be nice to introduce them to the immortal. Old man Huang told old man's son to bring his disciples and grandchildren too. The young man who lost his arm said that his grandfather and other disciples of the sect saw the old men and thought they were from the first Ball sect. The elders saw this company and wondered why so many of them were gathered here and why they're flying towards the estate. The old men decided that if this company decided to insult the immortal master, they would have a chance to distinguish themselves and show their good side in front of the young man. The boy told his grandfather that this young man lived here and pointed his finger at the manor. This Zhang Fan had somehow lured a strong sword cultivator girl to his side, and this girl is now guarding the manor. The elder said that the grandfather would surely avenge his grandson. The old man ordered everyone to concentrate and surround the manor, so that not a single bird could escape the trap. The sect disciples concentrated and began to approach the place. The offended young man said that when the time came, he would make this Zhang Fan kneel before him. Grandfather said that he would punish this sword girl, and then he would check all the elixirs in the manor to see if he could restore the severed hand. The girl recognized the young man and said it was him again, the scum of the first sword sect. She spared him, but he dared to come again. The elder asked why this girl had hurt his grandson. The old man asked why this girl had so much anger at such a young age. The girl, smiling, told the old man that her mentor had spared his grandson's life, and he brought this old man to their house. Don't they all have enough to live for? The elder shouted that the girl was being very insolent and would have to be held accountable for that. He could use his punishing sword for that. The girl prepared for battle and drew her weapon just in case. The dog also prepared to attack. The boar screamed that he would not put up with this dirty old man. The old man called the boar a shameless demon. Don't put your finger in the demon's mouth. He laughed and said, "What a great human cultivator." The boar apologized and said he had a bad memory, otherwise he wouldn't have addressed the old man as a human being. The elder said, "Now let's see what the boar can do." The old man acted as the commander-in-chief. He ordered an array of swords to be set up. Everyone spread out. The aggrieved young man stated that this demon boar had clearly had enough of life. Now he would see the consequences of insulting their sect. The boar started calling names to the newcomers and their sect. He was a master of insults. Wild Beast shouted for them to hurry up and called them a bunch of orphans growing up without a proper upbringing. The young men did not know how to react to this insult. It was inappropriate. The boar was very ferocious and began throwing the young men who were attacking him aside. He was like an uncontrollable rage, and even worse, the dog was ready to tear everyone apart. He shouted that they had no right to attack Miss Yulian. The dog yelped that these insolent comers had really lost their fear. They must be very afraid of her. The young men appeared all defeated, and their weapons were lying beside them. The military strategist decided to change tactics and said everyone goes on defense, and everyone uses sword chi. The picture on the battlefield looked intimidating. The theater of battle was impressive. The boar and the dog grinned at that. They were not used to it. They had a lot of combat experience under their belts. The beasts emitted a battle cry, and their eyes glittered as true demons should. The dog screamed that it was all a cheap trick, and he used his demonic power. The boar kept up with him too. The attackers got it again. The elder noticed that these two demon kings had defeated his military units. The grandfather rebuked his grandson. Why didn't he tell him there were kings here? The young man said he didn't know himself. There was no one here last time. It was unclear how this Zhang Fan was able to subdue the demon kings. The old man decided to go on the attack himself. He would deal with his grandson later. The commander gave orders to form a great array. The young warriors formed a great array. The elder thought, even if they are demon kings, he doesn't believe that they will be able to resist such a trick. The guy said that their first sword sect had become famous in the southern wasteland precisely because of the sword formation. The dog wanted to rush to attack, but the girl shouted at him to get back. A powerful attack from the sky crashed down on the spot. The defenders were ready to take the fight. Everyone decided not to take a step back and protect their home farm, and everyone on it. The beasts barely managed to repel the attack. The boar said that such a sword formation massage really deserved to be glorified. His thick-skinnedness played into the boar's hands. The dog thought that he too must not lag behind this demon boar, or else later the master would be dissatisfied with him. The boar was approaching the attackers. They could not understand why they could not penetrate the skin of this animal. The elder's orders are not to panic. Everyone must use their techniques to infuse spiritual energy into the sword formation. The teacher, as is his custom, took control of the running of the fight. The dog dodged the attacks of the attackers. It was hard on him, his hide not as thick as the demon boar's. Yulian ran over to the manor's master. The young man was resting. The girl shouted that the people from the first ball sect had come here again. The guy stated that it was no big deal, and he added that he'd been expecting them and ready for them. The elder shouted the change of pharmacy. After he saw the demon boar approaching him threateningly, the demon boar thought it was getting dangerous, and even thought of running away. But then a young man appeared, and the boar pushed these thoughts aside. He was afraid of his new master. The boar yelled for the dog to stand back so he would go in first to attack. The dog growled that he would move to follow. Under the cover of the boar shouted that he was Shankan, a descendant of the deity. The elder's sword stabbed straight into the chest of the demon boar. It fell to the ground. The dog roared that his chance had come. He was fearful and terrible. The elder said he could handle a dog like that, and he swung his sword. The dog was lightning fast and ready to tear and throw anything he could get his hands on. The elder with his sword couldn't stop this deadly weapon called Dog Demon. The dog swooped down on the elder and thought, he's not that experienced. The bull flew up next. Turns out he's still alive, and just a little bruised. His body armor, in the form of his hide, helped him avoid injury. The boar was very explosive, but he wanted a break. All of the elder's companions who were nearby felt the might of this boar demon. All the attackers went flying around the neighborhood. The boar did some serious damage, but he got hit too. The beast plopped down in a hole he had dug for himself and said he was badly hurt. He needed to recuperate. A young man came up and said that the boar had done a good job and he would reward him well. He thanked him for his service. The boar replied that he was happy to do his best. The dog got a commendation too, verbally. Our hero said he hadn't seen the Great Elder for a long time, so he invited him to come and visit. The old man said that he would report to the head of the sect that the young man had conspired with demons and killed his companions. The young man would then be expelled from the sect and destroyed. The young man remarked that it would only be if he went back there. The young man wondered if he should let them go so they could bring him more experience. The young man stated that they would all have to stay. The young man decided to get rid of all these rascals and destroy the enemy. The system reported extra points in the area of unbeaten ball. The young man decided on another rich harvest. The young man thanked the dog and the boar for their good, faithful service. He said they had done a very good job. The young master's assistant was serving impeccably near the tree. He was waiting for further orders. The young man said he would not hurt his animals and brought him a treat. The wild beast demons happily ate the divine fruits and thanked their mentor. The young man said that this was their reward for helping to teach the first sword sect a lesson this time. The boar shouted with bulging eyes that his bloodline was being cleansed. The dog said that his was too. The boar stated that his natural abilities had become much stronger. The dog kept up and said that he too had awakened a talent of supernatural power. The dog was happy that now he too had supernatural powers. The young man requested that they demonstrate their abilities to him. The boar stood to his full height and said that his new ability allowed him to manipulate the ground. The boar summoned on 3 more earth demon boars and said that now when he had to fight, he would only besiege the enemy with his minions of justice. The girl was amazed by such power. She thought that such a powerful force would certainly be of great help to their mentor. The young man thought that now with this pig, they wouldn't have to worry about hard labor. The dog wanted to show off and told his owner to look at him. The dog managed to jump very high. Yulian couldn't understand what was going on, why the light suddenly disappeared. The dog said it was his natural talent and not to be afraid. The dog added, if before the absorption of the light source was only an illusion created by it, now there was a real absorption of the surrounding light, able to limit the field of vision of a group of creatures. Everyone was very surprised. The dog added that his innate natural strength had another effect. A dog can dive into the shadows like that and no one will notice him. The girl noticed that these demon kings dominate their tribes. The demon boar turned to the young man and called him master. The boar said he had one request. The young man said he was listening to him. The boar said he'd like to go home and bring his wife and kids here. The young man thought, after all, he can't go outside the area. He originally wanted to find a group of creatures to run his errands. To the boar, the young man said, sure, maybe. The young man said the dog could bring his family too. The boar thanked his master. The dog barked happily. The girl heard about the family and got sad. The young man realized that it was not worth talking about this in front of Yulian. The young man told the girl that she could consider him her family. The girl nodded and said she agreed. A blush covered Yulian's cheeks. The boar and the dog said they were her family too. The girl blushed even more. It felt good. The young man said enough was enough and sent the beasts to bring their tribes here. The animals happily ran to fulfill this pleasant errand. After a while, there was an addition to the estate, a very large one. The boar ordered everyone to stop, because there was movement ahead. A whole expedition was passing by. The beast was curious as to why this mountain on the southern wasteland was becoming more and more chaotic. A landing party of girls armed with swords was dropped off from a passing ship. As they were already on their way to land, they realized that things were bad. There's a tribe of demons down there. The girls noticed that they are demonic pigs, and we have to be careful. The girl and the boar looked at each other. It was an unexpected encounter. The boar told them to keep running. It looked like someone was chasing them. The girl wondered why those demonic pigs didn't attack them. After all, humans and demons had always been enemies. The girl said they should hurry up. Now is not the time to think about relationships. The girl's pursuers appeared from above. They declared that the girls were not going anywhere. They called them disciples of the Valley of 10,000 Flowers. Xia Shizhen, an elder of the Weeping Ghost Cave, asked why there were so many demonic pigs here. The boar said for the elder to pretend they weren't here, and let them fight amongst themselves, because the boars have their own business. The boar told his family to keep moving on after him. The elder decided not to let the boar demons go, and with his sword, he set up a barrier for the boars. The war chasers rejoiced. If they met such a large group of pigs, they would have a feast tonight. The elder said that the meat of these piglets would be very tender if they were roasted. The young men laughed. The boar said that these guys don't seem to be old, but are apparently in a big hurry to get to the other side of the world to their ancestors. The boar concluded that when they got to their ancestors, those ancestors would regret their birth. The elder stated that the demon boar talks a lot, and he was clearly bored with life. The old man ordered his disciples to hurry up and destroy these animals. The boar had a very wise phrase. What a bunch of rascals are scattering soybeans in a sesame field. The boar also declared that the dung beetle should not open its mouth, for it stinks badly. And using his newfound powers, the boar created boar demons out of the ground. This immediately changed the balance of power. Caban said for people to go to their ancestors and have banquets there. The warriors were frightened. They started to run away and shouted for the evil beast to leave. The Earth Warrior turned into small earth puppets and began to bind the attackers hand and foot. The people could not understand where these earth puppets came from. The old man screamed, "How dare this demon insult the crying ghost's cave?" He was about to be skinned to the bone. The earth boar didn't care. He continued to do his duty. The old man realized it was time to get away, but apparently it was too late. The old man fell into the hard clutches of the earth demon, and the latter told the old man that he was like a puppy trying to bite the moon. The earth demon boar squeezed this old man in his fist. The living demon boar danced and hummed a song. Suddenly a dog appeared. The warriors did not expect to see another animal. They cried out in fear. "Two demon kings, that's too much. We've got to get out of here," the boys thought. The dog screamed at the boar. What's wrong with him? Even just passing by, managed to pick a fight with the human cultivators. The boar said that he didn't say anything like that. The boar returned to the manor. There were some young girls with him. The young man asked what had happened to them. The boar stuttered and didn't know where to begin. The girls stood aside and looked at the young man. The young man scrutinized the girls who came with the boar. The young man asked if these girls were the wife and children of the boar. The boar complained that the young man looked down on him. The young man wondered why he thought that. The boar said, "What made the young man think he could like such ugly girls with skinny bodies?" The boy asked, then, what kind of girls the boar liked. He even got curious, what his wife must look like, if even these girls are not to the boar's liking. The boar said his wife and children were there and pointed to the side. Just as the boar family arrived, they squealed, grunted, and piled into their daddy. The head of the family told them all to go inside. The boar said he likes women like his wife. She has a voluptuous body and the look of a heavenly fairy. That's the only thing he likes. The young man smiled and asked, "Then where did these girl cultivators come from?" The boar told the young man about the incident in detail. The young man concluded that the cultivation world outside the mountain was very chaotic, and the fight had already spilled over to the southern wasteland. The young man asked why the boar decided to bring the girls here. The boar said they had discussed it with the dog. Even though these girls are not very pretty, they will still be good for the servants, and they will dance and sing songs. That's when Yulian appeared. She gave the boar a paddle. She said that the mentor didn't need these girls to serve him. She's enough for him. The girl added that she could learn to dance too. Her face was burning with heat. The boar apologized to the girl and said he didn't want them to take away her master. The boar was upset that he might have offended Miss Yulian. One of the girls intervened in the conversation and said that they just wanted to rest for a while. They had already managed to inform their sect of what had happened, and the estate would be generously rewarded when the girls came for them. The girl added, although perhaps a lurking expert who is served by two demon kings wouldn't be particularly satisfied with the reward that the 10,000 Flowers sect could offer. The young man told them to forget about the bounty. There's plenty of room in the manor anyway. The southern wasteland is not safe, so we can stay here for now. The young man noted to himself that these disciples from the 10,000 Flowers Valley were really beautiful, and he would be satisfied if these girls danced. The girl thought the only way to repay for saving their lives was to sing and dance. The other girls said they would follow their big sister's lead, and are ready to join her. Yulian stood to the side and expressed her displeasure. She kept her sword to herself, just in case. The girl said she would definitely learn to dance too. The young man stated, not that he really wanted to see much, but on the other hand, his boys saved them. So why not see something good? The young man told them to keep going. The girls continued their rousing dance. Young noted that the boar tribe is already getting the yard cleaned up. The girls were walking around the estate and noticed that there was an abundance of spiritual herbs. The girls continued to dance. Yulian continued to frown as she looked at them. The young man stated that he felt like he was in paradise. Pleasant to the ears and pleasing to the eye. Suddenly, something caught his attention. He yelled out what was going on. Something incredible was happening in the sky. He had never seen anything like it before. Dog stated that there are two groups of cultivators fighting there. The boar said that these people annoyed him. They can't let him and his family live in peace. Dog thought that Boar had lost his ambition. Ever since he brought his family here, the dog would have to follow his master and perform well, and then becoming a demonic immortal won't be far off. The young man looked closely at the sky and said that those clouds were coming this way. Yulian agreed with him. The young man said someone was falling. The man grasped the demon beast, berating his opponents and shouting that he would have his revenge on him. Up ahead, this man spotted an estate with a marvelous garden. The man rejoiced. He had just found a piece of Immortal's land full of spiritual energy. There are many spiritual medicines there, and there are even divine fruits among them. The man also noticed that there are a lot of pretty girls downstairs. This man thought he could have a great time tonight. This guy was caught up by his companions and asked how he was feeling. The man said that not only was he fine, he had also found a big treasure. This guy said to land at that estate and take all the good stuff from there. And don't leave a piece of land behind. The whole company went for a landing. Suddenly someone decided to attack them. There was the most senior co-disciple studying under the head of the Pure Sky Technique Sect. He said, "Did these barbarians really think that their Clear Sky Technique Sect was worthless?" The man shouted that they would do what they wanted, and would not be reckoned with by this sect. An older fellow student said that barbarian cultivators can't understand the heavenly Tao. Even as cultivators, they rob ordinary mortals. A disciple of the sect saw an estate he liked very much, and decided to be the first to take the place. The young man's eyes lit up. He was determined to be the first by all means. The young man stated that they were righteous monks responsible for protecting all beings on the six paths, and they would not allow evil to be done before their eyes. The young man shouted that he could see those monks protecting something there. He did not want to see those who had come to his place again. The guy yelled for them to aim better when they let out their thunder. The young man told his older brother that this holy land already had its own master. The disciples started making excuses and saying that they can't fully control the hit points of the thunder technique. They focus on formations and magic weapons to strengthen the attacks of the spells. The senior disciple told the young man not to worry. The Pure Sky Technique Sect would compensate him for all the destruction. The young man didn't have much faith in this compensation. The senior disciple said that it seemed like they wouldn't be able to pay compensation even if they sold the sect. The guy said he didn't want to hang out with them anymore. They're the kind of people you don't want to mess with. Now he has a question about the barbarians. How are the barbarians going to make up for the damage done to the estate? The man said that the deity of their tribe would soon awaken. The young man will still make offerings to them, not compensation. The guy was indignant. They damaged his territory, ruined his spiritual herbs, and they also want to rob him. The young man decided that he would not sleep well until he turned them into the points of the area of the invincible ball. Yulian snatched up her sword and shouted that these arrogant rascals forced her to do this. The dog said they'd better do it. After all, he and this boar are the guards of the estate, and today they've already neglected their duties. They need to rehabilitate themselves. The boar rejoiced. They're back in business. Since his wife and children are looking up to him, he has to show his best side. The boar and the dog were starting to show their best selves. Suddenly darkness fell. They could not understand what had happened. They were frightened. The beast dealt with these barbarians and forced a hard landing. The young man praised it and said that it was a good job. The older apprentice shouted out that there are indeed two demon kings in this small manor, and both of them serve a seemingly mortal lad. The guy said for those monks to come down. He had something to talk to them about. The young man said, as far as he could remember, their sect was not in the southern wasteland. Why were they fighting someone in such a remote place? The warrior explained that the young man had secluded himself in the mountains, so he was unaware of the current situation. The entire cultivation world has been in chaos lately. After the barrier was broken, spiritual energy from the outside world rushed in, and many old experts broke through and revived. Many strange things happened, causing the entire cultivation world to be in chaos. Some treacherous people tried to provoke a war between good and evil, between humans and demons. The young man wondered if striking him with his sword had such a great impact. 3 days ago, the sects met to discuss finding a tripod of 9 areas to reopen the pharmacy, as well as quell the riots. Among those invited was their sect. To preserve the peace and tranquility of this realm in the future, their mentor ordered them to go to the mountains to hone their skills, clearing the paths of demons and evil. The young man realized that they were carrying out their deeds in the name of justice, and he said that he would let them go. The eldest disciple said, "Then they are going to search for the barbarian cultivators who managed to escape, and they won't bother the elder anymore." The young man understood, since his blunder was the reason this world was in this state, he must be held accountable.
But there's no way he can leave the area of the invincible ball. So we need to find a workaround, as long as he's willing to be responsible in that area.
Heavenly Sword Pavilion. It was reported to the elder that a paradise abode had appeared in the mountains of the southern wasteland, the Devil's Soul Death Cave. The devil declares he didn't expect these losers and sects of the Weeping Ghost from the thousand lands of immortals. Looks like it's time for this revered skeleton to move out. The Hall of Supreme Purity in the Taishan sect. It was decided to invite the young man to the conference, regardless of whether he was a real immortal or not. The head of the Weeping Ghost Cave. He said to inform all the elders and disciples that it was time to utilize their sect's treasure. The land of the immortals should belong to their weeping ghost sect. The barbarian shouted for everyone to follow him. He wanted to offer a piece of the land of the immortals to his ancestor deity. The young man was enjoying himself as much as he could. The girls continued to dance, pleasing his eyes. Yulian was practicing her sword drill. The dog was on duty under a tree in the shade. The eldest sister among these girls asked if the elder liked their songs and dances. "Not at all," Yulian said, and she turned red with anger. The young man noticed a ship flying overhead. Someone from there called out to him. It was Old Man Sun and Old Man Huang. They shouted to the young man that something bad was coming. The man asked what happened, and where they were going in a hurry, and how their grandchildren are doing. Old Man Sun decided to land and said that he had brought 2 sons and 2 grandsons with him. And Old Man Huang brought only his grandsons and granddaughters with him. The elder said that the news that this estate had spiritual herbs, elixirs, and divine fruit trees had spread throughout the continent. The young man asked, "Well, what's the big deal?" The old man explained that this place was looked after by large sects and old men who cultivated while taking refuge from the world. On the way here, the old men heard that there were many sects and a few ancient experts heading this way. The young man rejoiced. Could it be that so many people are coming to him? Then he really can't wait. The old men were surprised at the young man's reaction. They had not expected it. The old men wondered why it didn't bother the young master. Old Man Huang said that Master Ding is very strong, and he is not afraid of the group of scum who were bewitched by the divine fruits and elixirs. But the old man is afraid that they will invade this place without end, and Master will have no peace. The young man thought that this was indeed a problem. In fact, the young man rejoiced. He had long worried that he lacked the experience to expand the realm of the invincible ball. Although it's getting harder and harder to expand the area, but it's better than nothing. The young elder said that he would talk about that later. For now, he asked the boar to help the old men find a place to sleep. The young man began to fantasize if only the sword domain itself could be carried. 2 weeks had passed. The elder thought that the barbarian and devil cultivators would obviously have problems. The elder saw that even the weeping ghost sect was here. It could clearly be seen that the clouds over the manor were thickening. There were more and more people who wanted to lay their hands on this holy place. Yulian turned her master's attention to what was going on above. There was a weeping ghost sect flying around, and there were many warships. Weeping ghost sect. The elder noticed the muscle-headed barbarians in front of them. The barbarians shouted as the cave dwellers finally got out of their holes. The sun could turn them to dust. The formidable elder stated that he was only coming here for the land of immortals. But he was happy to add the bodies of a barbarian cultivator to his collection. Heavenly Sword Pavilion. From this pavilion, the barbarians and followers of the Devil's Path declared that they were pushing arrogant speeches. The monks stated that treasures should be kept by virtuous people. The young man wondered how he could talk like that in front of his master. He thought that if they were showing off, then he didn't take him seriously at all. The Weeping Ghost Sect's sect master looked up and saw that there was a mere mortal down there being protected by 2 demon kings. This master thought it was a good time to take this estate to make up for the damage to their Weeping Ghost Cave. The barbarian looking down decided that this was indeed a piece of immortal land. The barbarian saw that there was abundant spiritual energy down there, divine trees and fruits shining with dazzling light. And now they would be in the hands of the barbarians. The monk said, how could such a piece of paradise fall into the hands of those who do not practice Taoism? The old man said to younger brother not to panic. As long as the Skyball Pavilion is here, they won't let these people harm him. The master of the Weeping Ghost Sect said that the old man was trying to convince the young man to join the sect, so that he can take over everything in the name of protection. The master of the Weeping Ghost Sect told his warriors to act without any doubt or prejudice, and ordered them to attack the leader of that sect. The elder told the disciples of the 10,000 Sword Sect to listen to his orders. We must suppress the evil demons of the Weeping Ghost Cave and protect the living beings on the continent. The barbarian shouted for his warriors to crush everyone in their path. They would plunder the land of the immortals and return to sacrifice to the ancestral deity. The young man said it was out of order. They fought over his house. They didn't even consider the opinion of the landlord. Old Man Sun asked if the young man wanted him and Old Man Huang to stop this mess, because they are famous old men on this continent, and are respected in some sects. The young man said, "No need to worry. Let them fight on their own." The young man said if they entered the invincible sword realm, he would personally slaughter them, and got a lot of points from the system. The master of the Weeping Ghost Sect made a statement. The old men and brats from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, as well as the barbarians, Now he will show them the treasure of their weeping ghost cave. After that, a monster appeared. The sect master activated the banner of the Soul Eater. Everyone decided it wasn't good and it was time to get out of there. Many people lost their balance. Many were struck by this skeleton and fell crushed to the ground. The terrifying skeleton seemed invincible. The master of the Weeping Ghost sect was celebrating victory. The barbarians said that this guy really decided to spill everything. But their barbarian deity was about to awaken. Then they would fight back. Now was not the time for heavy losses. The barbarians shouted that they would spare this skeleton this time. But it would not be long before their ancestor deity would awaken. The formidable skeleton was destroying the sects one by one. Ships were being defeated. The elder agreed that this piece of land the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect couldn't take alone. Next time, he would call other righteous allies with him. And together, they will destroy this Weeping Ghost Cave. There are 2 other demon kings in this estate. The moment they fight the Weeping Ghost Cave, he will bring his disciples to strike back. The master of the Weeping Ghost sect said that in front of his ancestral magic weapon, no one on this continent could stop him. The man continued. Once he captured this land of immortals and used the pills and divine fruits to break through to the next levels. Together with the banner of the Soul Eater, his cave would dominate the entire continent. The master ordered that some of his disciples go in pursuit and destroy everyone for sure. The master said he would go to the land of the immortals for the spoils. The boar came to the master and said that he was ready to deal with these rascals, for he had only been drinking and eating and sleeping for the last few days. The boar joined the fight and said that his hands were just itching. He was ready to put up resistance to this terrible skeleton. The master of the Weeping Ghost sect offered the Demon King to join his sect and promised to make him a great elder. The underhanded games began. The boar says he doesn't agree, he doesn't like the offer, and cursed rudely about the man's mother. The master of the Weeping Ghost sect said that he would have to deal with this Demon King and take revenge on him. The boar said he couldn't do it anyway. The skeleton certainly can't handle the boar. The skeleton made an attacking strike, and the demon boar went flying down. The boar was angry. He said he'd never been beaten like that before, and he wouldn't let it go. The boar starts screaming for the master to help. He can't do without his help. If the villain has beaten the boar, it means that he looks down on the master. The young man decided it was time for him to step in and restore order. The young man said the boar was up to his old tricks again, can't stand up for himself. The old men said that they had done nothing for the master so far, and they want to help him now. The Weeping Ghost sect master noticed that in addition to the 2 demon kings, there were 2 great cultivators at the divine transformation stage in this manner. The young man said for the old men to do nothing. Let those fiends here come closer. The girl thought that her current strength was still low, and there was nothing she could do to help her mentor in this situation. The villains were about to make a landing on the estate, because no one was attacking them anymore. Suddenly the sect master heard some noise from behind. He wondered what was wrong. It turned out that the barbarians and Heavenly Sword Pavilion had returned. They decided to organize a surprise counterattack. The sect master declared that no one would stop him from dominating the Weeping Ghost Cave in the entire continent. The 1,000 Souls pursuit mode was activated again. The terrifying skeleton was spewing out ghostly energy and destroying everything around it. The monk, seeing this, commanded everyone to fall back. The barbarians said these old bones are very treacherous. We'll have to take a risk this time. Fortunately, they are supported by the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. The master of the Weeping Ghost sect had already imagined what treasures awaited him. A piece of immortal land, spiritual herbs, elixirs, fruits. All of these things would belong to him. The sect master shouted that everyone should kneel before him. The young man prepared a tree leaf and thought to let that fiend get closer. Just a little more, and he would be able to turn that thing into the points of the invincible sword area. Suddenly, this skeleton was attacked. His master could not understand who was attacking them. Suddenly, the young elder felt someone sneaking up on them, and it was such a first. The young man noticed that an entire city hovered above him. He had never seen such a thing before. There was a young man up there who stated that the Zhao family of Southern Wasteland was asking everyone to leave the area. It was announced to all who do not want to die. We must leave immediately. The master of the Weeping Ghost sect noted that Zhao's family had also moved here. The master of the Weeping Ghost sect didn't want to leave and told the Zhao family to get the hell out of here. The sect master sent his huge skeleton to deal with the Zhao family. Old Man's son said that the Zhao family was a family of cultivators from the Southern Wasteland. Their strength is comparable to that of a top-level sect, and this floating city is the family's magic weapon. No one expected them to come here as well. The young man saw that it was a huge structure, called a floating city, and was amazed. The young man wondered why he hadn't thought of it before. This is a great invention. If the area of the invincible sword cannot be moved, he may move the entire estate along with the hill below it. The young man asked Old Man's son if it was an expensive city. Elder son replied that it is a very expensive city. The old man said that there were also levitation formations that could lift an entire city into the air. Son added, although all the small flying magic weapons had levitation formations, at best they only made flying boats like the 10,000 Sword Sect. There are also levitation formations that can lift an entire city into the air, but such a city wouldn't be able to move like the Zhao family's floating city. Old Man's son heard that the Zhao family's floating city exists mainly because of the huge floating crystal in the center of their city, which is the only one in this realm. The young man immediately realized that he would have to mine the core of this floating city. The Zhao family representative decided that this piece of immortal land should only go to their family. If she is not abandoned now by all the claimants to this land, then let them not blame him for his rudeness. The barbarian stated that he did not expect anyone to come from the rear at all. The balance of power is shifting again. Monk stated, had the patience for this family to show up only now. Skeleton announced that he was leaving. This is a big game now, and he's not part of this fight. The Zhao family said that the young man living in this territory should hand over the land of the immortals to their family, and then they would be released alive. Yulian asked her master what they should do now. The young man thought to himself, this floating city won't go down, and it's out of reach for him at this distance. Even though he can't leave the invincible sword area, he has a way to let his power out. The Zhao family noticed that the disciples of the 10,000 Flowers Valley were also present here. The young man assured, if the people down there were wise enough to hand over this piece of land themselves, some of them could join them as servants to the higher-ups of their family. After all, their family are not demons. The boar only laughed in response. Another illiterate, who doesn't know how strong his master is. The boar swore at the Zhao family for a long time, and said all sorts of obscene words. Master Zhao got angry at the demon boar. He said he won't put up with it. It can be destroyed. The boar looked at Master Zhao sternly. He was willing to bicker endlessly, because he was a master debater. Master Zhao stated that he wanted to keep the boar alive, but it seems the boar was tired of living in this world. Master Zhao announced for everyone to prepare for the attack. They are launching an invasion of the manor, and all enemies will be exterminated. The demon bull came to his master and pointing his finger to the sky stated that those people don't respect him. We'll have to deal with them. Master Zhao wants to exterminate the boar right in front of its master. This is genocide. And a slap on the young man's face. The young man said he hasn't felt any slap yet. It's just talk so far. And the master wonders what the boar will take if the master does nothing. The boar asked if his master thought he would leave him and run off with his wife and children. Shanken stated that he was a member of the wild pig tribe and was willing to go through fire and water for his master for many generations. And there were many other things the boar said. The young man repeated, the boar said about fire and water. It's not like he means to drink and perm his hair. At the same time, the young man noticed that the Zhao family started attacking his manor with some logs. The young man said he was too lazy to deal with people blinded by greed. So he asked Old Man's son to teach them a lesson. The old man should teach them a lesson so that the Zhao family would leave the floating city as an apology. Old Man's son thought, what a pure chi of the sword. This tiny wooden sword actually contains the supreme intent of the Tao of the ball. The old man thanked the young man for the treasure. He immediately went to the floating city. To the Zhao family, the young man was carrying more wooden swords behind his back. After gathering his team, the young man said that they would each have a wooden sword. If they faced an emergency, they could stimulate the intention of the sword inside. The young lady thought that now that the continent was in turmoil, even the disciples from the 10,000 Flowers Valley would be attacked. Perhaps she should persuade her mentor to propose that their sect join this powerful young master. The girl realized that it would be the perfect offer, and right now the wooden sword should help her a lot. Each of the team received their own wooden sword. Everyone thought that the Supreme Immortal had given them wooden swords with the intention of improving their cultivation. Old Man's son got close to the floating city and said that the Great Immortal had advised the Zhao family to leave the floating city to make amends, and that they should get far away from here. At the same time, the old man boasted of his deadly wooden sword. Master Jie retorted that this mortal had only accidentally gotten a piece of the Immortal's land, and used the two demon kings for his defense. Master Zhao turned to Old Man's son. How could he, a great cultivator at the divine transformation stage, mistake this brat for an immortal? Master Zhao asked Old Man's son to step aside as a sign of respect. No one had been able to stop the Zhao family's floating city yet. In addition, the young man stated that this boar demon insulted their family and used foul language, and this matter must be resolved. Old Man's son said so, so it will be so. In that case, he should teach the Zhao family a lesson now. The Zhao family's warriors thought that the old man had lost his mind. He accepted a wooden sword from this young man. He thinks it's a weapon. The old man activated his wooden sword and it transformed into a huge deadly weapon. The rivals prepared to resist each other. And all of this hinted at a not-so-serious battle. Master Zhao stated that this was a very dense sword chi. The young man has ordered his warriors to activate their defenses to maximum, and they must use all their strength to block this blow. Apparently, blocking the impact didn't work out so well, and everyone screamed that the floating city was about to fall. Old Man's son repeated his demand. His master is good-hearted and he will let everyone leave. Only they must leave the floating city behind. Master Zhao realized that this was an emergency situation for them, and it was necessary to deal with this old man's son somehow. The young man watched from below as the air battle developed, and as old man's son put forward his ultimatum. The Zhao family was leaving their city in a hurry. The young man rejoiced. At last he would have a way to leave this remote mountain in the southern wasteland. The girls asked the young man what he was going to do with the floating city. The boar and his earth boars were carrying out the young man's tasks. This job was just right for him. The young man replied that he was going to make a floating island out of this estate and the land around it. He is using the Zhao family's work. The girls interjected. Was the master really willing to dismantle the floating city that had allowed the Zhao family to remain among the continent's best for thousands of years? The young man said that of course he would sort it out, because this is the Zhao family's floating city, not his. The girl was surprised, because this city was comparable to the weapons of immortals. The guy realized, no matter how good this floating city was, he couldn't transfer his sword domain to it. When later, he would have a large range of invincible sword domain, it would be better than any floating city. The girls concluded that magical weapons comparable to those of immortals and unparalleled in the entire continent were nothing more than dust in their master's eyes. The young man counted his trophies. This was worthy of the best family in the cultivation world. This amount of pills and treasures contained in the floating city could completely support an ordinary sect. The old man said that these were all treasures they had collected from the Zhao family's treasury in the floating city. The young man said that they should be stacked in the treasury dug by the wild pig tribe. We need to help dismantle this city. Everyone wondered, why dismantle the city? It's a floating city, not to mention the engraved formations and restrictive systems. Even as a source of spiritual energy, it's very valuable. The young man stated that he had enough spiritual energy. The young man gave advice, since the old man said that the formations and restrictive systems of the floating city are very valuable. Why not study them before dismantling and then set up his estate? The old man said that's what he would do. The young man handed the old man 2 vials of pills. The young man said they could consider it payment for their work. The old men thanked their master. The latter told them to try hard. The young man got the pills from the Zhao family's treasury and improved them with the invincible ball area. 1 month had passed. The elders reported to the master that they were able to remove only part of the information and restrictive systems from the floating city. But the floating crystal and its corresponding formations remained intact. Old Man Huang added that this was the first time he and his colleague had worked on such a floating city, and they could only sigh in excitement. The floating crystal is indeed a treasure of immortals, and the Zhao family's formations are very skillfully made. The young man said he was ready to see the results of their hard work today. Everyone noticed that they had managed to get the estate up in the air. That means they've done it. Old Man Huan said that the 2 of them and his colleague took people to study the formations of the floating city day and night. That was the only way they were able to move most of the formations. Everyone began to congratulate the young gentleman on his victory. He had succeeded. The young man proudly accepted the congratulations. The master told his assistant to pick a few ginseng fruits, and then take other spiritual fruits and distribute them to everyone. The young man said that he was happy today, so let everyone rejoice. And everyone rejoiced and thanked their mentor. The young man thought, finally his wish is starting to come true, and he would be able to travel. At last the young man will be able to leave the wild mountains of the southern wasteland. It's been 2 weeks. The young man thought that the range of his current invincible ball domain was not large enough to cover the entire floating island. Otherwise, there would be no need to ask Old Man's son and the others to move the defense formations from the floating city. The girl approached the young master and stated that they had set up a spiritual herb field and a garden. The young lady added that she and her co-student sisters used the techniques to nurture the Valley of 10,000 Flowers. The young man knew then all the vegetation of his estate had been transformed with the invincible ball region ability. Furthermore, he used divine soil. So, there are differences. The girl thought that she and her sisters were under the immortal's protection, but there was so little they could do to help him. Yulian came running over and told the master that according to Old Man Sun, the installation of the defense formation was almost complete, and what to do now. The young man turned purple. He said hello to Miss Yulian. The girl wondered why this disciple from the 10,000 Flowers Valley was always by Master's side. The young man said to continue transforming the floating island, moving towards the Valley of 10,000 Flowers. Yulian wondered why this was necessary. The girl said that she had already sent a message to the sect. However, the other sects in the vicinity of the 10,000 Flowers Valley had recently undergone a change, causing her mentor and the others to temporarily find it difficult to pass through. Therefore, the girl would be grateful if the young man would give her a ride. The guy said he was on his way anyway. He wanted to go to the Cultivators meeting held by the Taishan sect. The guy looked at this tripod and said that so far all the problems have been because of it, and he doesn't need this tripod. Maybe someone knows how to fix all this. The young man thought that when the world was in turmoil after they reached the sect, he needed to quickly get the mentor, the valley head, and the others to establish a good relationship with him. Small town. A young man runs away and asks for help. Other people run after him and try to catch up with him. The ghost flies and tells them to keep running and he will enjoy their grief. One of the ghosts saw a floating city above and asked what it was. Everyone turned around and saw that indeed it was a floating city, and it was floating on air. Turns out it's not a floating city, it's a floating island. But there isn't a floating island anywhere else on the continent. And someone's coming down from this island. The ghosts shouted to be careful. Whoever is coming down is the enemy. The boar shouted that he was just about to scold someone, and how good it was to meet such a crowd. The dog also pounced on one of the ghosts, and said that his master had ordered him to make sure they didn't let any of those rascals escape. Our hero, looking down on what was happening on the ground, he was on a floating island. The young man watched his warriors destroy their opponents, and the system awarded him points for it. The young man was satisfied with his work. He mentally thanked the Zhou family for the floating city that allowed him to escape. Now he would no longer have to sit in the manor and wait for the enemy to come and give him the Sword Realm points. The guy realized that raising the level of the invincible Sword Realm required too many points. He didn't have enough of them right now. He only had to increase its range and cover the entire floating island. The guy pressed a button with the intention of increasing the range of the area. This button was the system button. The system announced that the range of the invincible sword area had been increased by 258 meters. The boy realized that he had a long way to go. He was ready for it. Our hero's invincible warriors reported to him that none of the enemy had escaped. The master said that if the girl encountered something like this on the road in the future, for her to take someone with her and take down the bad guys. That way she could hone her sword intent in real combat. The girl thanked her master. The young man said that they were now ready to continue on their journey. They still had so much to do. The Zhao family members looked up and saw a floating city. But they were wrong, it wasn't their family's city. They were interested when a floating island appeared in the southern wasteland. The Zhao family elder guessed that the formations on this island clearly belonged to their family. He resented who dared to do that. The young man just laughed in response. He was proud of himself. The young man said that a man can't get rich without luck, and a horse can't get fat without snacking at night. And he should thank the Zhao family for sending their floating city to his region. The girl approached the young man and bowed to him. The young man said that there was no need for a ceremony between them. At the same moment, completely by chance, Yulian flew past, on her deadly sword. She saw everything. The young man asked if she hadn't led Old Man's son and some youths to eradicate evil, to earn him points at the same time. The girl, gazing into the distance, declared that things were not smooth ahead, and it seems that the followers of the Devil's Path are attacking the Valley of the 10,000 Flowers. And something terrible was going on there. Elder Sun said that there were too many enemies there, and not just from the devil sects. So, he sent the girl to ask what they should do next. The girl was upset that their valley was being attacked by devilish sects, why they were doing this. The girl asked the young man to give them support, and to restore justice, to prevent their honor from being dishonored. The young man said that we should launch the beasts first. If something goes wrong, to give them time to stall. The girl declared that she too would go with the demon beasts to this valley. Maybe she would be of some use. The young man said that it was dangerous, and the floating island will soon reach this valley. The girl thanked the master for his willingness to provide support. The Valley of 10,000 Flowers. All sorts of demonic forces are attacking this valley, and they tell all the girls not to hide. Come out to formation. The Heavenly Devil's disciples shout for the girls to come out and play with them. Others, all sorts of fiends, shouted that they would be interested to see what the little lady's blood looked like. and urged the girls to pair cultivate. The disciples of the disobedient sect also called for the handsome man to come out and show his face. The girls from the 10,000 Flowers Valley sect told their head that they had sent out requests for help in all directions. But it was unclear how many allies would be able to arrive. The sect head stated that they, the 10,000 Flowers Valley, had always kept to themselves. They only sold medicine and played music and danced with the sisters in the valley. I guess that's their fate. The sect head added, I guess they'll have to experience this calamity. One of the students was outraged and offered to fight the enemies. Although they are specialized in medicine, it doesn't mean that they don't know how to kill enemies. The girl continued, for they have many apprentices outside, and the heritage books are hidden in a secluded place, and if some girls manage to escape the disaster outside, they will know how to find the treasury when they return to the valley. The sect head said, then we should gather all the female disciples and make preparations. The elders said they would fight to the death, but to send as many female disciples as they could to the battle. The girls were very determined. The ranks of the villainous sections noticed that the girls had finally shown themselves. The enemies began to make lewd jokes about the girls. Suddenly, one of the enemy noticed a floating island overhead. This was a complete surprise to them. Everyone wondered why a floating island had appeared at that exact time, and which sect has such an artifact. The Zhao family has a floating city, but no one knows about the island. Our heroes team was ready to start destroying the enemies. Yulian threateningly declared that they would all be dispersed now. The villain said, how dare this little girl speak to them in such a tone? After all, this child should know about the bad reputation of their sect, and she should be very afraid of them. The leaders of all the bad sects saw two demon kings, a pig and a dog, and assumed it was the approaching owner of a piece of immortal land from the rumors everyone knows about. The leader of one of the sections decided to confer with his colleagues and do something about it. One of them suggested that there was no immortal on the island, but this island might be of interest to them, and it's worth paying attention to. Then the villains decided to do battle with the young elders' warriors. They believed that no one could defeat the four sects. The first thing they decided to do was to attack Yulian, and said that she was finished. The girl was determined. Yulia decided that they all deserved to die, and so they should. The girl successfully struck her opponents and cut them into cabbages with her sword. The enemies realized that this was the intention in her chimicha. Could it be that she had become a master swordsman? The leaders of the hostile sects began to fear this girl, but they were afraid to admit it to each other, and they thought they'd have to deal with her. If the four of them united together, they wouldn't have to fear the sword's intentions. One of the elders suggested that this girl's master must be the strongest among their enemies. In the end, the four enemy elders decided to kill this girl and be done with it. The young man watched the battle like a great general. The girl stated that her attack was blocked by the devil key. How was this possible? The young man noticed that it would be a bit difficult for the girl. After all, she is only at the golden core stage. The boy decided that there was enough procrastination, and it was time to go to the Valley of 10,000 Flowers on the floating island. He gave the appropriate order. It was the perfect moment to test the power of the island. The young lady thanked the young man. The boar watches the girl from above and decides that she has managed to warn these sects of the coming consequences. But apparently, they are in a great hurry to reunite with their ancestors in the other world. The young man said the boar could talk more now, since he's so eloquent. The young man warned that he was ready to begin. His island was closing in on the theater of battle. The villains shouted that the enemies were using an attack formation. Someone shouted out that the Defiant Sect's comprehensive return formation was not afraid of this kind of attack. Call of the enemy's attacks would be absorbed by the magic circle and turned into their spiritual energy. One of the elders said that he would be busy with the formation, and his disciples should distract the enemies. When they ran out of energy, they would rush out and take over the island. That was his plan. The villains failed. They failed miserably. The elder of the fiends shouted that such a thing was impossible. How could an attack from a spell formation carry sword intent? The elders of other sects were also suffering catastrophic defeat. One of the elders decided that there was an urgent need to flee. He tried to flap his wings and get away, but another elder grabbed his leg and asked for help. It was not possible to fly away quickly. A fight broke out between the elders. It was every man for himself. Everyone was only thinking about himself. He did not care about the fate of his sect. The survivors, who had not yet fled, were wondering what to do now. A plan of attack had been cooked up. The plan of retreat they did not have, so chaos ensued. The villains tried to pretend to be dead so that the sword of justice would not touch them, and not to be punished by heaven. The villain cried and said he couldn't go on like this. He no longer had the strength to do his evil deeds. The villain began to pray to his god and asked that he make it so that he would not be found. Yulian stood she-shard of the island with her deadly sword and watched the enemy retreat. The girl was paying attention to how the evil enemies escape and run with all their legs, and scattering. And here, they would never come back. The girl wasn't going to let them go. She said they'd gone down a crooked path, there's no forgiveness for them, and she ran after them. The head of the 10,000 Flowers sect announced that the biggest crisis since the founding of the valley was over. Who are their saviors? Who is on this island? None of the sects they know had a floating island. The young lady shouted from the island to the head of her sect that all the girls had returned. The sect elder asked if it was the girls who called for reinforcements. They didn't come back at a time like this for nothing. The girls said that the island master was going to the Taishan sect's conference. On the way, he decided to save their valley. The Devil Path sects decided to attack their valley, but this young man lent a selfless helping hand. The sect head asked if it was about the master of the land of immortals, about whom there were many rumors. The girl confirmed that this is the young man in question, and she knows him very well. The sect head immediately requested that the girl take her to the island, and she would personally thank the master. The sect leader told the other girls to make preparations. They needed to express their gratitude to the young man's family members. The feigned enemies continued to pray to their gods that they would not be found. So far, they were succeeding. The girl brought the head of her sect to the island and gave her a mini-tour. The young lady said it was all made by a master craftsman. He's a great craftsman. The immortal directly turned a piece of immortal land that had recently caused a sensation in the cultivation world into a floating island. And the formations and the floating crystal were brought here from the Zhao family's floating city. The woman noticed that many things had happened in the world since their length had been attacked by devil sects. In the face of the current turbulent cultivation world, their sect still couldn't defend themselves. The girl introduced her mentor to the young man and members of his intrepid team. The sect head of the 10,000 Flowers Valley sect expressed her respects to the Supreme Immortal, and thanked him for his willingness to lend a helping hand to their valley. Guy said her female students helped him a lot with elixirs and alchemy too. The sect head asked if it was true that the young man was going to go to the sect meeting organized by the Taishan sect. The boy said that's the way it is. The elder said since he's already here, maybe he'll accept a thank you for saving the lives of her students. The girls are ready to throw a banquet to thank him for his work. The young man said he was not to be thanked. It was done out of selfless motives. There was no way the young man could explain that he could not leave the floating island. The young man said he had heard that the Taishan Supreme Sect was summoning Cultivator sects to repair the continent's border defense formation. And as a resident of the continent, he must arrive there without delay. The woman declared that this immortal youth was very righteous. The elders said that now that the cultivation world was in such turmoil, and there was also a sect meeting, it was possible that the 10,000 Flowers Valley would fall under the attack of the Devil Path sects for the second time. The woman continued. Originally, their valley was also going to attend the Taishan sect's gathering. Would Master allow them to join them and go to this island together for the conference? The young man agreed and said there would be no problem in that. Besides, the valley is good at making pills, and he was willing to exchange ideas. The elder said, then she would have her girls prepare for the trip, and pack their suitcases. The young man couldn't understand why this elder was in such a hurry. The young man saw the amount of luggage the girls had and was horribly surprised. Why did it look like they were moving? Are they really the whole sect going to fly? The elder said that after the recent disaster, they realized that they could no longer separate their forces. They cannot leave the girls unattended in the valley, lest they put them in danger. The elder presented the young man with pills and artifacts and said it was in gratitude for his hard work. They could not repay for saving the girls' lives, but could only offer such a modest gift. The young man had no choice but to agree to all of this. Yulian was stern and angry, student and mentor alike. They're both of the same species, both of them want to snuggle up to her mentor. The young man said for Old Man's son to find a place for the members of this sect to stay. And after that, they set off at once. The villain realized there were only two survivors, him and that lecherous monk. The monk said that he didn't expect the landmaster of the immortals to be so strong. More than half of them were killed or injured before they even saw who was attacking them. The two villains thought about their next course of action. Now that they have suffered serious losses, they need to unite to take revenge. They decided to go to the gathering of the Devil's Path. Although they can't handle this immortal, but perhaps they can handle the devil old men. The two villains decided to go without delay to this meeting. Taishan Sect. Old Man's son, looking at this sect, decided, which was to be expected from one of the 8 great sects, and the leader of all the right ways of the continent. Such a grand event in the cultivation world was also very rare in the history of the continent. The sect elder of the 10,000 Flowers sect said that she had seen it in the records of the valley. But to see it all with your own eyes, astonishment is of a different level altogether. Taishan sect deserves to be in the top 3 strongest among the 8 major sects. Almost all the sects and cultivator families would come to the meeting. Yulian asked when they could come down to take a closer look at this sect, and take in the sights, and visit the holy sites. The young man thought that if he were a cultivator, he too would want to attend such a gathering. But if he left the invincible ball region, he would immediately become a mere mortal and a target for all the bad people. The young man didn't reveal the whole truth, and said he was too lazy to go downstairs. He told Yulian to go there with Elder Lee and Old Man's son, and they could bring the dog with them. The boar said he wanted to go there too. He had never tasted the banquet delicacies that the big sects treat. The young man said that's unrealistic, because the boar would fight with someone again. The boar said that he didn't mind. Then he would stay with his children and help his master with the chores. Taishan sect. Banquet on the mountain of the great clear sky. Everyone in the cult leads an idle life, vacationing and going back and forth. The student asked her mentor why he was sighing. The elder said that he lamented the hardships of life due to his advanced age. He also said that he had given up the treasure of the sect to join this powerful man. But in the end, when he returned to the mountains of the southern wasteland, bringing everyone to join him, such a large estate suddenly disappeared. The elder didn't understand why it was missing. How could it be missing? Estates don't go missing. The disciples tried to reassure their mentor. They were worried about him. The elder continued. Just by having lunch at that elder's place, he had returned and broken through to the divine transformation realm, at which a person in the cultivation world was already considered a great cultivator. But next to that person, such a level was just nothing. The apprentice turned his master's attention to what was going on at the entrance. A company entered the banquet hall, and the dog accompanied them. The men were determined and stern. The elder thought that this girl looked familiar. Could this be the girl he saw when he visited the elder? Elder disciple said, beside the girl is also the Dark Knight Demon King. The old man began to guess who had come to visit him. If there was an elder and a demon here, then the immortal should also come to the meeting. The disciple remarked to the elder that he was not showing himself at his best, because there are other sects present. The man took on a stern look. He gave an important look. An elder with his disciples approached our heroes and introduced himself. He said that he was the head of the Sacred Sword sect. He asked the girl to take him to the Supreme Immortal to greet him. The elder continued that the feminine red-gold sword in the girl's hand was a gift from the Sacred Sword sect that he had left behind after his previous visit. He is honored that it is now owned by Miss Yulian. The girl, embarrassed and blushing, said that her mentor had told her that, and she thanked the elder for the sword. Yulian said that her mentor liked peace and quiet, so even though he came to the meeting, he didn't go into the Taishan sect. Elder Lee asked if they could go back to the island first, and asked the young man if he wanted to see anyone. The man answered for himself that this was the head of the 10,000 Flowers Valley. After all, their valley ignored trivial matters in the cultivation world. When did this lady have time to get close to a great elder? The old man thought that more and more people were trying to get close to the young man. The old man, seeing off this company, thought that maybe even he didn't have a chance. The young man asked why Yulian had returned so quickly, and who was it that she had brought. The elder greeted the young man. He said that a few days ago, he had traveled to the mountains of the southern wasteland to pay his respects to the immortal, but he didn't expect that the young man had finally left this place. The elder thought that an immortal even moving over was very shocking. The young man said he recognized him. It's the head of the Sacred Sword sect, the one who gave him the fertilizer and sword last time. The young man said hello, and asked that the old man was also here to attend the cultivators' meeting. Then why is he not in the sect but on the island? The old man thought that the sect meeting was not as important as adhering to the powerful. The young man said that he would attend the meeting, but a little later. First, he had to come here to pay his respects. However, the old man didn't expect the young man to come here as well. Therefore, he regretfully didn't prepare a gift. The young man said it was normal. No problem at all. The young man thought to himself that the last time the old man brought gifts, he hoped the young man would patronize him. But right now, he can't leave the island. Therefore, it is very embarrassing for him to continue accepting gifts. There was an awkward silence. I had to break the pause somehow. The guy asked if the sect meeting was going to start soon. The young lady noticed that the traces of the aura of the 2 evil spirits of the absolute void were disappearing here. There really is a hidden little world here, the girl thought. It doesn't look like its protective layer has been destroyed, and those two must have gone there through that gap. The girl continued to ponder. In such a small world, there are often no strong people. She doesn't know anything about this world. However, if evil spirits entered there, this entire world could be destroyed. The girl thought that the heavenly Tao of this world was resisting her. That's because it can't withstand her power. But how could these two evil spirits of the absolute void get in there? Looks like the girl can only use the clone for now. We need to alert the living beings on this continent to unite for resistance. The young man continued to relax at his estate on the island. The girls were having a bit of an argument. The elder rejoiced. He didn't think he would be able to taste the immortal's delicacies again. Something delicious was cooking in the cauldron. The young man noticed that it was regular meat, slow-cooked in a pot. The old man noticed something. He turned to the young man. He said he wasn't sure if he should tell the immortal, but his pot is the tripod of the ninth heaven. Should it be used for such a purpose? The young man wondered if it was the same tripod that had fallen from the sky after he had struck it. That's what I'm talking about. The old man explained that maybe the young man didn't know something, but the main purpose of the Taishan Sect meeting was to find this tripod. The old man continued. If the tripod cannot be found, a backup plan will be used to repair the crack in the protective boundary formation. The young man said he understood. The young man sent the girl, asked her to invite everyone to the island for a meeting, and announced that the tripod is here. That should interest everyone. A meeting of cultivators in the Taishan Sect. The elders are deciding important global issues. They talk about fixing the information. They need old records for that. There is a need to restore the magic circle. Elder Yin said that their main task now was to find the divine tripod of the ninth heaven. They can't go anywhere without it. He had sent many of his disciples to search for it, but no one had been able to find it. There's a report that it fell into the southern wasteland, but no information from there either. The other sect elders said that they too had sent messengers to look for the tripod and were also unsuccessful. But perhaps one of the sects or cultivator families is hiding the tripod in their homes. One of the people present said that you shouldn't look down on the nature of the cultivators of the southern wasteland. They are decent. The elder thought that after thousands of years of peace, these family sects had completely forgotten about the threats from outside. Messengers came from the island. They were very strict. Yulian said if anyone wanted the divine tripod of the ninth heaven, they should follow her. Elder Yin was very surprised. The elder thought, how was it possible for the multi-respected sect elders to follow a young disciple and still be respectful to her? Elder Li confirmed the girl's words. She said that they knew the location of the divine tripod of the ninth heaven. Elder Li was believed more. She was respected. How could that be possible? No one could find him. The elder thought it, and Chance asked if it was true. Because jokes are not appropriate here. The other participants in the meeting thought it was a big deal, because they'd already looked everywhere. Who's the girl anyway? The one who first announced the find. The elder added that they did know the location of the ninth heaven tripod. Elder Li announced to everyone that the tripod was on Immortal Island. Elder Yin decided that he was being played a joke after all. He had warned him not to joke around. Elder Li said that they wouldn't dare to do that. The woman confirmed that the tripod was on the floating island of this girl's mentor, Ms. Yulian. At the moment, he had parked his island near the Great Clear Sky Mountain. Yulian said that her master did not like to leave his island. So he asked the respected elders to go with the girl to invite other elders to the island to continue discussing the fate of the tripod. Many people began to resent why this young man didn't come down here himself. And why is he called immortal? Even the head doesn't call himself that. Head Yin said, in that case going to the island to check what was really there. Elder Yin suggested that everyone else join in as well, and visit this immortal. All said to listen to the chapter and proceed to the island. Everyone present noticed that there were a lot of them, and if this young man was up to no good, he wouldn't be able to get away with it. The man recognized the girl. He expressed his displeasure. Probably didn't want to meet her. He was very suspicious. A member of the Zhao family became indignant. This is not a floating island at all. This was clearly their family's flying city. The man added that the formations of this floating island look a bit familiar. Everyone began to notice that the traits were quite similar to those of the Zhao Seven. Maybe the Southern Wasteland Sect knows something. One of the men noticed that they had already left the mountain gate of the Taishan Sect. Why didn't the young man go out and greet them? He would like to see where this supreme immortal got the courage to call himself that. Yulian showed the direction with her hand and said that this was her mentor's floating island. The girl asked everyone to follow her, to stay in her fairway. The master saw the divine tree. It can't be. The man noticed that even from this distance, he could feel the spiritual energy contained in its fruit. The master noticed that centuries-old grasses grow here. It's incredible. Another master remarked that these stones contained the ultimate intent of the sword, and could be used to create immortal weapons. Somehow it seemed that the entire island was made up of natural materials and earthy treasures. The Grand Elder was spinning around near the tripod, and couldn't understand why this thing couldn't be refined. The young man tensed up because the cauldron still smelled of meat. He didn't know how to explain it when the cultivators came over here. The young man asked the elders if this cauldron was really a divine artifact. The young man asked the elders if this cauldron was really a divine artifact. The old men were puzzled. They had never touched such artifacts before. They had never even seen such artifacts. Such artifacts are usually protected and never used for stewing meat. It's a divine artifact-level tripod. The boar thought that one look at these old men made it clear that they could not be relied upon. The boar volunteered to go down to the river with the cauldron and clean it. Because he is physically the strongest, the man thought it was worth a try. He hoped the boar wouldn't let him down. The elders clung to the boar and would not let it go. They said it was a divine artifact and should not be treated like that. The girl approached the young man with the elders. Something had to be done. The young man wondered why they had come so quickly. The boar stood with the cauldron. The elders were holding the hands of this demon king. There was no way they could be the mentors of Sun's young friend. These two young men are about the same age as her, so they're out too. Although the remaining elders are great cultivators, they cannot be supreme immortals. The elder couldn't solve the riddle. Who is a supreme immortal? The elder looked at the young man. He definitely didn't have the aura that ordinary cultivators possessed. Could this strange young man really be a god or immortal? The elder approached the young man and introduced himself. He said he was the leader of the Taishan Sect, and he welcomes the immortal. The young man told the elder that he was bowing to the wrong person, because here was his master. The girl introduced the elder to the young man. The elder apologized for mistaking the young men and did not immediately recognize the great immortal. The young man said that Head Yin was too polite, and he could simply call the young man Zhang Fan, and he added that his disciple Yulian really has a heaven-given talent. The Taishan sect head was eagerly waiting for the moment when the cauldron was shown to him. He had heard from the people sent by the young man that the divine tripod of the ninth heaven was on this island. The young man turned away. The elder asked what was the matter. Did he say something wrong? Zhang Fan said that he really had the tripod and pointed his finger at it. The elder was surprised. Could it really be the divine tripod of the ninth heaven? Elder Yin asked why this cauldron smelled like meat and spices. The young man explained that he used to stew meat in this cauldron. Perhaps he had overused the spices, and their flavor was absorbed into the cauldron. The gentleman was shocked. This young man was even able to absorb the spices in this cauldron, which was to be expected of a great immortal. One of the guests said that this place is indeed the true land of the immortals. Any fruit here is worth its weight in gold. The young men thought of getting at least some of these fruits for their sect. They probably won't succeed because each of these fruits already has its own master, and the guard is very strong. And if they do succeed, the Taishan sect leader will most likely disapprove. His interlocutor said that they were followers of the righteous path. Therefore, it is not permissible for them to do so. They cannot rob anyone like those rascals of the devilish sects. The young man did not relent and decided that he must then find a reason to attack. The Zhao family's master approached the young people and said that he had an occasion just for these people. Would they like to cooperate with him in the future? The master asked, before the young men reached the island, whether the formation of this floating island seemed very similar to those of the Zhao family's floating city. Master said that these young people should remember what Zhao's floating city looked like. The young man asked if the core and formations of this floating immortal island had been taken away from the Zhao family. Master Zhao angrily stated that this particular guy was a shameless person. His family was fighting the enemy while the young man attacked them stealthily and took their weeping city. Then he dismantled it and took the crystal and formations to his own island to claim as his own. The young man thought that the Zhao family in the southern wasteland was accustomed to behaving brazenly, and Master Zhao is not telling us something. The young men thought that the Zhao family had decided to appropriate the divine fruits and everything else, but were rebuffed and lost their city. Master Zhao stated that this guy took away their floating city and converted it into his island. Even if he doesn't give them all the things on the island, he has to give at least half of them as compensation. The master is willing to take the island for himself, and the young men can have the fruit. The boys thought that if they succeeded, they would become rich. And if they lost, they would say that they had been cheated by the Zhao family and decided to give it a try. The young men said that they were righteous people from famous families, and they could not just sit back and watch the villains do their evil deeds. and they will definitely help Brother Zhao and his family to get justice. The elder interrogated Master Zhao if it was true that he had used this divine tripod left behind by the ancient god king to stew meat in it. The young man said that he didn't know that it was the divine tripod of the ninth heaven before, so he cooked in it using spices. The elder inquired. The meat was delicious. He was curious, purely for scientific purposes, how powerful the divine artifact was, and what it was capable of, besides being the core of the formation. The young man said the flavor was not bad. Meat stewed in this cauldron can refine spiritual power. Elder Yin was astonished by this ancient artifact. The young man thought that this old man shouldn't take this tripod away from him to stew the meat himself. The elder asked if Master Zhang was willing to hand over this ancient artifact to him to manage. His supreme sect had called a sect meeting to find the ninth heaven divine tripod and restore the formation protecting this world. The young man said that he didn't mind. That's the reason he invited Elder Yin here. The master is an example for the whole world. On behalf of all the beings of the continent, the elder thanks the young man. Master Zhao stated that this guy was far from being a kind person. The young man added that the elder should not let himself be fooled by this shameless person. The elder was surprised and demanded the facts. The elder thought that he could not detect any fluctuations of spiritual energy in the young man. Perhaps this young man is actually an immortal. The young man said that Head Yin may not ask anything. Master Zhang said he knows what's going on. The young man said that the head of the Zhao family was in front of him. Last time, his family arrived in the southern wasteland and tried to take over his estate. But in the end, they had to leave their floating city in exchange for their lives. Master Zhao said that he had warned everyone that these formations were from his floating city. The only crystal that could support such a large island was the Zhao family's floating city crystal. Master Zhao said that his family has always put justice first. Therefore, there was no need to start a fight now. This young man and the two demon kings captured and took the floating city, attacking from the rear, while his family fought the Weeping Ghost Cave and the southern barbarians. The young men began to defend Master Zhao and said that they could vouch for him, and it was necessary to deal with this villain who had conspired with the devil cultivators and barbarians. Elder, and listen to everything carefully. Master Zhao's support group went to the elder and said that he is the leader of world righteousness, and he should not act with bias. They want justice. Master Zhang said that he would handle the matter himself. The young man asked Master Zhao if he claimed that the floating island belonged to his family. What would he say about the spiritual herbs and divine trees and other heavenly treasures on his island? To whom it all belongs? Master Jie replied that his family's heritage had been passed down for thousands of years, and he didn't know what was in the treasury of the floating city. However, his family has a catalog, so you could just compare everything by it. Master Zhang stated that this is all rather shameless. He is not going to argue about the situation, he just proposes to fight. Yulian decided to offer the master his sword. The young man said if his rival won, he would leave him not only the island, but everything on it. Elder Yin was astonished. Could the young man really be a sword immortal? The young men decided to fight. Our hero said that first the opponent should take his blow. Master Zhao's support group was scared out of their wits. They decided that they had clearly attacked the wrong person. They saw the terrifying sword intent of the island master. Elder Yin, seeing how the situation was developing, asked the young man to show mercy. The elder asked the young man to stop in order to save that man's reputation. After all, it was his Taishan sect that invited everyone to attend the meeting, and Master Zhao's death will bring him trouble. The young man took pity and said that only for Elder Yin's sake would he be merciful and keep his rival alive. The youngster regretted that he was unable to get for his opponent the points of the unbeaten ball area. The young men scattered whoever they could because this senior mecha immortal has a murderous character. Elder Yin decided to talk about the pressing matters. Since Master Zhang is willing to give away the ninth heaven divine tripod, we need to discuss how to repair the border defense information. The island master approached one of the girls and called her by the name Yuan Ling. She had to prepare something. The girl invited her friends who brought ginseng fruit from the island, and they began to treat all the guests. Elder Yin thanked the young man for his hospitality. He said he would give him something nice later, and thought of the young man that he could not be dishonest. Nameless Valley. The ghost asked what they thought Yin Xuan was going to do after gathering all the sects. The young lady announced it was said that this gathering was to mend the formation protecting the world. The ghost wailing sect master stated, if this was what the girl believed, then she wouldn't have come to this gathering of devil path cultivators. The sect master said, there was a fear that these moralists of the righteous path would unite to destroy them. If not, all those present would not be here. The young ghost said that the Ghost Crying Cave has been in a deplorable state lately. Ghost said it was usually hard for them to all get together like this. Why don't they take this opportunity to do something now, no matter what these righteous people are going to do? They can strike first, another youth said. He heard that the Blood Evil Spirit Sect had attacked the 10,000 Flowers Valley along with the Disobedience Sect, the Heavenly Devil Cult, and the Joy Temple. And all of them had suffered heavy losses without any result. Of all of them, he was the only one left. Master stated, although his Blood Evil Spirit Sect had suffered a great loss, he had still received a hidden blessing. And the ghost was able to lift this stroppy young man and send him far away from here. The young man went into outer space, so that others wouldn't get hurt, so that the masters would be treated with respect. The master asked who else wanted to fight with him. The young demons whispered, why did this old man suddenly become so strong? They told him he had received a hidden blessing, but it's unclear what that blessing is. The demons said that they were all famous figures in the cultivation world, so why would they not dare to fight the righteous? The young demon asked, and what this master was offering. He suggested going straight to the Taishan sect, and pave the way with blood. The young men thought that this old devil had gone mad. Maybe because he had become stronger, he had lost his mind. The master continued, if the young boys go with him together, there is a chance. He will give them a chance to become as strong as he is. The young demons felt their power increasing, and they were really breaking through. This was because the demon had used his demonic abilities to draw the youngsters to his side. The sect master, after distributing the power to the young ones, asked what they now thought of his plan. The young people backed him up and said they were all in. They liked the plan. Everyone decided to go gather disciples and prepare for the trek. They all disliked the Taishan sect's harsh approach towards them. The master of the Weeping Ghost sect said for the youth to make a blood sacrifice to the deity and dedicate their lives to its master, Taishan sect. This sect looks grandiose. A great number of cultivators gathered at its gates. The elder stated he didn't know about the countless cultivators, but a supreme immortal was definitely there. The supreme immortal is the one who suppressed all the heads of demon families with a single sword strike so that they could not utter a word. Floating Island. The young man stated that Elder Taishan met on the island a great deal and discussed various topics. The elder said that there was nothing that could be done. The materials used to repair the crack in the protective boundary formation are very valuable and cannot be afforded by any sect. When it comes to the budget, everyone argues about who should invest more and who should invest less. The young man was ashamed to admit that he was the one who had made the crack. The young man suggested that the elder think about what he needed. If it was on the island, he could have it. The elder said he would not deny himself. He had already noticed many valuable materials on this island. The young man said that he got along well with Elder Taishan. The elder said that a little later he would bring his disciples and grandchildren here to ravage the island. An elder came to the Immortal Head and reported that dozens of devil sects had formed a coalition and headed towards the mountain gate of the Taishan sect. They are already no more than 100 miles away from here. They had wiped out all the cultivator families and sects in their path, breaking through the cities and mountain gates. The elder said that we should hurry up and summon all the family heads and cultivators and sect leaders to this island to discuss ways to fight the demonic alliance. The young man thought a huge battle was brewing, and the battle won't just be huge, it will be long and hard. The young man asked Leader Yin to take charge of their Storm Sword Pavilion. The young man added that their clan had been wiped out. Only he and a few of his brothers had managed to get out under the elder's cover. After the conclusion of the Devil Coalition, the Storm Sword Pavilion was definitely not the only one who suffered from the disaster those bear. It was a challenge to the righteous sects and families. So, there would be no forgiveness for them. The elder stated that for the sake of restoring justice for the Storm Sword Pavilion and the other victims of the Devil Path cultivators, he urgently summoned everyone to consider methods to deal with the Devil Coalition army that was rapidly approaching the Great Clear Sky Mountain. Since so many of their comrades had gathered here, why don't they just oppose the enemies directly? Said the young man. He added that he had already sent a message to gather the disciples of his sect, to have them come to the rescue. The young man listened to the elders and thought it was a righteous thing to do. The young man stated, in order to uphold the righteousness of the world, he will not sit idle. The guy thought that he shouldn't turn down such an opportunity to earn a bunch of invincible sword realm points. Elder Yin said as he thanked the great immortal in advance. The elder decided to establish his formation of the two great beginnings without delay. He invited everyone to enter the formation and help them. The battle could have been fierce. The forces of good and demonic were ready to fight to the death. The demons smirked. This old man had already built up his formation of two great beginnings, with which the Taishan sect had become famous throughout the world. But these demons aren't what they used to be. You can't take them with your bare hands. The power of that old devil had increased again. The youngsters thought that the secret technique this master had passed down to them to increase their strength was definitely incomplete. The young demons said that while they were getting there, they were destroying sects and cities along the way, and their strength had increased quite significantly. But when they defeated the Taishan sect and destroyed the life of the entire continent, they would be able to cross the border and become immortal. The old demon thought he already had the power given to him by the deity, and he would sacrifice these young people to his master. They're just a stepping stone to his immortality. The old demon was ready to begin his trek. The demons have devised a plan of attack, and they're executing it. They gave the order to move forward, and they went on the attack. The elder noticed that the devil warriors were beginning to attack, and he announced that they should be ready for the battle to begin. The young men said the battle was starting, and they were taking the hit. The demon leader was unleashing a torrent of negative energy and directed them at righteous people. He thought no one could take him down. Fighting people was just child's play. The villain activated his furious fist, put a powerful charge of energy into it, and declared that no one could resist him. The elder watched the enemies closely and warned that his warriors should be careful. Everyone noticed that the main villain had disappeared. Master Zhang had destroyed him. The warriors began to shout that the Supreme Immortal is the strongest in the world, and he is invincible. And the devil is dead, and we must avenge our comrades. Demons realized that the head of the bloody evil spirit sect, dead, and he was supported by the evil spirit of the absolute void. But the demons still have a long way to go. If they work together, they can achieve great things. Something shone on the island, and around the island too. No one could understand what it was. The demons were losing on all fronts. The humans were crowding them and destroying them. The elder said that it was not worth pursuing the remaining enemies. First, we must deal with the aftermath of what happened today. Old Man Sun asked Head Yin what they should do with this sword. Everyone looked up and saw what had happened up there. Up above stood an invincible girl with an invincible sword. She was the terrifying dream of all demonic forces. The elder said hello and told him his name. He thanked the immortal savior for helping him destroy the evil spirit of absolute emptiness. The girl said that Elder Yin was too polite. Her name is Yuan Qiwen. She is the envoy of the uni-immortal realm. Pursuing the evil spirits of the absolute void was originally her duty, and she wanted to thank the continent's experts for helping her eliminate and destroy one of them. Elder Yin said that mutual aid is important, and he too should thank the girl for the premature warning of the enemy invasion. Elder Yin suggested that the girl go with him to meet the immortal who had taken the initiative to destroy the evil spirit of absolute emptiness. The girl agreed and said of course. The young lady stated that she did not expect in this unknown little world she would be able to see an expert with great Dao sword intent, so the girl was very interested in it, and couldn't pass it by. The young man walked in circles around the girl for a while. No one said a word. Yuan Qiwen silently observed the young man. He was interesting to her as a person. The young man had more selfish goals. He was interested in how many invincible sword realm points he would get for this immortal, who could move freely in the void. The young man came to his senses and thought that he was completely obsessed with this area of the sword. The girl thought that the young man didn't have bad thoughts in his head. The young lady said that she was happy to meet Zhang Fan, and thanked the young man for agreeing to help her destroy the evil spirit of absolute emptiness she was pursuing. The young man said that it was a simple matter for him. The young man responsibly declared that faced with such an evil bringing death to all living things, it was his duty to take action. The girl said that they should be careful in the future. She was originally chasing two evil spirits, but an evil spirit who is good at hiding has also broken through to their continent, so they need to be careful. Elder Yin asked the girl to elaborate on the abilities of this second evil spirit of absolute emptiness. The girl said, "Of course I will." And the girl began to talk about how evil spirits and demons qualify as what kinds and subspecies there are, depending on their beliefs. An evil spirit destroyed today could receive power from an evil god in exchange for killing. The young lady said that with the second evil spirit, you have to be especially careful. This evil spirit believes in an evil god who can bring an epidemic and use it to increase his power. Everyone who heard this was shocked. The girl added that this epidemic was spreading unnoticed. No one knew what to do. The elder said that we must remember to do everything to eradicate evil, and we must destroy all the wretches who believe in an evil god. Elder Yin said it was urgent and could not be delayed. He will go and talk to his fellow believers. The young man thought that for one evil spirit of absolute void, he had gotten 500,000 points of invincible sword realm, and he was still in a weakened state. The guy remembered that you can't get rich without luck, so he hoped he'd stumbled upon another one like it. The girl asked what the young man was thinking about. The boy said that he was trying to think of a way to trick more evil spirits of absolute emptiness into coming to him. The young man has recovered. He's thinking about how to get rid of the remaining evil spirit as quickly as possible, to avoid the loss of life on the continent. The girl looked closely and decided that she couldn't discern this guy's cultivation level. Although he possesses a great sword Dao, for some reason he looked shallow. A young man was approached by a girl and asked what the immortal desired. Young man. The boy asked the girl to bring spiritual fruits and spiritual herbs from his treasury. He wants to prepare pills to cure diseases and eliminate the epidemic. Yan Qiwen was very surprised when she heard this dialogue. A girl found herself in a young man's marvelous garden. She was enchanted and amazed. She had never seen such a garden before. Yuan Qiwen was for some unknown reason very anxious. The girl asked what Master Zhang was going to do now. The young man said he wanted to create pills to cure diseases and epidemics, so that he can fight the evil spirit, because he can distribute them. The girl and the young man agreed to call each other by their first names, because immortals in such an address sounds kind of pompous. Yuan Qiwen was surprised that Master Zhang was going to use these elixirs to brew medicines. These elixirs are extremely valuable even in the immortal realm. The guy said he had such elixirs and fruits in abundance on the island. The girl stated that the divine fruit tree was rare even in the uni-immortal realm. Yan Qiwen added that this floating island was full of spiritual energy, and it was surprising that these elixirs for a young man were not uncommon. The young man thought that thanks to the Devil Coalition's attack, he could not only increase the sword domain area, but also increase his level. The girl turned away and said that she could not look at it. It hurt her to see these fruits being used for such purposes. The girl said goodbye and said that she would approach that elderly man to discuss the search for the evil spirit of absolute emptiness. The young man tapped into the system, and thought now would be a good time to use the points he had accumulated. The young man learned that the undying sword intent allowed him to be endlessly reborn as long as he was inside the sword realm. The young man rejoiced. Now he would have fewer problems. The guy had a bad idea in his head. Maybe we should die once and check it out. The young man was satisfied. He had obtained the truest immortality at the 3rd level of the domain. He wondered what he would get on the next promotion. A temple in the Taishan Sect. Everyone is searching for the location of the evil spirit of absolute emptiness. A small town on the border of the eastern ridge and the southern wasteland. Secrets, the enemy said. As expected, a madman who only knows how to kill was destroyed by the experts here. The evil spirit said, "Let this world become a breeding ground for an epidemic." And he left footprints infected with a dangerous disease. Every trace of this evil spirit carried disease and danger. The evil spirit thought that no one in this city would survive because the epidemic would act mercilessly. Yuan Qiwen said that Zhang Fan had changed a little. Elder Yin confirmed that in his opinion, the young man had become more confident. The young man said that something changed in his heart when he killed a powerful enemy, and broke through to a new level. The girl asked that by powerful enemy, the young man meant the evil spirit of absolute emptiness, the body of which was destroyed by a single blow of the sword. The guy said even though it was one punch, he put his all into it. The girl said that she wanted to form an alliance of cultivators to jointly pursue the Devil Coalition infected with the power of the evil god. The elder added that at the same time, they would look for traces of the remaining evil spirit. The old man continued that sects that specialized in medicine would be sent to all parts of the continent to search for places where epidemics had occurred. Master Zhang asked, wondering what he should do. The girl said that he would be running the center with her, supporting all the departments. They would be the center of decision-making. Yan Qiwen added that her true body couldn't enter this world yet, so her strength was very limited. The young man said that this distribution of forces suited him just fine. The guy said he had something else. He asked the elder to distribute his wooden swords containing the sword intent to others, but they could only be used once. Elder Yin said that he was just worried about his companions who would be engaged in pursuing the evil spirit. But with these swords, there was nothing to worry about. The girl said that Zhang Fan had comprehended the true meaning of the Tao of the sword, and he must have already transformed his body into the intent of the sword himself. The young man thought that the vision of a girl who was born in the immortal realm was truly extraordinary. The young men looked at the panorama before them and noted that the union was on its way. The evil spirit greeted the Devil Lord. The Devil Lord was very powerful and frightening. The Devil Lord called him a lowlife, but he couldn't believe that he had returned with nothing, even though he had given away a magic weapon. The evil spirit asked the Devil Lord to spare his life. He won't do it again. He didn't expect an immortal sword to be on the continent. The Devil Lord erupted in anger. In this small world, there can't be an immortal ball that protects others. No one would believe that. The Devil Lord told him to gather all his disciples. He would lead them all himself. All the disciples greeted the Devil Lord, returning to the world with reverence. The young man asked why the girl kept following him. Yuan Qiwen said that she was just curious. This continent doesn't have any reputation in the world. Therefore, it is unexpected that there is such an immortal here who has comprehended the great Dao Qi of the sword. The young man stated that it only showed that he was a genius. He wasn't going to tell anyone that he had gotten the system on the verge of death and had gained power because of it. The girl said she had a little doubt about the continent. The guy asked why. This continent had never had incomparable powerful people before. The young man said he didn't know much about history. The girl stated that she underestimated their border protection information. Wan Qiwen said that she saw 2 evil absolute void demons pass through here when she was chasing them, and thought that she herself would enter easily as well, but she had failed so far. The guy asked if there wasn't a crack in the formation. The girl said that's the problem. There is a gap, but she can't get through there. So the one who created this great information is very powerful. The guy thought he had punched a hole in a very strong defense formation. He hoped it wouldn't be too difficult to repair. The young person thought that this continent, another ordinary, weak, unknown world. But now she thinks differently. The boy said he should ask Elder Yin about everything. The young man lives in seclusion and knows little about history. Guy asked why the 2 evil spirits had overcome the protective formation so quickly. Yuan Qiwen said that the evil forces system is different from their cultivation system. They don't need to practice. They only need to dedicate their soul and body to their masters. And then they will not hesitate to leave their bodies, to use their souls to penetrate this continent. The young man thought that these evil spirits were really very strange. Yulian came running over and told the young men to look over that way and pointed with her hand. Everyone looked over in that direction, wondering what it could be. This big, powerful pillar of light was incomprehensible. The girl recognized that it was the evil god's pillar of faith. It meant that the evil spirit of the absolute void had attracted the attention of its master. Everyone watched this phenomenon in horror. If the problem was not solved soon, then the evil spirit's attention would fall on this world. An apprentice flew in and said that his mentor had sent him with a message. At the border of the southern wasteland and the eastern range, there were traces of an evil spirit. But this area had already turned into an epidemic outbreak zone. The young man ordered the animals to take the elixirs and go to the Sect disciples to assist Old Man Yin. The young man told the elders to take charge of the floating island formations and lead him to the outbreak point. Our heroes realized that they had to make it in time. In the small town, the epidemic was raging everywhere. People were dying and the living were asking for help. It was very scary. The students handed out pills to locals to counteract the contamination. Elder Yin guessed what that beam of light was. With the help of this ray, all sorts of evil and epidemics were brought to the earth. Elder Li reported to Elder Yin that her disciples had already found epidemic patients in a dozen nearby cities. They are short of people. The elder has ordered to send all the disciples who are good at healing and alchemy, and all cultivator families capable of fighting should be brought in. The master reported to the elder that the civilians in the city no longer looked like humans. They had become demons. They had practically stopped them, the cultivators. Elder Yin urged everyone not to forget what Immortal Yuan had said before they left. The old man said they were going all together and bared his sword, and said that young men may not restrain themselves. The elder hoped that Immortal Yuan and Master Jiang would arrive soon. The city was in turmoil. People exposed to the epidemic became zombies, and those who were in the city were troubled. People would turn into demons and nightmare the whole town. The good heroes headed to the city to restore order and cleanse it of evil. Demons and all sorts of evil things decided to behave more cautiously. People continued to contract various diseases and turn into zombies and demons. Elder Li said to show no pity to these demons. Now they have become a source of disaster. They can bring disaster to the continent. The liberators were already close to the city. They were already choosing their target. May Heavenly Father bless them. The elders report to the Great Elder that the situation is bad and continues to get worse. There are great battles going on everywhere. The epidemic is not subsiding. The elder thought about how to patch the crack of the formation as soon as possible. He didn't expect it to be too late. The only thing to do now was to treat the headache. The elder said that it was not the time for Leader Yin to think about it, because they already have a lot of problems. Evil was everywhere, and it was spreading in every direction. Elder Yin said that this is indeed a big problem. Demons and zombies were attacking and destroying people. They were everywhere. It was a real epidemic. The epidemic spread across the land. Cities were down. Wickedness was everywhere. Elder Yin announced that the disciples should retreat first. He will cover them. The disciples should use magic circles to build a defense line outside the city. The forces were unequal. There was a catastrophic shortage of men. The masters would take their apprentices outside the city to build a line of defense. The elder ordered everyone to take their positions. The demons were getting it too, because people were well prepared, and in the places where they fought, they were victorious. The other elders said to be on standby to support the head of Yin. Elder Yin could powerfully fight demons, and there was no match for him. One of the demons called out a cry for the spirits of this realm to come into the arms of the Father God. Who will receive them? Some demons were impenetrable. They couldn't even be destroyed by death rays. Elder Yin wondered how things were going with the civilians, whether all the civilians had already been evacuated. He was told that the younger students were already escorting them to safety. Elder Yin tried to come to everyone's aid. He was a kind old man. The demons shouted for all demons to unite under his leadership. The elder wondered why Yuan and Zhang hadn't arrived to help yet. The old man saw the island and realized that help had arrived, and the young men would be here soon. The young man apologized for the delay. The young man decided that he was going to deal with everyone now. The demons threatened to massacre the entire island. The young man was sure that his sword could not be seriously challenged. It was true, the demons were defeated, and there was no escape. Elder Yin noted that the help came in time. The demons retreated, but the city was destroyed and it was affected by the epidemic. The elders greeted Immortal Zhang and Yuan. The young man noted that there are a lot of casualties downstairs. Indeed, there were many people who were turning into zombies. The city was unrecognizable. Elder once again personally thanked Elder Zhang. The man said he didn't expect this unearthly evil spirit to be so powerful. He felt sorry for all the people who had died. The girl said that there was no need to relax just yet. The wickedness hasn't been completely destroyed. The girl declared, if they didn't get rid of this pillar of light as soon as possible, the lurking evil spirit of absolute void would soon be able to use it as a conduit to attract the power of a god. And then this world will become the garden of an evil god, and all kinds of viruses and epidemics will spread through it. Elder Yin declared that he would lead all his comrades to defeat the enemy. The girl stated to the young man that she could not use most of her powers. Therefore, it is up to the young man to fully deal with it. Guy said that the girl could rely on him. Their home would protect the entire continent. The master called out to his apprentice Yulian. The young man told the girl to take Old Man's son, the dog and others, and helped Elder Yin to remove the unclean power from the bodies of civilians infected with devil chi. The girl said that in some cases it would only be necessary to put the unfortunate out of their misery, and in that way more lives could be saved. Yulian said she already knows everything. She doesn't need to be reminded of such a thing. The girl also tried to say something impertinent to her opponent. The young man said that Yulian had better hurry up. The girl said she was just leaving, and she left. The youngster decided that Ms. Yulian was very attached to her mentor. The young man apologized for her. The young man said that the girl was not quite herself, as there had been an accident with her family. She didn't want to offend anyone. Kiwin decided that the girl was unhappy too. Chiwin said that the young man would have to step in soon. The boar and the dog went on a mission to cleanse the city of evil and heal the infected people. Elder Yin turned to the young man from the ground. The young man said he would be right over. The girl, looking at the young man, thought that this was indeed the intention of the Great Sword Tao. The girl decided that thanks to the young man, a multitude of worlds could come to life in the future. The young man said that now the devils would taste a treat from him with his sword. The young man was smashing the enemy left and right. Elder Yin said what was expected of an immortal. The man decided something was wrong. Something strange is happening to the infected residents downstairs. Something incomprehensible was really happening to them. It was hard to explain. There was a terrible demon looking down at them from the sky, doing something witchy. He screamed as someone dared to interrupt his father god's gift. The young man was doing something incredible with his sword. It looked divine. The elder thanked the immortal swordsman for saving the people of this world. The young man said that it wasn't difficult for him. If there were any more monsters, he was ready to deal with them. The guy thought to himself, judging by the points he received from the system, this was clearly not the evil spirit of the absolute void, the one he needed. All the elders greeted Immortal Zhang and Yuan. The elder said what was expected of an immortal. He destroyed the evil spirit, against which everyone was completely powerless, with a single blow of his sword chi. The young masters were angry. This old man from the sacred sword sect had previously pretended to represent something, but now he was flattering this young man. The old man thought that he was doing so because this immortal, the savior of their sect. The guy said he couldn't sit back because they were all from the same continent. The young man said that everyone had done a good job, so he had prepared spiritual fruits and let everyone take one. The young people accepted the fruit with great respect and reverence. All were satisfied. Everyone thought that it was an immortal fruit. It really contains immortal spiritual energy. The elder shouted that he was grateful for the treasure. The young men noted that this old man's immortal fruit was clearly better. It turns out that even immortals like to be flattered. The girl said it wasn't time for her and the young man to relax yet. This was because, the girl added, The young man had only destroyed a clone of the evil spirit of the absolute void. The guy said he knew. He guessed it when he saw that he got a lot less points in the sword area than the previous evil spirit. The young lady was surprised. Did the young man really know about this? She decided that Zhang Fan was indeed becoming more and more mysterious. The girl thought that the continent's people shouldn't understand anything about the evil spirits of the absolute void. They don't know anything about it. The girl said since he knew everything, she wouldn't have to explain much. Everyone has already seen that this evil spirit is different from the past. It is very destructive. Elder Lee pointed out that many people in this small town had irrevocably turned into monsters. Even if the rest could be saved, their bodies were already riddled with holes, and they wouldn't live for long. The girl concluded, because the evil god that this evil spirit of absolute emptiness believes in is an evil god that spreads epidemics, obsessed with transformation and evolution. The young lady is finished. They are not to be underestimated. Once upon a time, there was a small world that was taken over by this evil god. After that, all the air was filled with epidemics, and this world was abandoned. The young men were surprised, it turns out, if it wasn't for the immortal who destroyed this clone. They wouldn't have been able to deal with him. Elder Yin understood what immortal Yuan meant. Once everyone had eaten the spiritual fruits and regained their strength, they would go on a quest. Everyone said that they would respectfully obey Chief Yin's decree. Everyone also thanked Immortal Zhang for the gifts, and Immortal Yuan for her leadership. Our heroes watched from the top of their island as the city was destroyed. That was plagued by the epidemic. Members of the Taishan sect helped evacuate the wounded and cleanse the city of uncleanness. The young man asked what Elder Yin was thinking about. The young man explained the rules of using the wooden sword. If the warriors found an evil spirit and activated the wooden swords he had given, he would be able to temporarily trap the enemy from a distance and then just go to him and finish him off once and for all. The respected elder said that's not what he's worried about. He is not worried about the evil spirit being able to escape. What the elder cares most about is the future of the entire continent. He fears that the continent that had lived a peaceful life for 10,000 years under the protection of immortal Emperor Lingxiao would lose its tranquility forever.
The young men were surprised. Immortal Emperor Lingxiao.
Yuan asked the elder if there was really an immortal emperor living in the continent. The elder explained that only the great sects of the continent with tens of thousands of years of heritage had records of it. Everyone else treats the divine cauldron as an immortal weapon and is willing to fight each other for it. And only the chosen ones know what this cauldron means for their continent. And no one knows what happened then. The elder said that even he only knew what was left in the records of the ancestors of the Taishan sect. They said that the immortal emperor had built a great formation to shelter the continent, and the immortal artifacts he left behind became the cores of the formation that allowed the continent to disappear from the sight of all worlds. The girl realized that the protective formation of a small world unknown to anyone had prevented her from entering. It turned out that an immortal emperor had once lived in this world. The girl thought that this world could never be ordinary if it had people like Zhang Fan who had comprehended the intentions of the great Tao of the sword. The young man stated that he achieved his strength through his own effort and labor. Elder and said that it was natural that the young elder had to pay for his skills with sweat and hard work, unthinkable to all outsiders. Yulian, who had overheard this conversation by chance, agreed with the elder that her master had put in a lot of effort to gain such strength. The girl declared that she wanted to be like her mentor, and she swung her sword. While Yulian was practicing her cold weapon fighting techniques, the young man said that he was willing to continue the conversation on the past topic, but not about him. The elder sighed. Even if the young man took out a protective formation artifact, the divine cauldron, many disciples had tried to repair the formation, but it might be too late. The old man stated that 10,000 years ago, there was already one devil who tried to steal the divine cauldron to make the border defense formation unstable, and then bloodthirsty and evil spirits from outside the realm infiltrated the continent, and now this crack has appeared. The elder is afraid that besides those two evil spirits of the absolute void, a bunch of other evil things will infiltrate the continent. The girl said that the elder shouldn't worry. Even though she had missed those two spirits, she would take responsibility for it. For everything else, they already have Zhang Fan. The young man said that the girl was overpraising him. The young man said he wouldn't let it go unnoticed either. The young man thought that the trouble he had caused should be dealt with as soon as possible. Zhang Fan added that they should speed up the hunt for the remaining absolute void evil spirit and seal the crack with a protective formation as soon as possible. The elder said he was going to his students who were in the business of healing people and searching for the evil spirit. The young men looked at the elder. He went off to do great things, to leave a memory for posterity. The Dark Forces congratulated the Devil Lord on his recovery and returned to the continent. The Devil Lord is up to something bad. He decided to take revenge on all people and punish them. The Devil Lord said that the boundary defense formation had been damaged, and the evil spirits of the Absolute Void had infiltrated the continent, and the righteous are busy pursuing them. The Devil Lord said it was about time he went out into the world. The villains said they would follow the Devil Lord. The Devil Lord gave the command to depart, and on the skeleton, he went about his diabolical business. An estate somewhere in the mountains. The subordinates asked why the Palace Master had gathered them all together. He replied that an ancestor who had ascended to the immortal world had suddenly sent his instructions. It's necessary to gather all the disciples and prepare to meet the founder. The disciples arrived and said that they were waiting for immortal King Jiang Ming's instructions. The king said that immortal Emperor Ling Xiao was born in a small world. After his inexplicable death, this world also mysteriously disappeared and suddenly reappeared only once 10 years ago. Now this world seems to be reappearing again. The king ordered the disciples to take their men with them and investigate. The king said that a world capable of spawning a character like the immortal emperor, he had finally found it. The king said, if one comprehended the secret of the powerful immortal emperor, he would be able to completely unify the immortal realm and gain dominance over all worlds. A world of infected devils. Infestation reigns supreme, and devils in all their varieties. All the devils have been ordered to set out to conquer the continent. The devils gathered en masse and marched out. A floating island. It's all over the place with the devil's essence, and there's an epidemic raging on the land. The young men rested from their hard work and made small talk. Elder Yin appeared on the island and announced that they had found the real body of the evil spirit of absolute emptiness. The girl stated that her body had just adapted to the laws of this world, and now she would be able to pass through the immortal emperor's protective formation. Elder Yin thanked the girl for reaching out. Immortal Yuan said that she would go first. Nothing can scare her, the young man said, then they set off immediately. The young man asked the elder to take charge of the floating island, and to hurry on it for help. The disciples of the Taishan sect created a protective barrier to guard against epidemics and various viruses. The elder said that his disciples and sympathizers were barely holding back the attacking forces, and many sects were busy chasing other monsters. They were short on manpower, so they turned to the young master. The young man said that he would try his best not to fail. Yuan went on patrol and searched out the evil spirit. The girl noticed the evil spirit and prepared to engage it in battle. The evil spirit recognized the girl as an immortal from the Uni Kingdom. The evil spirit said the girl chased him all the way, but she was too late. The evil spirit was not alone. He was accompanied by many other incredible monsters. The girl said that the evil spirit deserved only death, and proceeded to dive straight at the evil spirit. The young man and Elder Yin, watching what was happening, decided that they were now in big trouble. The elder said since Yuan had taken on this evil spirit of absolute emptiness, they should stop the monster army. The young man busied himself with assigning roles. Yulian, along with the boar and the dog, would help Elder Yin, and Elder's son and Huang would take over the formation of the floating island and support the young man. Everyone agreed to their roles and started the project. The young man turned on chopping mode and used his sword in battle. The monsters were having a hard time. The coordinated team was doing everything right, and they were damaging the evil spirits. Yulian looked to see where more of her help was needed. The evil spirit shouted for everyone to give up the fight and throw themselves into the arms of the Godfather. The girl said that they couldn't further allow the evil spirit to connect with the evil god he believed in. Otherwise, the channel would really be connected to the evil god's realm. The girl declared that righteousness is great, heavenly power is irresistible, and decided to cut down all evil with the divine sword. Yuan pointed her punishing sword at the evil spirit and shouted for it to perish. The warriors fighting against the monsters saw the girl and realized that it was immortal Yuan. The girl stood with her head held high in the city. In her hand was a sword. Under her feet was a defeated evil spirit. The girl looked up and said that it was no good. A passage had already formed. The young man shouted for Yuan to leave it to him. The scary monsters have realized that the connection with the demon god has been broken, and contact would not be made. Communication across the passage was broken. The young master saved the situation. The evil spirit declared when he returned next time, he would definitely let this world merge with the Garden of the Godfather. The young man asked if that crack could be fixed right now. Yuan said that cracks in formations are very difficult to repair, and now that the evil spirit had forcibly opened the passage of the Absolute Void Realm, it would be very difficult to repair this crack. The young man speculated that the continent could become extremely busy in the future. It's empty. It seems that the evil spirit came here first. We must inform the mortal king, and then they will enter this world immediately. They can't let others get ahead of them. A world of infected devils. The evil spirit announced that we should gather everyone and form an army. An evil spirit decided to conquer the continent for the sake of his father's god. The floating island welcomes the immortals. Elder Yin did not state that the continent was facing a crisis, but thanks to the intervention of the immortals, serious consequences were avoided. Without their help, the world would have been devastated. Yuan said that it was thanks to Zhang Fang. If it wasn't for him, she wouldn't have been able to provide help in time because of the protective formation. Elder Yin said that their continent's peace was only temporary. Big trouble lies ahead. The girl assumed that it was too late to restore it. After destroying the evil spirit of the Absolute Void, the formation protecting the world would inevitably collapse. Instead of thinking about repairing the formation, it was better to concentrate. The young man clarified. If the cultivation level is high enough, it doesn't matter who invades. The girl agreed. The world-protecting formation is both a protection and a restriction. The concentration of spiritual power in this world is rapidly increasing. A group of strong people will definitely appear here. The elders said that not everyone on the continent is as gifted as Master Zhang. Everyone realizes that they can't do without their own efforts, but there's very little time left. The young man said that as long as we have him on his feet, he will defend the continent as best he can. He is always ready to come to the rescue. Elder Yin said that he had no doubts. If he needed help, he wouldn't hesitate to ask for it. And he will be a frequent visitor to this island. But he will be leaving today. He has business downstairs. The elder said that the evil spirit had just been destroyed. He needed to alert the people to save those below and prepare to rebuild the boundary defense formation. The young man wished the elder good luck. The elder said that they had all done a good job. They all said that their foreman did most of the work. They helped as much as they could. The young man invited everyone to the table. He said it was time to eat, and to restore balance to the body. Yen thought that she too would love to partake in this meal. There are many delicious things here. But since she is only a clone in this place, she still couldn't enjoy anything. The young man then suggested that she enjoy his specialties now. She would see how they differed from those in the uni-heavenly realm. The young man motioned for everyone to start the meal. Yuan noticed that these fruits actually increased the immortal qi in her body. And the cultivation talent improved a bit. This is a magic fruit. The young man told the girl to eat as much as she wanted, not to deny herself anything. There's plenty of that stuff here. Everyone who ate these divine fruits noted that their strength was increasing, and their talent was also improving. Demon Bull remarked that he was now the Demon Emperor. The dog declared that he had become one as well, thanking his master for that. The elders thanked Master Zhang and said that they had broken through as well. The young man said it was a reward for all the hard work they had done during that time. The boy thought that he couldn't fight everywhere alone. We need to increase their strength in this way as well. Yuan said she had something to tell the young man. The young man said he was all ears. The girl explained that she was worried that the continent would not be able to stop the invasion of the evil spirits of the Absolute Void, and had notified the Uni-Immortal Realm. But the Shangzhang Immortal Realm had offered to help, and their men were on their way. And her brothers and disciples and other close friends from the Immortal Realm reported that a devil army was moving towards the continent, and pretty soon it's going to be very hot on the continent. We must prepare for another battle. The warrior said to pick up the pace. The Immortal King expects them to triumph. The girl negotiated with the Immortal World Alliance, and for the time being, she will be staying on the continent to help resist the invasion of the Devil Army. Yuan told the young man that maybe she just didn't feel like parting with the ginseng and other fruits from his vegetable garden. The guy said if that was true, she could eat them all she wanted and not deny herself anything. The girl was glad, because he was afraid that someone wouldn't want to share the ginseng fruit. The young man noticed that the girl was a little different today. She wasn't as indifferent as usual. The young lady stated that she likes the atmosphere here, and she wants to do her part. Yuan said that there was something that the young man should be prepared for. That immortal emperor, who was born in this continent, was considered quite extraordinary in the 10,000 worlds in the past. The girl continued. Many people are tracking him down, suspecting he's not really dead or just wanting to know why he was so powerful. So they might come to this continent in the future. The young man repeated, in 10,000 worlds. The realm of the immortals, the devil's kingdom, immortal gods and fiends. The guy stated that he was just using this sword to test the heroes of the 10,000 worlds. The girl thought that she wouldn't mind meeting the prominent personalities of other worlds either. The elder wondered why another guest from outside had come so soon. The Grand Master thought, could this be the continent where Immortal Emperor Lingxiao came from? Spiritual Qi is barely enough. Not enough opportunities for immortals, and there are ants everywhere. The elder told the girl to be careful. The Grand Master told his subordinates to find information about Immortal Emperor Lingxiao as soon as possible. and fulfill the task assigned to them by the immortal king. The old man sent his granddaughter and said that things were bad. She should hurry up and report everything to Chief Yin, as well as immortal Zhang and Yuan. The arrivals stood in front of the old man. The old man didn't know where to go. The warrior called the old man an ant and asked him where the tomb of immortal Emperor Lingxiao was. The old man said he'd never heard of it, and he wouldn't do anything to help the aliens. The warrior said he would find out for himself, so he decided to manipulate the old man. Arriving, using his inner abilities, he began to extract information from the elder's head. Using the old man, he left him to die in the street. Sam stated that Yuan Qiwen had arrived on the continent one step ahead of him, and there is another immortal sword here. It might have an item related to the immortal emperor. An immortal sword immortal might have appeared on this continent. The disciple said, if his boss takes on Yuan, he will take on an immortal sword. The warrior agreed and said to call the others to come to the continent. Those who arrived decided to immediately search for them. The old man, out of his last strength, decided to report this incident to the other sects sooner rather than later. And it's necessary to help the immortal. The girl turned her attention to what was going on outside their island. The girl saw the commander of the Shangzhang immortal realm, but it seemed to her that he didn't come with good intentions. The young man said the most important thing was that his soldiers would help in the battle against the devil's army. The young man remembered that he is invincible inside the sword realm, but in not her, he has no control. He can't even tell if the enemy is approaching the floating island or not. He thought that the devil army was coming, and he didn't expect that one of the immortal realms would be the first to come looking for trouble. The young man realized that they could help him increase the range of his sword realm. The warlord thought that even in this fading world, there was immortal ki. The girl pointed out to her elder brother that the spiritual energy of this fruit tree was completely superior to all kinds of immortal fruits of their immortal realm. If one were to gift this tree to an immortal king, they would receive a generous reward. The general said that there were so many spiritual fruits and immortal medicines full of spiritual energy on this island. If they were moved to the immortal realm, their cultivation speed would become much faster. But their most important task is to find clues about the tomb of immortal Emperor Lingxiao. They will take this harvest later. Yulian didn't ask her mentor what they should do now. The warriors on the ship realized that the immortals in front of them were immortals. Our hero said they're immortal. What's the big deal? They too are willing to help in more ways than one. The board declared that his master was the best immortal of all immortals. And for another 5 minutes, he praised his master and scolded all the enemies who rose up against him. The young man interrupted the boar demon and told him to stop flattering. The warlord said, why don't they all greet the immortals due to their arrival? Why are they all frozen? The young man said that this young man does not understand etiquette. He doesn't understand what a guest means. Are all immortal realms the same? The warlord shouted that disrespecting immortals should be punished. Is the young man really the sword immortal everyone is talking about? The young man wondered if this ship had not come here directly, but had harmed the rest of the continent as well. The warriors from the ship began to laugh at the islanders. They called them ants who had not become immortal. They suggested that they capture them all and torture them to make them talk. Wen asked, weren't they afraid that the immortal emperors and heaven immortal realm kings would punish them for such behavior? The elder noticed that these immortals were already here. But no matter what, he must come to the aid of immortal Yuan and Zhang. The immortal wars laughed. Once they found the tomb of immortal Emperor Lingxiao, they would become much stronger. The warlord declared that it was their Shangzheng immortal realm that would stand at the head of all worlds. Yuan guessed what they were up to. The girl stated that they forgot that she was still here on the ship, and she will fight for justice. The warlord was concerned. This Yuan wasn't called a genius for nothing. He can't handle her alone. That's why he needs the help of his warriors. Let the others deal with the young man. The warlord said who to attack and went on the attack, hoping to defeat the island's defender. Yuan told the young man to be careful. The warrior from the ship said it was better not to mess with him, but to hand over immortal Emperor Lingxiao's legacy in a good way, as well as the immortal trees, the island, and everything on it. Our hero and his student prepared to meet the enemy. They skillfully repelled the attacks and prepared for the assault. The young man stated that his rival was attacking his men right in front of him, and he wants him to give him all the treasure. One of the attackers pointed out that this guy actually blocked his attack, and he's not as easy as he looks. One of the attackers noticed that she had only used 30% of her strength, but it was still amazing that this young man was able to defend himself. The attackers noticed that the young man didn't have an immortal sword, but he had a trump card. He may have gotten hold of the immortal Emperor Lingxiao's ability, and don't underestimate him. The attackers decided to dispose of the young man more quickly in order to come to the aid of his older brother. The guy wasn't discouraged. and said he could thank them for delivering his glasses to him such a great distance across the void. The attackers shouted that even if he was an immortal in this small world, he wouldn't be able to overpower the 5 of them. The guy didn't mind handling 5. That's even more points. Suddenly, the young man fell to the ground. Clouds of dust rose up, and nothing could be seen. The boar from below supported his master, and was ready to come to his aid. The 5 strikers said, no matter how arrogant and talented the young man was, in front of people like them, he was no different from an ant. When the dust cleared, everyone saw the young master standing unharmed. He stated that he had hoped that the attackers had something special, but now he was relieved. The invaders couldn't believe that the young man had survived. How could that be possible? I mean, they attacked with all 5 of them. The guy said, since he took the hit, now it's the opponent's turn. The opponents have noticed that this will not be good, because this young man's punch is extremely powerful. One of them got cold feet and retreated. 4 opponents remained on the battlefield. The attackers were amazed at what the young man was getting up to. The guy split the space between them with a blow of his sword. This was like nothing they had ever seen before. The young man destroyed 4 immortal generals with a single blow, and he has the power to overcome the laws of this world and tear apart space. The older brother of the attackers tried to attack Yuan. He's been told that 4 among them are dead. They had better retreat and inform the immortal king to send more powerful immortal generals. The older brother couldn't believe what was happening. He couldn't even imagine that they could lose. The warrior looked at our hero and wondered if this young man from the devastated world had really become an immortal sword. This warrior has given the command to retreat at once and report back to the immortal king. The young man said they couldn't just leave like that. They had to ask his permission first. The attackers said that they were immortal generals from the immortal kingdom. If the young man destroys them, he will offend the immortal king, and no one will spare the young man. The older brother stated, if the young man could become immortal in this small, suppressed world, he must have undeniable talent. The boy replied that he did. The warrior said, if they found the tomb of immortal Emperor Lingxiao and joined forces with their immortal king, they would definitely be able to conquer all worlds. The guy listened to all of this and asked when he was done talking. Our hero told his immortal king to come here himself, and launched his powerful attack. The enemies flew in different directions. The young man thought, it doesn't matter who his enemies are, immortals or devils. One must ask permission from his sword before coming to his continent. The warriors left on this ship decided that it was a bad thing. All the immortal generals have been killed by one man. We have to go back and report this to the king immediately. Elder Yin told them not to even think about running away. He hadn't said his word yet. After a while, all the enemies were defeated and captured. They were forced to kneel on their knees. Elder Yin didn't expect the reinforcements to turn out to be their enemy. So what are they to do now? How to resist the immortal realm and the rest of the many worlds? Yuan said that she would definitely hand these people over to the immortal emperor of the uni-immortal realm. The alliance of the immortal realms of all the heavens would definitely punish this realm. Elder Yin said that another disaster might befall their continent. Our hero said that there was nothing to worry about. Even if there are no reinforcements from the immortal world, he will use the sword in his hand to protect all living beings on this continent. Elder Yin said that no one doubted that Master Zhang would stand up for justice and peace on this continent. The young man was awarded 8 million invincible sword realm points by the system. This is for killing 8 immortal generals. The young man dreamed and wished more of them would come next time. The immortal king called the dead generals idiots. The palace of the immortal king in the realm of the immortals. The master greeted his king. The king said that a cultivator from a low-level world on this continent impersonated an immortal Tao of the Great Sword and killed the 8 immortal generals he sent. He is sending this master to deal with this young man who doesn't know the heights of the heavens. The young man who was given the task said that he would check how sharp that upstart's sword was. Floating island. Elder Yin asked what the immortals' future plans were. Mr. Yin explained that the immortal realm that was supposed to give them support had actually harbored hidden desires, and now their continent was not only without reinforcements. The girl said that she sent a message to her mentor for their immortal realm to send someone. But at the moment clarified the girl, the immortals of the heavenly realms are fighting the 4 devil realms, so they wouldn't send many people. The guy calmed her down and said it was no big deal. It doesn't matter how many people come to help, and you don't have to take all the trouble on yourself. The girl thanked for understanding and said that they would fight the young man shoulder to shoulder next. The guy stated that regarding the Shangzhang immortal realm and the devils, he would deal with them himself. Yulian wondered how her mentor was going to do it. The young man said that Elder Yin should only be concerned with restoring the defense formation. The guy decided to put a floating island in the crack. It was an unexpected decision. The young man repeated, no matter who it was, immortal or devil, before entering the continent, he would have to ask permission from his sword. Elder Yin noticed that after the news of immortal Emperor Lingxiao, there might be other forces interested in this continent. The young man said, "Doesn't the elder believe in him? The young man doesn't care about anything. He is waiting for strong enemies to test his sword." The elder once again began to thank the great immortals for their invaluable help. Old Man Yin said that young people are perfect virtues. All living beings on this continent are grateful to them. Everyone in the neighborhood noticed that the island came right up to the crack. This had never happened before. The elder said that they should practice hard, make a breakthrough as soon as possible, and stay on the island to help the immortals, guard the inhabitants of the continent. The demon spirit once again declared for everyone to rush into this world and make it the garden of the God Father. The young man shouted out what was happening there. He saw what was happening on the other side of the crack. The boar said his master picked the wrong day, or he'd found these devils on purpose so they could practice and get used to fighting in the void. The young man pushed the boar to the other side of the crack and told him to practice and take the lead. The boar came down with a scream right on top of the demons. The young man noticed that the evil spirit of the absolute void whose body they had destroyed earlier was seeking revenge. Yuan said that enemies couldn't be understood by ordinary thinking. The guy didn't care. The young man watched as the demons approached his island from the other side of the crack. The young man was at the ready. The young man said, he's new, so he needs to show all worlds what he's all about. The girl asked what Zhang Fan wanted to do now. The guy said it was nothing special. The young man had a purpose. The celestial cloud continent had disappeared from the sight of the heavens and worlds for a long time. Let them reacquaint themselves with him. The demon boar fought back as best he could. Tears came to his eyes. He begged his master to help him. The forces were unequal. He cried out that the strength of these devils was completely different from what they faced inside the Great Formation. The girl explained to the young man that in the Great Formation created by the immortal emperor, their powers were suppressed, and evil spirits were no exception. The boy wondered why he didn't feel the powers being suppressed. He left that thought for later, determined to deal with the devils first. It just so happened that the influx of uncleanness was good for his sword realm. The girl thought that the great Tao of the young man's sword, she had a rare opportunity to appreciate up close. The boar, fleeing, thought if he didn't have time to quickly dodge, the chi of his master's sword would hit him for sure. The boar scurried away to a safe distance and looked back. There was nothing left of the enemy, only charred bones. What a job his master is doing, the boar thought. The boar remarked that his master's divine power is huge and powerful. Why don't all the devils just kneel down and ask for forgiveness? The young man said the boar could go back, if he didn't change his mind. Of course, the boar had not changed his mind and said he would be back soon. The boar said that he had just risked his life to lure out all the evil spirits and gather them together. He had worked very hard. The young man thanked his associate. The boar thanked his master for the praise, the dog thought. This boar is shameless. The demon spirit couldn't understand what was wrong with this little world. Why it couldn't defeat this island. Where did such a powerful immortal sword come from? The demon spirit didn't want to settle down. He said that he had come back for revenge. And those two immortals would soon regret hurting him before. The demon spirit announced that this world would return to the arms of the Father God, and the lost children would find the love and favor of the Father God. The lost children from the other side of the crack were coming to the island. Old Men's Sun and Huang said that the evil army was coming with renewed vigor. The island's defensive formations would not be able to hold them off. The guy said it didn't matter as long as he was here. The young man knew what he had to do. The villains had entered the continent without his consent and were causing trouble in his territory. He hadn't gone looking for them yet, but they were already here. Excitement burned in the young man's eyes. It had been a long time since he had shown his full strength. The young man rushed to slash at the enemy. His sword knew no fatigue. The young man was determined to destroy them all and cleanse his continent of this scourge. The young man cleared the nearby area of all demons. The young man called them lost souls. The island continued to be in the crack. Two young men are talking on the ship. One of them asked what the other thought about the power of the immortal sword that Sister Yuan was talking about. Elder brother fellow disciple Yuan Wenji said that the huge sword intent points directly to the great Tao of the sword. The warrior said he hadn't realized there could be so many people hiding here. Big brother said that it has nothing to do with the uni-immortal realm. They are only here to support little sister Yuan. They have nothing to do with all the immortal emperor's affairs. So they are going straight to the island. The ship of the immortals is heading straight for the island. Elder brother remarked that some people's dark schemes could cause problems. The boar continued to flatter and said that his master destroys his enemies with a single blow of his sword, and he is invincible. The dog thought he should find an opportunity to slaughter this demon boar while his master wasn't looking. He's too shameless. Yulian chased the boar away and told it to get out of the way. She should ask her mentor's advice about the sword technique. The girl asked her mentor to teach her how to sword strike. The young man said he would teach her by all means. He has no one else to teach her. The young lady thanked her master. She was happy. The old men did not know how to behave further. The boar and the dog fought, and the dog said that no one dared monopolize the master. Yulian said that these animals had lived long enough, and decided to move on to the next incarnation. The girl continued. If they were both in a hurry to get to the other side of the world, she would have fried pork chops and dog meat stew for dinner tonight. The animals were frightened and ran away. The girl shouted after them not to run away and to accept her execution. The young man spread his hands and apologized. He was not responsible for the animals. The girl said that these animals are energizing, and it's good that everyone is so relaxed. The girl looked up and noticed that her older brother, co-student, and the others were already here. The young men introduced themselves and said that they had come to help the continent on the orders of their mentor. And they had heard about the young man. The young man rejoiced. He was now known in many worlds already. The guest said that a big figure like immortal Emperor Ling Qiao came out from here. Therefore, this place had attracted the attention of all worlds. The young man said that he would not interfere with Master Zhang and would not make idle talk. He apologized on behalf of the mentor. At the time of receiving the message from his sister, the Sect had sent people to battle the devils, and there was almost no forces left for reinforcements here. The girl asked if the front line was so tense now. The guy explained that 18 devil emperors suddenly struck at the same time, and most of the immortals went to reinforce the front lines. Now no one knows what the situation is like there, but there are battles going on. The girl thought her mentor had also gone to the front. I wonder how he is doing. The guest said that on his way here, he saw beings from many worlds heading towards them. Among them were quite a few devils, demons, and even humans of the mortal realm. The young man thought that it must be the guys from the Shangzhang immortal realm who were still on the prowl. They want to find out the secret of immortal Emperor Jingxiao. Big Brother pointed out that this guy calls them brother co-students. He follows Sis Yuan's tone of voice. Big Brother said that he doesn't want them to be unprepared. They are here to support the Tianyun continent. The young man said he would order that resting places be prepared for all the new arrivals. The elder thanked Brother Zhang for his hospitality. The guest said he had more important news. The Shangzhang immortal realm had sent its strongest immortal youth generation. Mochuan was already on his way to this continent. The girl asked how much of the news was true. The young man asked who it was. The girl explained that he was the strongest immortal from the younger generation of the Shangzhang immortal kingdom. He was considered the most possible successor to the current immortal king and kingdom. He was proclaimed as the first Dao sword genius in all the heavens and worlds. The young man wondered if he was the first genius of the Dao of the sword. Yin thought it was good that this happened. She had wanted to meet this swordsman for a long time, because her mentor often compared the two of them. Big Brother asked them to be more careful. Mo Chuan is not only going out because of the assignment, but to deal with them. The young man said that he would rest today and set up temporary protection information tomorrow. The young man said that the crack in the boundary defense formation has not been repaired. It has no core, so he fears it will not last long as it continues to lose energy. The guy believed that by the time the formation completely fell, the people would have grown enough, and he would be much stronger. The young man was not afraid of strong enemies, for his sword was much stronger. Elder Brother stated that Master Zhang is a very friendly and brave young man. A warrior came running in and said it looked like someone was approaching the continent. The young men looked up and noticed many ships arriving through the crack. Yan noticed that these were the people of the Shangzhang immortal realm and the worlds that obeyed it. Mochun said that this continent clearly lacked spiritual qi, and that disappointed him. The young man added that it is impossible for someone strong to appear in this world. The young man said he didn't expect to meet young Chiwen in these parts. The girl asked what the people of the Shangzhang immortal realm had forgotten here. The young man said, obviously, they must recover the legacy of immortal Emperor Ling Xiao, and at the same time the young man will defeat this girl and let all the worlds know about it. Everyone would know that he was the strongest sword immortal of the younger generation. Our hero thought, where in the immortal world such shallow people come from? Maybe most of them are. Our hero says he's standing here too, and he can't be ignored. Mo Chuan thought, since this guy is standing next to Immortal Yuan, it must be this world's sword immortal that he must defeat. There is no spiritual energy in this young man's body at all. He looks like an ordinary mortal. The young man stated why some mortal dared not kneel down to greet the arriving immortals. The young man replied that he had once again caught the arrogance and blindness of those shallow people from the Shangzhang immortal realm. The warrior stated what the ravings of a madman this ant was talking about. He has no right to humiliate the supreme immortals. Mo Chuan thought, Let the person who is displeased with the young man try to fight him. If the boy is strong, he won't fight him and will return to the immortal realm. The disgruntled warrior shouted that he would take the life of this ant and move to fight our hero. Master Zhang said that his opponent would now answer for his arrogance. The young man said his opponent didn't have enough strength to demand anything from him. The fight took place right on the island. Judging from the amount of energy released when the fighters clashed, the battle was intense. Mo Chuan watched the battle from the ship. A warrior from the immortal realm begged for mercy, but no one listened to him. He had to lose. Mo Chuan thought, how could such a powerful sword immortal appear in this small world? Such a thing was impossible. The young man thought that this strike was the irresistible intent of the sword from afar. The young man on the ship declared, "This is impossible. No one on earth or in heaven can comprehend such an intention of the sword except him." The young warriors asked Mr. Mo, should they return to their immortal realm for now? Mr. Mo refused to believe that there was someone stronger than him. Mo Chuan shouted that he was the strongest sword master in all worlds. Ambition took over, and the young man shouted that he wanted to see the Tao of his opponent's sword. The young man didn't mind fighting this opponent as well. He was waiting for him. The young man replied to himself that this person from the Shangzhang immortal realm was not to be expected otherwise. He is a shameless man. Master Zhang was ready for any fight. He said that all the guys in this realm are moralistic, but they are cunning, and they don't even shy away from stealthy attacks. The young man shouted that it was impossible. What's the origin of this guy? No one had ever repelled Mr. Mo's punch so easily. The guy stated, since the opponent had made a move, he would now show his Tao of sword skill. Mo Chun thought that it was a bad thing. After our hero's first blow, the ship cracked at the seams. The order has been given for everyone to abandon ship. Everyone must leave. This young man was able to destroy the defense formation formed by an entire fleet of ships with a single sword stroke. The young warriors told Mr. Mo to leave quickly. "We must return and report to the immortal king before taking revenge," Mo Chuan said. Even if it wasn't the first time he saw such a thing, it was still shocking. The huge ship broke into pieces, its debris falling to the ground. The young man thanked him for the compliment. The young man noticed that the girl was sad. He asked Yuan what was wrong. Yuan replied, "My man turned out to be not as strong as they say he is. Although he was hailed as the first genius of the younger generation, his Tao of the sword is disappointing." The girl concluded that he was very proud and irascible. The young man accepted words of congratulations and thanks from elder brother Yuan. Big brother said to Yuan not to be disappointed so much. With a Tao sword genius like brother Zhang by her side, a girl could not worry about the loneliness of her path. The girl suggested to brother Zhang to see who would reach the top of the Tao of the ball. The young man said if she wished, but she must consider that his Tao of the sword was invincible. Big brother suggested to continue setting up the protective formation. The continent would at least be calm for a while. A battlefield of immortals and devils. On this battlefield, many evil things were killed. The young warriors were clearing the way. The two elders reason amongst themselves that something has happened to the devils. They have been attacking madly lately. The elder said that he was greatly concerned that among the younger generation of devils, there were plenty of geniuses, and also noted that that guy has been moving around a lot lately. The interlocutor said that the evil god is known for his cunning, so this is really disturbing. The elder said to send a message to the rear. Let the lords of the heavenly realms puzzle it out, and it should be conveyed that the battlefield of the bloody abyss needs support, especially the younger generation of geniuses. Due to the sudden attack of the devils this time, many battlefields need support. Senior brother told Sister Yuan and brother Zheng that they had finished setting up the protective formation. The young man thanked him. The older brother said it was not difficult. The older brother remarked that they wouldn't be able to stay on the continent for long. The girl asked her older brother if he had any news from her mentor. Elder brother didn't answer specifically, but he said that because of the void and on the borders, many small worlds had formed battlefields, but where opposing forces clashed. The boy asked if the situation on the battlefields was not good at the moment. He replied that the devils had suddenly launched a large-scale attack on several fronts recently. The Immortal Alliance had suffered heavy losses. The young man noticed that the continent now had a defense formation, and his demonic power would drive the forces interested in their world for a while. Perhaps he could go to the battlefield to accumulate Sword Realm points. Yuan said that the Immortal Emperor had called for all the young geniuses of the Immortal Realms to depart for support. The young man thought it was a great opportunity to meet the geniuses of all worlds. Brother Zhang stated that exterminating the unclean and devils was his duty, so it was an opportune occasion to confront their leaders. The young man announced that everyone should get ready. They are leaving the continent. The floating island through the crack made it to the other side. Yuan asked the boy if he was really going to the battlefields. The young man nodded affirmatively. The Immortal Alliance will gather talents from all worlds to support the battlefield, and will give generous rewards to the outstanding ones, depending on their achievements. The young man was confident that he would be able to meet the most talented geniuses on both sides of the table. The young man asked, since Yuan is also waiting for it. The girl confirmed. The guy suggested that in that case, they could go to these talents together. The girl asked what the guy was thinking about. The young man thought that his floating island suspended above the continent was like a sharp sword to some people, hanging over their heads and making them fear it and move. The girl asked if he was afraid that the opponents here would start moving. The guy replied that he wasn't afraid of that. He had prepared a couple of tricks, and the opponent would not have time to raise a ruckus. The young man sent the cauldron into the sky. He had been thinking about it for a long time. The cauldron flew through the crack, into the real world. Elder Yin noticed that this Dao sword's Qi Dao was strong. The immortal leaves the continent. There was no telling how many enemies would jump out of their hiding places when the immortal approached them. The elder said that Immortal Emperor Lingxiao's tomb couldn't stay hidden for long. The Devil Lord announced that no one on the continent would be able to oppose him. He would soon return to the top. The servants bowed and said that the Devil Lord was invincible. The world of Immortal Emperor Lingxiao would be destroyed by his hands. The young man said the destination, the battlefield of immortals and devils. The old men said they were going, and it was great. The air island had chosen a direction clear to the battlefield, and everyone was ready for the journey. The immortal king reprimanded Mo Chuan for not completing the task. Mo Chuan excused himself and said that he wanted to serve his king, but didn't expect such resistance. The king was angry. He said he didn't need any excuses. Kroll asked, didn't Mo Chuanan claim that he was an invincible genius among the younger generation? The king chased the young man away and called the young man trash. It was a disappointment. The young man thought that he would avenge all the humiliation on the immortal king and Zhang Fan. Someone asked the young man if he wanted to become stronger. The young man asked who was here. Zhang Fan was resting in his garden. They had not yet reached their destination. Big Brother said there's a void around here. Ordinary people would die if they came here. Only immortals and cultivators survive here. Or space warships. The young man said, this is the first time he's seen someone escape into the void on a floating island. And this island is no less valuable than the weapon of the immortal king. The guy said that he had invested a lot of strength and resources into this island. He didn't know what the immortal king's weapon was, but considering the range of the invincible sword's domain coverage, he would easily be able to cross the void. The girl said that they had almost reached the battlefield of the Bloody Abyss, one of the battlefields of immortals and devils. In front of them now is the logistical fortress of their sect. Yulian was amazed at how many cultivators were needed to maintain this fortress. This is the logistics point of the Immortal Realm Alliance. Eldest brother stated that this was one of the fortresses that their immortal realm was responsible for. There are countless such fortresses all along the defense line, the young man continued. This ancient city uses advanced technology to perfect the weapons of all the sects of the immortal realm, and the formation masters have placed layers of restrictive spells on them. It is with the help of these fortresses that they keep the evil spirits away. Old Men Sun and Huang pointed out that the scale of battles in the upper worlds was great. The young man thought that when he raised the level of the invincible Ball Realm, his floating island would surpass this ancient city. The older brother said that he had sent a message to his mentor and they would get through there soon. But the floating island is too big and may not fit there. The young man thought that it was fortunate that he was able to raise the level of the sword domain to the 4th level, and was able to maintain a small invincible sword domain around him even after leaving the island. A young man suggested we go into town and see the sights, and look for artifacts in the old part of town. The young men went down to the city. The elder brother turned to his master. Master said that big brother could go rest, and Kiwan and Zhang should wait in the hall. The girl said that this is her mentor. He is very kind, although he looks indifferent. Mentor said he can hear everything. Don't worry, he's not going to do anything. The young man introduced himself and said that he welcomed Master Chen. The girl said she applied to be sent to the battlefield. The application was approved. Master Chen said that one should not underestimate the geniuses of all worlds. This time, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. Therefore, the immortal emperors had announced generous rewards to attract more people. Therefore, one must be careful. Yen said that she has been honing her skills for a long time, and understands the plain truths, and the young people will have each other's backs on the battlefield. Master Chen said to let the young men rest, and tomorrow they would be sent by the supply fleet to the battlefield. The young people thanked their mentor. Master Chen wondered if genius competitions were really held by immortal emperors to counter the onslaught of the devil realms. There might be trouble in the immortal realms. The older brother said that he temporarily had to leave because of an urgent order, and wished for the young men to demonstrate their talents on the battlefield. The young man wished his older brother luck in his mission. The fleet supply ships left on a secret mission. The old city fell into darkness. The young man looked after the ships and thought that this was worthy of a lord of one of the 10,000 worlds. The guy said they should move out and follow the fleet onto the battlefield. The young man on the warship thought that this floating island belonged to someone who had recently become very famous in all worlds. The youths reasoned that this was the guy who had defeated Mo Chuyan from the immortal realm with a single strike. This Mo Chuan is an artificially glorified underdog. It's nothing to defeat him. The girls reasoned that it would be a long journey. Naturally, the island would be more comfortable than the ship. One girl offered to go and get him. The other said they should forget about it. Otherwise, they'll be scolded by their mentor. He's just a stupid boy who hasn't seen the world, so there's no point in mocking him. The young man's aides are warming up. They are doing some intense training. The young man noticed that these guys started sharpening their spades just before the fight started. Wan told Zhang that the more strength he acquired on the battlefield, the more security he would gain. The young man asked why the girl looked at him and smiled. Did he really have a dirty face? The girl said she thought about the young man's newly acquired reputation and how prominent his island was. When they arrive, the boy will have to face a lot of creatures. The guy said that's exactly what he was waiting for. Suddenly, the young people saw something shining in the sky. What could it be? Yuan asked. It was an enemy attack. Danger ahead. Ships in the rear to be on alert. The left flank must go to the center. The right flank fleet should shuttle around to guard the surrounding area. The main battle fleet should slowly move towards the enemy. The young man said for Old Man's son to take control of the air island and go on the attack. The ships of the battle fleet spread out. They were trying to avoid the effects of the enemy attack and kept moving forward. The demons from below said, "What kind of spoiled young man from the immortal realm took the floating island to the battlefield?" These immortals were going completely crazy. The demons decided to teach the golden youth a lesson. They wanted to savor the taste of a young lady from the realm of immortals. The young man sent the animals to deal with the little foul thing. Old Man's son must guard the island. The young man turned to the girl. The young man motioned for the girl to go forward to the battlefield. Yuan agreed and said it was time to change the worldview of some creatures. The boar was ready to fight and immediately began a verbal altercation with his opponents. The boar began to prepare thoroughly for the battle. The young man said that this boar was strange. The girl suggested a contest to see who could kill the most devils. The young man backed her up. The young men spread out and began the tournament to slay monsters. One of the demons recognized the girl, said it was bad, because no one can get along with her, and she always wins every battle. The girl rejectedly worked her slashing sword, destroying all manner of foul things. The young man watching Yuan wield her sword said that she was pretty good at it. The demons noticed that there was a man in the void. They thought it was an immortal who had gotten separated from the others, so they decided to deal with him. They said that they wanted to taste the immortal Cultivator. Our hero thought that he could not lag behind Yuan. He must show good results, so that in the future, evil spirits would flee at the mere sight of him. The guy shouted to the demons that he was on his way to meet them. People from other ships saw the young man fighting and wondered who it was. One of the warriors thought that this was a very strong sword intent. The other answered him that it was an immortal sword that had recently become famous in the immortal worlds. He comes from a small world. Judging from his sword, he really has enough strength. The warriors continued to talk. Another heavenly pride seemed to have appeared. Judging from his movements, he was heading towards the center of the battle. I wonder how the genius of the 9 supreme immortal realms will react to this guy. The warrior said to follow them and destroy the unclean things nearby. The young man was successfully striking enemy ships. They flared up in different parts of the battlefield. The young warriors, upon seeing our heroes, noted how powerful Sword Chi was. Who could it be with such a high level of sword cultivation? Yan successfully attacked the monsters. They couldn't do anything to her. It was unrivaled sword intent, as it always was. The girl wasn't going to lose. Yan activated the QI of the Blue Phoenix sword. The warriors recognized her. It was Yuan, an immortal sword immortal of the immortal realm. The girl decided that she had underestimated Yuan and Zhang of these immortal warriors. The master transferred a charge of his energy to the large demon. Master said that everyone knew about the power of the Yuan, but he didn't think that this Zhang Fan would be so capable as well. The warrior said, then he wouldn't hold back either. Everything around him was on fire and burning. The unknown man said that just as his master had said, all the heavenly talents that were hiding had shown up on the front lines. It was a demon, he said. Let their path shine. He conjured them all to fight each other and kill each other, and they must prove just one of them, the brightest celestial pride. It seemed to the young man that someone was watching him. No one could defeat the young men. Immortal Zhang's sword Dao is irresistible. Immortal Yuan is magnificent. The girl was ready to admit a draw in their argument. The guy agreed, but said he would win next time. The girl said she would win. The young men decided it was the devil's ambush that was causing the feeling of incompleteness. The guy said it was his first time on the battlefield and didn't understand much about evil spirits. But if you think about it, it was really true. The guy said he felt like someone was watching him from that direction, and he pointed his hand in that direction. One wondered who could be spying on them. The girl said that she didn't have that feeling. Perhaps it's because his spiritual sense is more sensitive than hers. But if that's true, the Devil Kingdoms have other intentions for this ambush. The young man suggested forgetting about it. The girl said she would tell her mentor about it and let him handle it. The young men heard Yulian and the boar from the island call out to them. The young man returned to the island. The boar said that fighting these devils in the void would be troublesome. Yulian added that the battle in the void is really difficult. They can't leave the island like the mentor or immortal Yuan. So many evil spirits that didn't die with a single strike could safely escape. Master said that if they practiced more and became immortal class members as soon as possible, they wouldn't have this kind of problem. The old man asked if he too could become immortal. The young man promised to help him. Yulian told the young man that some people had their eyes on him. This was a girl from the immortal realm, from the Jade Purity Sect. The girl asked why Yuan didn't introduce her further. The young lady asked that the guy must be Brother Zhang from the continent. She had seen him fighting. He really has a strong Dao of the sword. The young man said it was nothing special, but it was enough for him to compete with Yuan and end the bet in a draw. The young man said that the young man's performance today was worthy of having his name memorized. The girl said she would go ahead and really hoped the young man would do well on the battlefield. When they get there, however, the young man should remember to be cautious. The young man thought that the Sea of Thunder and the Red Lotus, earlier these were their abilities. Yin confirmed that these youths were not as illustrious as Mo Chuan, but the fact was that the 9 higher realms hide their geniuses. The guy thought that their strength was really extraordinary. It seems like the Immortal Realm Alliance had made a big step. Now he was even more interested in the battlefield of immortals and devils. The girl said that when the time came, not only would they be the ones to determine the winner, but they would also have to compete with the geniuses of the 9 higher realms and the 24 lower realms. The void. All ships hover in the void. The young man thought that this was one of the battlefields. The battlefield of the bloody abyss. Yuan said as she did so. They had arrived at the battlefield. No one on this battlefield except the representatives of the oldest immortal realms knows how long it has existed. Perhaps hundreds of thousands of years. Over the years, countless immortals and devils had died on this battlefield, giving rise to this bloody mist. This fog is spread across the continent, with its source in the center. Red fog can be confusing. Therefore, it is best avoided. Everyone thanked the immortal for the warning. The battlefield looked bleak. In addition to the red mist here and there, the remnants of the demons that had died on the battlefield could be seen. The young man said, which was to be expected from a battlefield of immortals and devils. An entire small world is being used as a battlefield. Yen said that it was originally an ordinary small world. The devils invaded this world, and the Immortal Alliance only managed to evacuate its original inhabitants. Then, during the battle, the world was completely destroyed. The guy thought, if the evil spirits of the Absolute Void continent were not defeated, their world would suffer the same fate. They had a long way to go. Master said that his apprentices and assistants should work hard. The continent is still relying on them. Yulian said that she would definitely hone her skills on the battlefield of immortals and devils. The old men and the dog said they would do their best and could be relied upon. The island came up to some kind of fortress. It looked majestic. The girl said it's the fortress of their coalition forces on the battlefield. It's the command headquarters. The guy suggested we take a little break, and then go to the battlefield. Town Square. The man speaks and says that the immortal emperors have declared. Those who perform well on the battlefield will receive rewards from the 33 heavenly realms. Young talents must not disappoint heaven immortal emperors and kings. Young men should prepare to go on a campaign against evil. It should be a great honor for them to follow the sage's instructions. The young man decided to start too. Old man's son asked, "Is this the battlefield between immortals and devils?" Yulian told them to be careful and protect themselves on the battlefield. It was a real battle. Everyone tried their best. The young man was pushing the elders to new achievements by his example. Yulian tried to keep up with them. Master said that in case of an emergency, they should use what he had left them. They must remember that life is most important. The girl said, "Too many immortal evil spirits of spiritual emptiness have fallen on this battlefield. The laws here are confusing and suppress everyone. Therefore, the young man must remember to be safe." Guy reminded them that they needed to complete the contest, which had not yet revealed a winner. The young men headed towards the monsters again to flog them with their sword. The guy remembered that it was time for him to gain sword realm points and increase his strength. The young men had successfully dealt with monsters and demons. They left them no hope. The boy said what was to be expected from the pride of heaven. Our wars were showing well on the battlefield, the girl said after all. They were all the chosen ones, whose cultivation the celestial immortals had spent a lot of resources to cultivate. Yan said it's okay to continue the bet, and if he couldn't compete with them, he might not even think of competing with her. The young man decided that he would have to make an effort from now on. The demon ship approached the battlefield. The demon said that news had come from the other battlefields that all the geniuses of the immortal realms had arrived. The other demon said he wanted to fight and enjoy victory by tearing the enemy apart. He doesn't care what they're up to. He just doesn't want to be interrupted from enjoying the battle. The servant tells his master not to worry, he won't be disappointed. The demon stated that more enemies would soon arrive on the battlefield of the bloody abyss, and that was welcome. The evil demon said, okay, if that's what it's going to be, otherwise he'll crush them. Why they do their business in secret. The demon urged everyone to follow him to the battlefield and shine their light. The demon stated that this battlefield would be their final scene. The boy felt that someone was watching him again, and the gaze was directed from the direction of the unclean, and there was something familiar about it. The young man began to look around at the enemy ships. He wanted to see where they were watching him from. The young man remembered offering his older brother a break. He recalled his assistants thanking him for the treats. The young man asked Yuen if she had any news from her mentor. The girl asked if he felt again today that he was being watched. The young man answered, and this time he clearly felt that the gaze was directed from the side of the unclean. The girl asked. He was concerned that the devils might be up to something. The boy asked if the evil spirits could have deliberately forced the immortal realms to mobilize all forces to the front lines. The girl thought deliberately forced to mobilize all the forces, and she remembered that she had heard from her mentor that not only on the bloody abyss field, but also on many other battlefields, the geniuses of all the heavenly realms had gathered. The young man said, if all the geniuses on the battlefields are gathered, perhaps the devils want to make a move against the heavenly pride immortals. There might be a more serious conspiracy. Yuan offered to tell Sage Dao Xuan about this hunch. The guy said that this was their assumption for now, but they shouldn't let their guard down on the battlefield in the future. The central hall of the ancient military city of the Immortal Realms Alliance. The young man thanked the warriors for the warning. Sage Dao Xuan asked him to tell them that he would pay more attention to the movements of evil spirits in the future. The young man looked at the departing warriors. He had something on his mind. Crow flew in and asked why he had called him. The young man told the master that someone had noticed that something was amiss on the battlefield, and this Dao Shuyang might be trying to stop them. Raven said there was no need to worry. All the pieces are already in place. No one can stop this chess game. The girls are walking in a green meadow. The woman with wings said to be let through. A girl in black came over and said that her master had sent his best wishes to the Devil Lord. The fairy said that the 4 evil gods had always lived in peace with the rest of the devil kingdoms and didn't bother each other. What are they going to do now? The girl said they were all unclean, in the mouths of men. And just because they haven't interacted with each other before, doesn't mean they can't cooperate now. The woman said it's a sweet-voiced girl. She wants to take her in and make her join their devil kingdom as a sister. The girl told the Devil Lord that she could become a sister without even joining the Devil Realm. The Devil Lord said there was no need for that. He's just a boy from the immortal world. She'll deal with him herself. The girl in black said that she would prepare thoroughly, and so she wished them a happy cooperation. The Master and Demonic Emperors will be waiting for the good news. She asked the Supreme Immortal if Yulian would succeed. The young man said naturally. She's his student after all. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for her to become immortal.
The young man said that this was an answer worthy of a Supreme Immortal. Old Man Sun said, as expected of a master.
The young man said that everyone should try their best, and then everything will work out. Yuan said that it was a success. Yulian also became a sword immortal. Everyone began to congratulate young Yulian on her new title. The young girl thanked her mentor and hugged him. Yen watched the young men embrace. The young man told the girl not to let her mentor down and perform well. A wine shop in the immortal kingdom of Shangzheng. The young men are talking. One would expect nothing less from the heavenly pride immortal realm immortals. They perform well on the battlefield. But who would have thought that on the battlefield of the bloody abyss, a genius from a small world turns up, and he would be in no way inferior to the geniuses of the immortal realms. One of the people present seems to think that this young man's name is Zhang Fan. The young man was eavesdropping on someone else's conversation. The young man recognized the name of the hero. The young man is definitely determined to take his revenge. but for now all he has to do is wait patiently for the opportunity to become stronger. A certain person entered the shop. A woman asked if a handsome guy with a sharp temper had been seen here. The salesman said it was unlikely there would be one in a liquor store. But if the lady was looking for someone specific, he would try to help her. The woman said she was looking for Mr. Mo Chuan. She had met him once before when she ascended from the small world, and was very upset recently when she heard that he had disappeared somewhere. The salesman said he was a loser. The woman said that wasn't true. Mo Chuan sat on the sidelines and heard all of this. The woman said she was confident that Mo Chuan would defeat Zhang Fan. The young man thought the woman was a fan of his. The young men who were singing alcohol said that how could Mo Chuan make such a beautiful immortal fall in love with him? The girl came out of the beer shop. A young man caught up with her. He asked her why she was looking for him. The woman wondered if that meant the young man had been in the beer shop the whole time. Mo Chuan is already hugging this woman, and she tells him that he will definitely become a great person in the immortal world, and will definitely defeat Zhang Fang. The young man has no doubts. After all, he is the most talented sword immortal in the realm of immortals. The girl said she believes in him, and he's gonna make it. The girl said that their sect has a pair cultivation technique, and she's ready. The young man said he would keep the girl safe and always remember the help she had given him. After a session of steamy cultivation, the young man gets dressed. The girl rests. The young man didn't believe the girl that she was attached to him with all her soul. He thought, we'll see who takes advantage of whom. The battlefield of the bloody abyss. Yuan said that Sage Dao Xuan had asked the coalition forces to retreat. Recently, many geniuses of the younger generation had appeared in the ranks of the Devil Realm army. Perhaps their guess was wrong, the young man said. Perhaps it was to confuse them. Or maybe some of them decided to get rid of some of their geniuses by their hands. The girl said that it was normal for evil spirits to plot even against their allies. The young man said they'd have to figure it out for themselves. And he wondered what those devils were up to. The girl added that new reinforcements had arrived at the Blood Abyss battlefield, and among them were people from the Shangjiang Immortal Realm. The young man remarked that it was troublesome for him to hear about this realm of immortals. The young men noticed that the ship of this immortal realm had already appeared on the horizon. The young man saw Mo Chuan and tried to remember his name. He had already fought with him, though. The young man assumed that the Shangjiang Immortal Realm was up to something after all, since they had sent from this guy again. Mo Chuan's new girlfriend asked him if he saw people he knew. The young man said he was just looking around, no acquaintances he saw. Mo Chuan noted to himself that he had long since hated these two people from the bottom of his heart. The man told Mo Chuan that he had one last chance that the king was giving him. If he misses it, he won't live. This person turned to Mo Chuan's girlfriend and asked what she saw in him. If she even followed him to the battlefield. The girl did not want to leave the young man. She clung to him. Apparently, she had some selfish purpose. The young man called the man a scum and suggested that he would regret it in the future. The girl said, if what? If she found the treasure cave on the map she had accidentally found, she would definitely improve her cultivation and give these people a lesson. The guy said he'd be willing to help her, and he could find the cave. The guy didn't care what the girl was up to. As long as he got stronger, he would pretend not to notice. The troops of the Devil's Coalition. The girl said that the Devil Lord had sent a message that she had arrived at the battlefield of the Blood Abyss. The demon said everything was going according to plan. But his master was wondering where her master had gone. The girl replied that he had gone in search of someone who could satisfy his desire and give him artistic pleasure. The demon inquired if her master had really dared to oppose the immortal emperor. The battlefield of the Bloody Abyss. The stronghold of the Alliance. The realm of the immortals. An ancient military city. The warrior reports that after reinforcements arrive, their force on the battlefield is outnumbered by the Devil Coalition. The sage said that he was worried about the warning of the girl from the immortal realm Uni and the kid from the small world. Before the situation gets worse, they need to prepare for the decisive battle. Yen said that the sage is preparing to launch an all-out attack and finish the battle of the Bloody Abyss battlefield in one fell swoop. He invites them to his house. Yulian asked if they were planning to attack immediately with the arrival of reinforcements. The boy added that the sage sensed that the devils were really up to something. The young man, leaving the island, told his crew to take care of themselves, that they should not be impulsive, and above all, take care of their own defense. Yulian said that at the first sign of danger, they would evacuate to the island and use it as a weapon, the main hall of the ancient military city. Yuan and Zhang arrived at the sage's call. They were among the other generals whom the sage had invited to visit him. The man said that he sent his men out to scout, and they discovered that evil spirits were hiding a plot. Now that reinforcements have arrived, he plans to attack immediately. The young men said they would follow the sage's advice. The sage said that each of them should perform their best as the superiority of geniuses was being decided now. If they managed to end the existence of the Blood Abyss battlefield, their grade would be much higher than the other prides of the heavens. The young men said they obeyed and went to carry out the sage's assignments and devise a plan of attack. The young man said that previously they had all performed on par, but now there was an opportunity to distinguish himself. He will try to give 100%. The young man said that she would not yield to Sister Yuan this time. Zhang said that they should also go and prepare for battle. The master was outraged. How dare they treat him as nothing? Mo Chuan thought that he didn't know what that woman was up to, but he was much stronger now than before. The battlefield of the Bloody Abyss. The Devil Coalition Army's battle control castle. The devils claim to be attacked by the immortals, and we must inform the overlords. The demon stated that Old Man Dao Xuan and the Immortal Alliance were seeking death. The wise man says he will take on this devil. The others immediately begin to storm the castle. The demon declared that Old Man Dao Xuan was wrong if he thought that they had no defense. The sage was amazed at how the demons knew they were going to attack. The demon declared that he didn't care about the others and was ready to fight to the death with the old man now. Dao Xuan hoped that the demons wouldn't find out that he had advanced all the troops. The sage thought, lest he be let down by the great immortals Zhang Fan and Yuan. The young man assumed that the evil spirits had their own person in the Immortal Alliance. Yuan stated that they wouldn't be able to stop the Alliance's attack anyway. That's what an alliance is. The young lady watching from her ship saw Sister Yuan and the others coming to attack. The young man says he can't stay behind, and he's ordering everyone to move forward. The demons try to attack, but get what they deserve from the immortals. The sword of the immortals is very good at dealing with demons. Only various body parts are left of them. The young man said that they would start attacking the castle right away, and he asked Yuan to cover him. The demon shouted that it was necessary to inform the leadership that people wanted to break into the castle. Yuan warned the young man to be careful. She couldn't help but feel that the devil's reaction to this full-scale attack was strange. The young men infiltrated the demon's castle. The demon asked where in the immortal world such brazen youths came from. The demon, swinging his sword and trying to strike Master Zhang, called him a weak, frightened lamb who could only be dirt under their lord's feet, and said that the young man could please his god with his blood and fear. The young man looked at the lumbering demon with unperturbed calmness. The demon thought about how sharp this guy's sword chi was, but he noticed it too late. The young man had struck a blow of his own, but the demon was able to resist his sword. Looks like he's not so easy. Yuan said, there might be something wrong with this side hall. The guy asked what she meant. The demonic warrior said that there was a strong opponent against him, and defeating him would surely please his master. The demonic warrior swung around, and with the words die, pounced on the young men. The young man told his friend that they would deal with this hall later, after he had dealt with this evil spirit. The young man spared no effort to fight the spirit and defeated it. Yuan saw that this was the sword chi coming straight from the intent of the great sword Dao. After the young man dealt with the demon boss, his warriors began to scatter in all directions. The girl said she had discovered a problem. Specifically, she found a formation underneath this hall. Yin said that this formation absorbs life essence, blood essences, and chi, but it seems to have other effects as well. The young man asked what other effects there might still be. Yuan replied, absorbing and transforming life essence, blood essence, and chi could serve many purposes, both as a source of power for formations and immortal weapons, and to directly increase a being's strength. From here, additional questions arise, whether such formations are located throughout the castle, and what exactly the evil spirits were preparing for. The girl noticed that it takes a lot of time to create such information. It's unclear since when the devils started preparing the plot. The young men came out of the castle victorious. All the demons were amazed. The other wars met them with honors. Yuan said that the Devil Coalition had known for a long time that they would launch an all-out attack, and it was possible that this war was pre-planned by them. The young man noticed that the sage didn't have time to help. He should go check other places and alert the rear at the same time. The boy realized that there was no point in worrying anymore right now. There was no need to worry, because he was here. The girl suggested that we split up and look at the other places, and then gather in the main hall on the dais. Master Zhang warned that the situation was critical. Therefore, he urged everyone to follow him to the assault. The young men burst into the castle and saw the evil spirit that Master Zhang had struck. The young man burst into another side hall and found a formation in it as well. He assumed that the whole castle was filled with them. The young man warned the warriors not to pursue the remnants of the enemy. They went straight to the next hall. The warriors immediately proceeded to the next hall. Zhang decided to check what was being done in the crevice. Crushing the enemies that appeared in his path, the young man proceeded onward. The young man wondered how Yuan was doing. Immortal Yuan didn't waste any time, and the boy noted that Yuan had gotten rid of the big guy. She was telling her brothers not to let the evil one escape. The girl said that already 2 side halls in a row had these formations. I wonder what those devils were going to do. Suddenly the girl shouted, everyone to retreat immediately and return to the ships. There are fears that the castle is a trap. Everyone saw that Immortal Yuan was involved in the battle. She knows what she's doing. The girl met with the young man and asked how he was doing. The young man said that each side hall has these formations painted on it, and they absorb the energy of both immortals and devils. Yuan said it's a serious matter. She must personally go and report it to the elder. The young men noticed that they were surrounded, and the monsters said that now they would never get out of here. The guy said for the girl to report everything to the others and he would take care of things here. Yuan said she's leaving, but the guy has to be careful. The girl left to warn the others, and the monsters said the young man was underestimating them. Zhangfan declared that he would be very strict with these monsters and would not spare anyone. The monsters decide that something is wrong with this guy and he needs to be attacked altogether. The monsters all jumped on the young man at once. They said that he has some abilities, but he is too arrogant, and they like to strangle geniuses like him. The guy thought that the range of the sword area projection was still not great. It was a good thing that these monsters came at him on their own. The young man easily dealt with those monsters. They couldn't understand where he got such strength from, how this young man could do such a thing. Zhangfan decided to check the main hall, which was most likely the core that supported all the formations. The man and his servant stare ahead. He remembers something. The young man said something that would make him remember the past. The servant asked what the master meant. The master said he may have found a successor to an old friend, and he's interested. He's not going away. They're going to attack the young man. All the undead follow the young man into the center hall. The demon said for everyone to check out what's going on outside. The young man, having killed another monster, said he didn't need to go anywhere. He had already come here to see what they were up to. The demon said, since the young man is here, it means that all those lowlifes who were on guard at the hall are already dead. Guy asked if this hall was the core of the Great Formation. The demon said, not expecting an immortal to discover him so quickly. The monster asked why the young man was here alone. The young man said that one was enough for him. The evil monster said that the presumptuous man would go to the underworld and regret his youthful irrationality. The guy was good at attacking all the demons and monsters in the vicinity. The scary demon wondered where the young man had come from. She agreed that he was too strong. It looks like she won't be able to stop him, but she'll leave a few words of farewell. What's going on here isn't something he can get involved in. He better get out of here soon to save his own life. The young man grabbed that monster by the neck and said he wouldn't let her go. The monster screamed at what he was doing. The guy said she had to start by telling her what the demons were up to. The monster stated that she was about to tell everything. Someone from the Supreme Devil World is going to blow up the Bloody Abyss field and destroy the source of peace. The devil asked that the young man not destroy her. She cried out for the Great Master to spare his lowly servant. The demon cried out for help. She said she wouldn't do it again. The guy said that the evil spirit's conspiracy related to the Bloody Abyss battlefield was much more complicated than he and Yuan had realized. Main hall. The woman came to check how Mo Chuan was feeling. She asked what was going on there. The girl reported that one of the geniuses of the immortal world had broken through the defenses ahead and was heading this way. The girl stated that she had already sent someone to take care of it, and now we need to help this young immortal finish his transformation. The girl saw something. It scared her. She saw a scary demon dead. The girl said it was a subordinate she had sent to take care of a problem. Something had gone wrong. The young man lit into a torch and said, these devils couldn't make the rooms brighter. The girls noticed that Zhang Fan was walking alone. The girl said they couldn't let this boy disrupt the plans of the master and the evil gods. They must deal with him together. The demons simultaneously decided to attack the young man, and they shouted for him to disappear. The guy stated that they are kind of inhospitable. The girls stopped and looked at each other. They decided to try another method. The young man said that the evil spirits of the underworld and the evil spirits of the absolute void fall into 2 categories, and they do not interact with each other in any way. He doesn't care, though, the guy added, what the relationship between them is. The young man was very surprised when he saw Mo Chuan in this hall. Mo Chuan said that he didn't expect to see his nemesis here. Mo Chuan stated that Zhang Fan had no idea what he had gone through. When he finished this formation, he would make the young man kneel before him and beg for mercy. Zhang Fan stated, if the devils wanted to attract someone into their plans, they should have chosen someone else, not this wretch. The girl turned to the demon lord and said that this was a matter of great importance to the master and her family, so everything possible must be done. The girl turned to the young man and said that he was indeed very strong. That's why she called the devil's honorable man for help, and she would make sure that he realized that he was seeking his death. The young man said he expects her honored one to come as soon as possible. The girl decided that this boy was crazy or had a problem with his head. Either something happened or one of the two. A demon ran in and addressed the demon lord. He said that they were in trouble. 2 more heavenly immortal prides had come here. The woman said, "What is wrong with these geniuses of the immortal world? Why are they all so eager to stand out? Another immortal genius has appeared. He came here over the corpses of monsters." The young man said he didn't realize that chasing the big devil would lead to unexpected discoveries. He turned to Sislu and said that the demon lord and supreme succubus was here. His sister showed up and said that first they had to deal with these big evil spirits they were chasing. Whoever could take the most of them down would win, and everyone looked on as the girl eliminated the big evil spirits. Succubus said that these genius immortals aren't easy. They'll have to back off for now. The evil spirits tried to chase Sislu and shouted in the glory of the evil god all to attack. The girl told her brother to follow her and take Mo Chuan with her. Zhang Feng attacked the other evil spirits and left no chance for them to escape. The guy stated that these 2 devils were going to run away with Mo Chuan. The young man told his little sister to be careful. Judging from the aura, the devil honorable is approaching. The young man heard someone saying that bad things were happening. He told the sky gods to protect him from misfortune and activated the phoenix apparition. The young man saw a vortex of fire forming not far from Mo Chuan. The guy thought it was like these unlucky guys were demolition pros. Our hero asked the young men if they were okay. The girl declared for the young man to run away from here, because the evil spirit of absolute void of devil honor level has arrived. The young man decided he didn't care for him right now. All the demons were gone. Guy figured these guys had taken advantage of the chaos and escaped. A formidable demon appeared and shouted that the insignificant insects dare not disturb the plans of the great master. They would become inferior ideals on the planes of sin. The young man said that it looked like they would have to team up and fight him. If they failed, they would have to retreat. The young man would take the fire. Chang Feng told them not to worry, because he's here. The dread demon stated that the young man is very arrogant. Because he is disrespectful when addressing him, the demon honored. The young man stated that he did not have time right now. The young man prepared to attack the demons, which he did. The guy fought valiantly, and no one could give him a decent resistance. The young men were amazed at how strong Zhang Fan was. He was able to defeat this demon with a single blow. The girl asked what the young man had learned if he had anything to offer Sage Dao Xuan. The guy said he was making it urgent and he was willing to talk on the fly. The floating island is full of immortal mechanisms and spiritual energy. These are truly blessed places for immortals. The old man asked why the young man had returned to the island. The boy said he had some business to attend to and needed to talk to the city manager. The master of the island gave the young men some fruit and told them to eat it and heal their wounds. Then he went straight to the wise man and the others. The divine fruits were very much liked by the young people, and they felt healthy. The young men were told that the deputy city manager had been informed of their arrival and had asked him to receive them, and he would take them to him. The young man said that right now, the deputies and the others were busy discussing measures to counteract the wiles of evil spirits, so they would have to wait for a while. Yuan was surprised to see the young man and asked why he was here, and why these young men were with him. The guy said that after the girl left, he defeated 3 large evil spirits, and then he attacked one of the formation halls where he encountered demons. The guy said the succubus had suddenly turned to ash when he forced her to tell the truth about their plot, but some incomplete information he still got. Some evil supreme spirits are about to plunder the source of the bloody abyss battlefield world. Everyone wondered if what the young man said was true. The guy said there's no lies, and he can guarantee it's true. The young man turned to the deputy city manager. If this information is true, then all the allied forces on the blood abyss field are in a precarious position. The deputy city manager said to retreat immediately. Have the elders go with him and help push back the bloody devil honorable, and have the city manager return to direct the situation. The deputy city chief said that the information was important and timely, and Sage Dao Xuan will reward them. The girl said she got the feeling that the young man had left something out. The guy said he doesn't have any evidence on hand right now, so there are things he can't claim. The girl asked if it had anything to do with Mo Chuan. The guy said she was a very smart girl and had figured it all out on her own. Sis Lu asked what happened to this Mo Chuan. The guy said he'd tell me all about it later. The young man went to the exit and said we should get ready for the withdrawal. A wounded demon lies surrounded by immortal warriors. He says that immortals can only take numbers. The warrior announced that all Alliance soldiers were ordered to evacuate the castle. The sage told the young warriors that they were worthy to be heroes of the immortal world. Many lives must have been saved because of their information. The sage will soon report the merits of the young men to the immortal kingdoms. but for now, they should get a good night's rest. The elder said that it was necessary to immediately organize the evacuation of the army and inform the troops remaining in the rear to leave all supplies and temporarily leave the battlefield of the Bloody Abyss. Zhang heard the ship announce that young Master Mo had returned. The warriors told Mr. Mo that they were grateful that he had covered for them during the retreat. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to break through the blockade of evil spirits so easily. Mo Chuan said that there was no need for gratitude. After all, they are all in the same boat, and it is obvious that they should help each other. Yuan offered to leave the main ship. She decided that it was crowded. Master Zhang invited his brother and sister to rest on his island. The young men said they didn't mind, especially since they were interested in the fruit on this island. The entire company moved to the island. The young man told Old Sun to take charge of the island and fly behind the evacuating Alliance army, and not to let his guard down, because the evil spirits wouldn't just let them go. The guy said that the girls should also keep their guard up and be on the lookout. In the meantime, they could do cultivation. The young man told his helper to spare no spiritual fruit. The brother and sister asked little brother Zhang what was wrong with this Mo Chuan. The young man began his story. He recalled the main hall where he had seen Mo Chuan. The young man asked which hall we were talking about. The one where the three of them crossed paths? The guy said, "That's right." They found that the evil spirits had organized formations under the entire castle to absorb blood essence and life essence from the battlefield. That great hall was the core of all the formations, where all the collected energy flowed into. Yuan was also surprised to hear this story from the young man, because by that time, she was no longer in that place. The young man continued. He entered the hall and saw Mo Chuan in the center of the formation, being protected by the succubus ruler and demon lord. The young man was about to deal with them, but his brother and sister showed up, and a little later, the devil-honored man showed up. The situation became chaotic, and those two devils slipped away with Mo Chuan. The young man said that this should be reported to the town elder immediately. The sister said that they had no proof. Only brother Zhang saw it, and Mo Chuan has done well on the battlefield. Brother said that he hates all these people who are into conspiracies and tricks. The next time we meet, he will definitely paint Mo Chuan's face. Yuan concluded that there were many complexities behind this. If the ruler and demon lord is protecting the genius of immortals, the conspiracy is clearly not simple. The young man said he would secretly inform the founder of their sect. There is nothing more they can do in this case. Suddenly, the unbelievable happened. One of the coalition ships was blown up. The young man didn't understand how it could have happened. Old Man Sun came running in and reported that the allied forces of the immortals had been attacked by evil spirits. Our hero assumed that the devils had prepared and would not let them get away so easily. Explosions could be heard all around, and flashes from the explosions could be seen. The wise man urged everyone not to panic, and to keep calm. The commander commanded all troops to attack and defeat the forces of the evil one. The young man suggested that the city manager and the others seemed to be ready for it, and suggested that they strike as well. Everyone seconded him. The young warriors went on the attack and shouted that Zhang Fan was invincible, and everyone was ready to destroy the demons. After this attack, his brother and sister said that brother Zhang had managed to break through the demon blockade with just one blow. The young man felt confident. Yuan assumed that the evil spirits wanted to keep them in this place. The guy agreed. It must have taken a lot of effort to create such a huge army of demons. The commandant of the city ordered not to contact the enemy and to evacuate immediately. The young warriors said it was good that the youth found out about everything. Otherwise, if the evil spirits gathered enough blood essence and chi, there would be a great misfortune. Sage ordered a temporary retreat to the rear citadel to recuperate, and then investigate the conspiracy behind the foulness. The sage concluded that it was necessary to order the army to stop and recuperate after arriving in the void, and the ancient military city to leave the battlefield of the Bloody Abyss and join them as soon as possible. The young man asked why the army had stopped. Yuan said to wait for the ancient military city and the remaining troops to join them. She saw a fleet coming towards them. The young man said that he had received a message that the city manager had ordered the ancient military city to move outside the field of the Bloody Abyss. Some of the people would stay here to prevent the demons from taking away the source of peace. Sis suggested that they too could stay here and gain combat merit. Her brother said that it was a really good opportunity, and it was relatively safe in the ancient martial city. They would not only be able to harden themselves in battle, but also improve their cultivation, thanks to the rewards exchanged for military merit. The girl thought that she was a genius of the 9 upper realms. She would work hard to catch up with brother Zhang in terms of merit. The girl's brother didn't mind her practicing hard. Yulian noticed that the ancient military city and the rest of the troops could already be seen. Zhang Fan noticed that the battle weapons created by the immortal world for the war against demons were very powerful. Something caught the young man's attention. He asked what it meant. Something incomprehensible was circling the Alliance warships. The young man couldn't understand what was happening, why the situation was changing so quickly. There was a huge explosion. The young warrior was shocked. The field of the bloody abyss had actually exploded. The girl couldn't understand how it happened. Immortals and evil spirits had fought there for hundreds of thousands of years, and this field had been blown up in an instant. Yen noticed that these evil spirits didn't even spare their own. The girl was alarmed. Neither the ancient war city nor the fleet sent to them had come out. The demons had so easily sacrificed hundreds of thousands of lower evil spirits and many great demons to seize the source of peace. Their subsequent plot and plans could be quite complicated. Zhang Fan said that it was too late for them to do anything about it. The young man assumed that after returning to the rear fortress, they would probably disperse to their homes. The elder said that the evil spirits had indeed blasted the entire battlefield of the bloody abyss, and neither the ancient military city nor the troops had time to escape. The city manager ordered the withdrawal of all troops. The demons had already carried out their plan on the battlefield of the bloody abyss. The old man said that he would personally return to the immortal world, and it would be necessary to disband the army when they reached the business fortress. The commander announced, on the orders of the city manager because of the current difficult situation, the army immediately withdraw to the rear stronghold. The young warrior thought his fears were confirmed. They're being sent to a rear fortress, and when they get there, the whole army will be disbanded. Zhang Fan said that the bloody abyss battlefield has ceased to exist, so the armies that fought there were no longer needed. The brother and sister asked if the young men were going to other battlefields, because they would like to be on the battlefield with Sister Yuan again. The girl said she had to help her mentor. The boy asked what little brother Zhang thought about it, but the young man said that the small world he came from also had some problems to solve. The young man continued. Besides, he had brought a lot of people with him. They also needed to return to recover and digest what they had gained on the battlefield. The young man said that he himself was going to hone his skills on the battlefield for a while. His sister said that she, like her elder brother, was not ready to return to the immortal realm. Therefore, she would most likely go to other battlefields to harden herself. The girl concluded that she and her brother would compete to see who was better. Zhang Fan said that they would wait for the moment for the youngsters to become famous in the immortal world. The brother and sister wished our heroes a safe return home and hoped to see each other again in the future. The girl asked if the young man was going to return to the continent. The guy confirmed. Yulian had just become immortal. She needed time to settle in. Yen said, "Then they will have to separate for a while. And she is a little worried about her big brother's situation." The young man gave Yuan the ginseng fruit and said if anything happened, she should definitely warn him and he would come to help. The girl thanked me for the fruit and said if there was any trouble, she would be sure to let me know. Someone called out to the young man. He asked this Zhang Fan from the Tianyun continent. The stranger gazed intently at the young men. Yuan asked what the man was trying to accomplish by addressing them. The man said that his question had nothing to do with this girl from the realm of the immortals. He was only interested in the boy next to her. The stranger said that there was an aura coming from the boy that he hadn't felt in a long time. Who he learned from. The young man looked at the stranger carefully. They had never met before. Yuan told the young man to be careful. She senses that the man has bad intentions. The boy told the man that he is practicing on his own and does not have a mentor. The stranger said that he missed his old comrade. He asked the young man to let him feel his aura with his hands. The young man became angry and yelled at the stranger for being too bold. He hid his face under his hood and was afraid to show his face. The young man was ready to fight the stranger and jumped at him with his sword. The stranger put up considerable resistance to the young man, the youth failing to hit his opponent with the first blow. The boy wondered, how could this be possible? Until now, his realm of invincible sword had no equal opponents. The stranger stated very powerful ball intent leading straight to the great Tao. But it is different from its power. The boy was angry. This man had made him very angry. He'd never had an opponent like this before. The young man said to the old man, then let him try to take the next punch. The boy took a swing. The young man could do nothing. The stranger was stronger than him. The man said that the young man might have inherited his sword Dao, but he had only mastered it superficially. The stranger attacked the young man, and Master Zhang lost his balance and flew down. The system stated that the invincible sword area had encountered a powerful attack, exceeding the user's upper limit. The system activated the defense functions, and the young man was able to escape. The stranger didn't expect anyone to be able to escape from him. He figured it was due to his carelessness. He considers this young man to be lucky today. The girls noticed that the young man was hurt. They asked how bad the injury was. The young man said that everything was fine. The intention of the great Tao of the sword protected him, and he wasn't badly hurt. Yulchin said that it was a good thing. Yuan said that this mysterious man in black robe was very familiar with Zhang Fang's heritage. The guy eating the magic fruit said that he himself knew little about his heritage and had no idea why this old man was targeting him. The young man didn't understand where the legacy of the invincible ball domain even came from. It's just a system. Yuan speculated that, judging from his words, this mysterious man in a black robe was most likely secretly observing the battlefield of the Bloody Abyss, which might be related to the evil spirit's conspiracy. The young man should now be very careful. Yan offered to stay and help the young man. The guy said he shouldn't. The girl should take care of her mentor's business, and the older brother's situation must be quite urgent. The girl once again offered her help. The young man once again refused. The girl told the young man to take care of himself and went about her business. Our hero has offered to return to the southern wasteland of the continent and get a good night's rest to digest the experience of the battlefield. The boy said he needed to rest for a while. Old man's son said he would make sure the floating island returned to the continent. Yulian asked if the mentor might be seriously injured. The boar stated that the defense of the island was his responsibility. The young man went back to his room and told the system to open the panel. The guy was frustrated. All the features he had worked hard to update were no longer working. At least the domain embodiment function remained. It takes a lot of energy to restore a system function. And where would he get it? The guy looked on the map for a place to get energy. It wasn't close. The young man said that this place is located in the coastal area of Dongling, very close to the ancient city of Lingyuan and the Sea of Endless Abyss. It is one of the 10 most dangerous places in the continent. The young man wondered why the energy that the sword domain needed was there. The young man put that question aside and decided to find out when he was on the spot. He was very curious about this energy system, the area of the invincible ball, and how it could cause this mysterious old man to have a familiar feeling. The cave of the demon who restrains the soul. The demon is told that there are rumors of an immortal sword-floating island, which has left the continent and ascended to the realm of immortals. It was recently spotted in the southern wasteland. The demon was interested in this information. The man continued, "Some people have discovered that the floating island has activated a defense formation. Even Taishan's Sect disciples can't get in, and no one has come out of this island." The demon was interested and repeated, "No one can get in, no one can get out." The demon decided to continue following the original plan, but send someone to keep an eye on the island. The men said they would do the demon's bidding. The demon thought that the immortal sword boy on the floating island had been summoned to the battlefield of immortals and demons. Could it be that he had returned because he was seriously injured? Taishan Sect, Mountain of Clear Sky. Elder Yin said, although the floating island had returned, its closed nature would stimulate the ambitions of their opponents. The elder decided that they couldn't wait any longer. We should prepare gifts and pay a visit to Jiang Feng, and tell the Sect disciples to keep a close eye on the demon's movements. Southern Wasteland, Floating Island. The young people continue their journey. An elder flew up to the island and was accompanied by warriors. The young man said that this group didn't detect them. "We must get out of here quickly." The young man was accompanied by a big man who looked suspiciously like someone else. "Well, friends, I don't know about you, but I liked this manhwa. The plot itself is quite